here in the UK, and to give the proper respect, would you please be upstanding and remove your headwear, please? Please be upstanding and remove your headgear. Ladies and gentlemen, give respect, please, for the national anthem of the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for excellent observation there as the Aston Martin 100th anniversary banner is departing over our heads. That seems entirely appropriate, doesn't it, to hear the strains of the national anthem. We'll be clearing the grid in a couple of minutes, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for being down here with us. But once we do begin to clear, can we ask, as ever, that you do it as quickly and as safely as possible. So, ladies and gentlemen, look at your watches. We are something like 20 minutes away from the cars rolling off the grid, and a little over 24 minutes away from the start of the 6 hours of the FIA World Endurance Championship here at Silverstone. We're starting to warm the cars up on the grid. But what's it like to do a lap of Silverstone? Well, as part of our Toyota Tech Talk here at the WEC, we asked one of the drivers, and we picked one of the good ones this weekend, locking out the front row, Toyota. Nico Lapierre sat down with me a couple of days ago to tell me exactly what the challenges are of the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit.
Yeah, first of all, very exciting circuit for us. I think this track suits to our car very much. First part now is really fast corner. The first corner, it's almost flat with our cars. Little bump in the middle, so very tricky. And then going to the second one, which is flat actually. And then you came into the very slow section. So it's a very big change of rhythm, you know. 2 corners almost flat, and then a big braking for very slow, too slow, very corner. And both in first gear. Very difficult for us when we get into traffic, you know, because the GT car take all the track, and very risky to overtake them there. But if you stay behind, you lose a lot of time as well. So sometimes you end up in a very difficult situation there, whether taking the risk to overtake or not. For us, the left corner is very blind, you know. We are in a very difficult situation in this corner, probably the most difficult corner of the track. And then we head back to the what used to be the old track, with the complex left corner in third gear. It's much faster now than before, because the corner is more open than when we took the whole track. Quite exciting. You hit a lot of a curve there on the left side. You can go all over it, and then you have this long right corner, which was just before the old pit. Very long corner, a lot of understeer there, you know. It's really long corner. You have to wait a long time before getting back on throttle. And then you're heading to Cops, one of the most exciting corner of the track. It can be 6th or 5th gear depending on qualifying or race mode, but very fast. Just a small brakes before coming into this corner, and then you go wide. It's a bit easier now because they put a bit of tarmac on the outside, so give you a bit much more room than it used to be. And then you're going into the, I think for me is one of the best part of the world, you know. The S of Beckett's is really exciting, you know. The rhythm and the flow into it is really good, and with the downforce we have on the car, it's a very exciting part, you know. Probably one of the most exciting part of the season, but as well it could be complicated when you get into traffic, you know, because very tricky to overtake there. And as you have a few corners that are following each other, you can lose a lot of time if you stay behind a car. So that's a place where you need to take risk in the traffic, but that it can cost you a lot of time as well. So very tricky situation there. But in our car, the first left is flat. Then you have just a small lift for the right corner. And then for the next two is fifth and fourth gear, so very fast corner, very, very fast corner. And what I like in those corners is the rhythm, you know, because it's just tack, tack, tack. And if you get the first right wrong, then everything goes wrong, you know. And that's where you make time for qualifying, for example. That's where you see it's big balls corner, you know. So yeah, it's very exciting. And then going to Stowe. You have a bit of a bump there just before this corner, and then it's a fourth gear corner. Nothing special into this corner. It's a cool corner, but not as exciting as the S of Beckett's. And then the new chicane. It's a very slow chicane as well. First gear, using first gear there on the left corner, and then it's a long right which you need to take flat, but it's not easy for the car because it's very demanding on the rear tires, you know, on the traction, and you need to be careful there. But also you need to do it flat because then after is quite a long straight line, so it's important to have a good speed on the exit.
If it happens in the WEC, it happens here on RadioLeMans.com.
Well, hello everybody, if you are just joining us, and welcome along to Silverstone. We are in the countdown mode now, with the cars due to go off in under 20 minutes, under 20 minutes time. And can we ask you down on the grid, please, to begin to clear the grid, our VIPs, and if you're not involved with starting the cars, it's time to leave the grid now, please. John Hindhaugh and the guys from RadioLeMans.com. It's Johnny in the booth with me, Johnny Palmer. Over at Beckett's is Paul Trustwell. Down on the grid, our powered by Nissan pit lane team are Bruce Jones and Nick Damon, doing great work as the drivers are getting into their cars now. Looking at the Rebellion Toyota, and that car with a new rear end there, and a beautiful look for those of you who have the pictures around the world. Down on Silverstone, and just before that, the new rear end, the H-wings at the back that aren't wings, of course. They are extensions of the rear wheel arches, bringing together the worldwide sports car and endurance community. And at the front of the grid, it will be the two Toyotas, started by number 7 Alexander Wirtz and number 8 Alexander Anthony Davidson. Behind them, two rows that are split between Audi and Rebellion Racing. Alan McNish will start the number 2 Audi Sport Team Yost R18 e-tron Quattro, and Neil Yarney will start the number 12 Rebellion Racing car. It's Benoit Treluet in the number 1, defending champions, against Rebellion Racing's number 13 Andrea Bellicchi. Silverstone has seldom looked better at this time of the year. We were unlucky with the weather yesterday. Looks like we're going to be a little luckier at least for the start of the race, as Nick Damon is standing right in front of the number 12 car on the second row of the grid, with Neil Yarney, I think, just being installed in that car at the moment. Nick?
Yeah, he's they're suiting up as we speak. The action's really hotting up as the cars are fired. Let's see if I can go and talk to an old friend, actually, who's just see over the side of his picture taken. A man who, until very recently, was racing one of these fantastic... Dindo Capello. Dindo, are you missing it?
For sure, to be here, such a great starting grid. For sure, I missed something. But I think my decision was right last year to quit racing. I'm here to enjoy, to help, to put my experience in the team, to help my teammates. I'm really, really happy to be here.
So do you get involved in the technical debriefs and that sort of thing?
At the moment, you know, I'm here as, I would say, joker. I do something for the press, something from the marketing, from the racing team. But for sure, my goal would be to be involved in the racing team, which is actually my life.
And are you doing any racing at all in different series this year?
Yeah, actually I will do with the Audi R8 GT3 the Italian Championship, which will start the first weekend of May. And when I will be free, I will be at the WEC race, every race, I guess, from here until the end of the season.
We look forward to you. Thanks, Dindo.
Thank you.
It's the 90th anniversary of the Le Mans 24 Hours. The Circuit de la Sarthe this June will have plenty of celebration, and
here at Silverstone this weekend, the opportunity to sign a spectator wall, which will be going to Le Mans for the 24 hours, the third weekend in June. Also, the new trophy is here, and opportunity to get tickets, book your camping. The grid beginning to be cleared now as we look back from the dash down to the first corner. Rolling start, of course, right at the head of the grid, the RAC Tourist Trophy. Well over 100 years since that was first awarded in the early years of then what was then that new century into a new one now, and originally, of course, for a 6-hour race. Alexander Wirtz, the driver of the number 7 Toyota, unmistakable helmet colours for the affable Austrian. Last weekend was in the Balearic Islands doing a triathlon with his wife Julia, and they won the team prize. Alec freely admits that he made Julia do the swim because he didn't want to. Happy to drive a motor racing car at 200 miles an hour, didn't want to do a swim. Pierre Fillon at the head of the grid, Celine Dion-Jones there, member of the FIA Endurance Committee, and also Gerard Neveu, all at the head of the grid.
Do you have time for a quick chat, John?
I think you probably have. Who have you got?
Just grabbed Sebastian Buemi from the number 8 car. Anthony starting the car. Are you in second or third?
I will be in third. I did the qualifying yesterday, so Stefan will be second. Hopefully we'll have a good race. Looking forward to it. First race in the WEC for us, so let's have a look.
And of course racing in the dry here for the first time this weekend.
Yes, exactly. We didn't have many laps on dry conditions, so hopefully we'll be competitive. You know, it's very difficult to assess the tire degradation and also the pace of the other guys, but hopefully we'll be quick enough and be able to fight for the win.
Sebastian, thank you very much. And he's actually leaving the grid as we speak. I'm going to hang around a bit more and use my special jacket to keep me on the grid.
Thank you, Nick. Nick Damon down there on the pit lane, or on the pit straight at the moment. The marching band will be leaving us in just a few moments' time, hopefully leaving us just with the cars and drivers. The tyres that we were wondering if they were going to need to use are being rolled off the grid, so everybody looks like they're going to start on slicks. Let's nip out into the country. That's very 1950s, but I do like the sound of that, and say good morning, for it is still morning here in the UK, to Paul Truswell, who has a better view of the rest of the track than any one of us. Paul, what's the track conditions like?
Pretty much perfect, I think, John. The strong wind, which has really just built up today. I mean, yesterday, I think part of the reason that the weather hung around so much was because we didn't have the wind, but it's really a very brisk wind today. But it's kept the track dry and at the moment at least bathed in sunshine. Forecast for the next 6 hours mixed at best. So I think it was Wolfgang Ulrich when we were listening to the preamble was saying that it's going to be a matter of who reacts to the weather the quickest, who is going to be able to take the sort of the tactical win. You can have your strategy, but you're going to have to react to the conditions as they appear, and that's where the skill on the pit wall comes in. You know, I think I've seen more Aston Martins driving down the service road that goes past the box here at the Loop and at Beckett's than I've ever seen before in my life. I mean, seeing the 100th anniversary, I've probably seen 100 Aston Martins drive down, all with their own individual number plate. AML 1 has just arrived, John. And that's going down to see you. You can take your pick of them later on after the race, I suspect.
I think AML 1 was the one that Graham Tyler and myself drove around Le Mans one year on the test day. Had three very highly entertaining laps down there. So the track drying out rapidly is the good news from Paul down at Beckett's. The car's beginning to fire up and warm up their engines for the roll-off in a few moments' time. Johnny Palmer is alongside me in the booth, looking down at the front row, which is fully Toyota. They nailed qualifying yesterday, Johnny.
They did, yes, and it was fascinating to kind of work through this new format of qualifying with the teams, because it was a bit of a launch into the unknown, not only for us spectators but also the guys competing in the qualifying session as well. 20 minutes it was for the prototypes, a separate 20 minutes for the GT cars, and the Toyotas stayed out for the kind of opening stint of the qualifying session with their first driver for much longer than other teams, because they were getting quicker and quicker. The track conditions were getting better and better as well. So possibly a little bit of a risky strategy, but it proved to be the best way of doing things, because the fact that the driver number one stayed out, they were able to take huge chunks out of the time. I mean, they were probably gaining 5 seconds with every lap that they stayed out for, and then they came in. And the time constraints of the session, the new fact that they are limited to a 20-minute spell of qualifying, was the interesting bit for me, because then the Toyotas had to get to their second drivers in, so a quick change, and then out again. Each of those second drivers then have to also complete 2 laps to get a 4-lap average, 2 laps for each driver. So it's a bit of a race against time, but it worked perfectly for them, and they lock out the front row.
Well, we are 60 seconds from the car at the head of the grid, being the Audi RS5, leaving the front of the grid. The team personnel making their way back down into the international pit lane. This is the start of the FIA 2013 season. The first big European motor race of the new year. The long dark days of motorsport winter, as far as this part of the world is concerned, are well and truly over, and we can look forward to 6 hours of the best and brightest teams, manufacturers, cars and drivers around the Grand Prix circuit here at Silverstone. And these just few final moments, you kind of wonder, Johnny, don't you, just what's running through everybody's mind on the grid. At the moment, everything's possible. Everything is still out there to be run. I'm getting a little bit of goosebumps here. Not the full Le Mans feeling just quite yet, but it's a pretty decent sight looking down from the helicopter as the 5-minute board goes. That's the cue for the first of the RS5s to pull off the grid.
Yeah, brand new season. The dates have been jiggled around a little bit, because the last time these cars were here was August, so we did have better weather then. It is an unknown entity as far as what weather we're going to encounter over the next 6 hours. Obviously it's not raining at the moment, and possibly the best conditions that we've had all weekend, but as we heard from many people down on the grid, the forecast says that it's not necessarily going to stay like that, and that's another element of many within endurance racing, is how you react to the changing weather conditions and who blinks first as far as tyre choice is concerned, and also utilising your driver lineup well. Some drivers may go better in the wet than others. So it's going to be fascinating stuff, a great way to kick off the season, and this is back to what we know. Yesterday's qualifying session was unique in the sense that was the first time we were attacking that format, but these drivers, these teams, well used to a 6-hour race.
Audi or Toyota?
Toyota.
Paul Truswell, Audi or Toyota at the front of the field?
For the race win,
yeah,
Audi.
Oh, okay. Bruce Jones in the pit lane, Audi or Toyota for the race win?
Toyota.
Okay. Nick Damon, Audi or Toyota for the race win?
Audi.
Okay.
This is a nice spread we've got.
That's a nice spread. I'll get the casting vote then.
Yes, you do.
Rebellion. What about the rest of the classes? Well, we've got just over 6 hours to find that out. The wind seems to still be blowing out there. It's at Specutainment, at Radio Le Mans, or at radiolemans.com on the forum if you would like to join in. There's plenty of you on there. Hello to the collective, and hello to those that we met last night. It's these last few moments of quiet contemplation for the drivers in the cockpits.
3 minute board. 3 minutes to start the formation lap. 3 minutes to start the formation lap.
Eduardo Freitas doing the job that we know so well. Nice to have a chat with him on the grid, and clearly a very big student of the sport. He was scrutinising, Johnny, those engraved names on the Tourist Trophy, which include, of course, people like Sterling Moss and Mike Hawthorne down through the years, and he was delighted because it was the first time he'd ever seen it. Isn't that great that our race director's so excited about that?
They've not just got any old bloke, have they? This is someone who's truly passionate about the sport, and I think loves his involvement, as we all do as well. I mean, we are spectators at the end of the day that doing a bit of broadcasting as well, but yeah, fantastic sort of self-deprecating nature of Freitas, I would say.
Breaking sports car news that we've been talking about for almost 6 months now on Midweek Motorsport every Wednesday night. Mark Webber has signed a 5-year contract to race with Porsche. That is breaking news from the paddock in China. We won't tell you any more about that. I know there's people here who won't want to know the result from this morning. Breaking news from China at Aussie Grit. Mark Webber signing, we're waiting for confirmation about this, a 5-year contract to race with Porsche.
And
we've been talking about it for a while.
That's the prototype challenge
Well,
for Porsche.
we would think it would be the prototype, wouldn't you? Going back to Le Mans next year, that was what the rumour has been for the last 6 months. We'll try and get some confirmation on that, and in fact I'll tweet Mark. I mean, he'll be a bit busy at the moment.
I'd imagine so.
Probably not going to tweet me back, but let's try and get across that later on. That's the latest news coming to you in the sports car world as we're ready to get what is already an exciting FIA World Endurance Championship season underway, and in 2014, of course, with Porsche coming back to this race series and back to Le Mans in the LMPs as well as in the GT category. That news just coming to us here. Silverstone from the air, old airfield, of course. And for those of you,
start the formation lap.
And for those of you who know your movie history, Steve McQueen in a black and white film called The Wallover, I think. The airfield that was on the board there in that movie was indeed Silverstone back in the day. Grid is being cleared.
30 seconds forward on the grid.
Drink it in, ladies and gentlemen, whether you're here at Silverstone or further afield. It is time to go racing in 2013. Alex Verton, Anthony Davison will lead around the first round of the FIA World Endurance Championship live from Silverstone, with Audis on row 2 and 3 in the hands of Alan McNish, and defending champions and Le Mans champions too in the shape of the number 1 car, Benoit Treluet. The interlopers. The interlopers are the Rebellion Racing Toyota-powered Lolas, 12 and 13, on the outside of rows 2 and 3. Mercifully, the weather has held off. There are the grid going through past us. So the two Toyotas on pole position for Verton Davison, Alan McNish in Audi number 2 with Neil Jarney on row number 2. Inside of row 3, Ben Treluet in the 1 Audi. Andrea Pellicchi in the 13 car on the outside of row number 3. On the inside of row 4, the pole sitter in P2, Tonio Pizzonia is starting that with Olivier Pla, another fast driver on the outside. 24 and 25 on row number 4. On row 5, Mike Conway will start the 26 Orica with the 35 Morgan Oak of Martin Plowman. Two Brits there on position 9 and 10, row number 5. On the inside of row number 6 is Jan Charouz in the 32 Lotus. His teammate with Antonio Liuzzi in the 31 car is alongside him. Nick Manassian in the 49 Orica Picom, as we've got a spinner out on the circuits there, right over by Paul Truswell.
Yeah, at Village Corner, it was the corner that Nicolas Lapierre was telling you was one of the hardest on the circuit. It's the number 47 car which has rotated, the KCMG, Jim Carteau, who's pointing at 90 degrees to the track. Marshall's rushing to his assistance. I'm not sure that he's got the engine running still. Good thing that it's early in the lap means that they'll have a chance to get him going and be able to continue the race or start the race at the proper time rather than have another lap behind the safety car.
Understood.
It's being pushed now. Jim Carteau gets it going, and they haven't even appeared out of Copse Corner yet. Yes, they are. They're just coming out of Copse now, down towards Maggots by spinning through 180 degrees. That's me spinning through 180 degrees. Not
just the 90 for the car.
Not any other car.
It can't.
Puffs of smoke from the Toyotas. I think that's just been a little bit overfilled with something. It was oily type smoke rather than tyre smoke.
Okay,
Alexander Imperatori cannot retake its grid position, though, can it?
No,
it's start from the back now.
It will have to it will be able to take its grid position, or a position on the grid, but it will be at the back.
Not from 13th.
Exactly. It doesn't have to fall them. Doesn't have to go into the pits or anything. It'll just have to start at the back.
Here's the rest of the grid then. Nick Manassian on the inside of row number 7 for Picom, and that's the 49 car. 47 alongside him is the Morgan Oak. Tom Kimber Smith will start the 41 with Jacques Nicolet alongside him on the 45. In the GT ranks, the pros are locked out by Aston Martin, 97 and 99, Stefan Mucker and Pedro Lamy starting those cars. The AM class has Jimmy Campbell Walter, the 96 Aston Martin, in the first position, and he, in fact, is third best GT ahead of the two Works Porsches, which will be started 91 by Patrick Pilet and Ricard Leitz in the 92. It's Jimmy Bruni, he'll start the Ferrari number 51 ahead of Alan Simonson in the second of the AM cars, another Aston Martin. So Aston Martin, their 4 cars, first and second in GTE Pro and first and second in GTE AM. The Audi RS5 pace car has pulled off into the pit lane. The two Toyotas, Alex Wurz and Anthony Davidson, lead the field round through Vale on the final couple of 100 metres of their warm-up lap. Team formation as we look to our left, as the crowd look to their right in the grandstands. The red lights are green and we are racing in 2013. Unleash the power and the hybrid energy as the FIA World Endurance Championship is underway for 2013 here at Silverstone. Pretty clean start, at least for the front runners, and the two Toyotas have managed to hold on to their lead, but Alan McNish snapping at the heels of Anthony Davidson as they go past Paul Truswell.
Yes, Alan McNish is lying somewhat tighter through the loop there as he tries to possibly get a better acceleration out of the corner. It doesn't happen for him, of course, and the Toyotas pull away from them as they head down the Wellington Straight for the first time. Everyone safely through on that first lap through the loop, and as they head now down through the left-hander at Brooklands, through the long right-hander at Luffield, and then back past the old National Straight, it is Alexander Wurz in the lead and pulling away just a touch. The Audi's playing sandwich at the moment with the Rebellion, with McNish ahead of Yanni, Trellier ahead of Beliti in 5th and 6th places.
Johnny Kane carving his way through the GT field as well. Real busy opening lap for the Stracker car.
Started at the back, of course,
yeah,
that car.
Did. Yes, because of spins during qualifying. They weren't able to complete the 4 laps to get the average time in the qualifying session yesterday, and Johnny Kane didn't get his scheduled amount of laps in, so therefore had to start from the very back of the field. He'd already overtaken 2 of the GT cars even before they crossed the line.
He was well revved up, I think it was fair to say, when we were talking to him in the autograph session, and the guys from Stratton not discounting the opportunity perhaps to do some tricky pit work to get that car out of sync perhaps. He's already up into 16th place on the first split, and he's passed all of the GT field, exactly what he wanted to do. On the second split, excuse me, it's Wurz from Davidson, McNish, Yanni, Trellier, Beliki, 7, 8, 2, 12, 1 and 13 are your top 6 P1 cars, pulling away just a tad from the P2 field, which is led by Antonio Pizzonia in the 25 car, with Olivier Pla right up his tailpipes in the Morgan, and the Rebellions so far, Johnny, certainly holding more than holding it, as there's a mistake by Ben Trellier there in the number 1 Audi, running off the track just over by the loop with Paul Truswell.
Yes, I think he was lining up to have a go at getting past Neil Yarni in the Rebellion Lola, and as he kind of lined up, so he took his eye off the ball, got the car a little bit on a white line, that just swung the car sideways under him. But Benoit Trellier not wanting to get left behind, he's the one who's got a privateer car ahead of him, but on the other hand, the 5 cars in the lead, as you can see from that helicopter shot, pretty much staying together for the moment. The Rebellion Lolas aren't really that far off the pace of the manufacturer cars.
That's Paul Truswell over there in Beckett as Ben Trellier settles back down under cloudy but bright conditions here at Silverstone. The 57 car at the moment in trouble already, doesn't have its headlights on for Marco Mediani, the 57 Ferrari. But the Rebellion certainly showing good pace at the moment as they're out on the hanger straight on the second lap. The 2 Toyotas there, and then it's Audi Rebellion, and at the moment it's Neil Yarni who is under the pressure from Ben Trellier as they drag through Stowe Corner. It was a bit of a difficult corner yesterday when it was damp. People trying to tighten up on the exit were losing it and hitting the wall. Drivers right down at the bottom of the Vale. It's very wet off the track. Anybody who gets on the grass here is in big trouble. In GT, Aston Martin, Stefan Mucker, number 97, is leading that. I've just noticed as well that the 47 car is coming back up through the field. That's the KCMG car. So that car must have had an incident early on. It was out of kilter. It wasn't out of position on the grid when I was walking down there. And here, in fact, is the KCMG car coming up behind the number 97 Aston Martin of Stefan Mucker, down to the bottom of the Vale, goes down to the inside, makes a copy boot pass, as you would expect. Two cars in two different categories. So it's Stefan Mucker leading from Pedro Lamy, 97 from 99. In the AM class, Jamie Campbell-Walter has dropped down from third quickest GT car, but he's still leading the amateur category in that number 96 Aston Martin from Alan Simonson in the number 95 car. So we have got almost all the P1s, P2s, Pros and AMs in their right positions on the grid as we are working at the moment. Lap number 3 and just a second between Wirtz, Davidson and McNish at the moment. Paul.
Yes, those cars just beginning to kind of settle into the groove, aren't they? Alan McNish was fastest on that second lap. Inevitably, Alexander Wirtz fastest on the first lap. The second lap, though, Alan McNish serving notice, doing a lap time of 1:44.713. That's about as fast as they've been all weekend, but with the bad weather that we've had. But no, I think what we're going to see is McNish trying to get on terms and size up how and where he's going to have a go at getting past Anthony Davidson. In fact, he's already done it, hasn't he? He's gone through.
He has indeed. McNish, the Scottish Terrier, unleashed on the front row starting Toyotas. He got up into the draft coming into Stoke Corner, went to the inside early and made that look very, very easy indeed. There are 4 hybrid harvesting zones around the circuit. Early pit caller for Vitantonio Liuzzi. He's in the lane in the Toyotas, on the Lotus rather, Toyotas, putting two things together. In the Lotus T128 making its debut this weekend. Practiced well in the test at Paul Ricard a month or so ago. Has had a difficult weekend. Meanwhile, the number 12 of Neil Yarney has been passed by Ben Treluet. So it's Toyota, Audi, 7, 2, 8 and 1 at the head of the field.
I just want to clear something up as far as the P2 field is concerned, because the starting grid detailed James Walker as starting the 25 car, but it's actually Pitsonia in the car, and likewise Alex Brundle was on the sheet as starting the 24, but Olivier Pla is on board that. So maybe some late decisions being made in amongst those teams, but it's as they started as far as the top 4 P2 cars are concerned. So 25 from 24, from 26 from 35. Pitsonia from Pla, Conway and Plowman. Down to the pit lane. Toyota is the early corner. Bruce Jones is at that end of the pits.
It was the Lotus. It was Vitantonio Liuzzi, and he was in and out. They did nothing. Yes, we were commenting about how it was a brand new car and everything, is very, very fresh on it, but no fuel went in, no tyres. He was stationary for about 5 seconds and off he went again. So I'll find out what it was about.
OK, thank you, Bruce. Bruce Jones down in the pit lane for us here at Silverstone. Also Nick Damon, and we'll also be passing down to our colleagues when we can to get updates from the pit lane. So that clearly something not quite right there. Fastest lap of the race so far by Alan McNish with a 1:43.954. Very quick to qualifying last year. Very close to qualifying from last year, as he's just half a second away from the lead at the moment. The number 12 of Neil Yarney in 5th position, just losing touch a tad with the Works hybrids at the front of the field as he goes down the old pit straight, the national pit straight, which we have been using those pits and those pits garages this weekend for the ELMS, which started yesterday. Sadly curtailed because of rain, but we were having some great racing. That's your leading 3 heading through the Becketesses and onto the Hanger Straight, and what a great view that is.
Superb, yeah.
With Ben Treluet in 4th place, beginning to make his charge as well up onto the tail of Anthony Davidson. The way McNish is going, I'll only give him another couple of laps before he's not leading this race, John. He's certainly visibly quicker through the Beckett's S's in the Audi than Wirtz is in the Toyota. Interesting that the Audi's top speeds quicker during qualifying at least than the Toyotas were. Remember last year the Toyotas were the quickest things out there, but Audi's quicker in terms of top speed this year than the Toyotas have been.
Jan Charuz, Nick Manassin and Tom Kimber-Smith are 6th, 7th and 8th, I think, or 5th, 6th and 7th rather, within P2. They are nose to tail. Johnny Kane, progress update. He's into the top 10 now. He's 9th. lapping significantly quicker than Antonio Pizzonia and Olivier Pla, so tucked in behind those two P2 cars leading their class.
And we have an answer on the Pizzonia problem from Bruce down in the pit lane.
Yeah, and in fact he's come in again. He enjoyed it so much last time. Unfortunately, the door on the left of the car keeps opening. So he's come in, they've tried to tape it down. It didn't work first time. They've just had another stab at it, but I feel he could be coming in many, many more times. Unlucky there for car 31, Fit Antonio Liuzzi.
Thank you, Bruce, down there on the pit lane. Bruce Jones there, live from Silverstone. We're on lap number 6, 10 minutes in. It's Alex Wirtz in the number 7 Toyota, leading by half a second from McNish in the number 2 Audi from Alex. Second time I've done that, from Anthony Davidson in the... Can we not just name them all Alex? It would be easier. Alex Wirtz, McNish and Alex Davidson. Much easier. Anthony Davidson in third place, and the number 8 Toyota is another half a second further back. Then we've got a couple or 3 seconds between themselves and the rest of the field.
This problem at the village corner, sorry to interrupt, the number 32 Lotus there getting itself into a bit of a knot at village corner as it came in, just turned in on one of the P2 cars. In fact, you've just seen that on the replay, haven't you?
Yeah, that's been brewing up for a few laps.
Is that the Pecom car?
5th, 6th and 7th within P2. That was the Charoux car ahead of Nick Manassian and Tom Kimber-Smith. They were queuing up behind the Lotus, and unfortunately there's been contact into village right by you, Paul.
Yes, and damage to the number 32 as
lead change across the start and finish line, I think, with McNish right behind the Alex Wirtz Toyota. They were nose to tail, and Alex McNish doing it as well now. Alan McNish takes the race lead heading into the fast right-hander. What do the Toyotas have in form of a reply? They're heading into the left-hander at the loop there. So that's a great aerial shot. The kink at Aintree brings them onto Wellington Straight, right past you, Paul Truswell.
Yeah, so Alan Minish has, just the way he was going, he was clearly quicker in a straight line than Alex Wirtz, and now he's clear of Wirtz. It'll be very interesting to see how much quicker the Audi is than the Toyota in terms of sheer lap time. So Alan McNish then certainly on a bit of a charge. Ben Treluet in the other Audi still stuck behind Anthony Davidson, and he's there just a second behind Anthony Davidson. As they get through the traffic, though, one of the things we did notice in practice, the free practice sessions, when there were a lot of cars on the circuit, was how much more nimble the Audis were. The Audis were able to be very, very good in the traffic, and Treluet is up ahead of Anthony Davidson now as well as they go through the GT traffic. It's very tight indeed there as they swung through the Beckett's S's. But Ben Treluet, well, he said you'd have to take some risks through there, and it certainly looked a bit risky to me. I'm sure it was all quite safe from where he was standing, but Treluet is up ahead of Anthony Davidson now into third place.
Problem for the number 32 Lotus now.
Yeah, that's the contact that Charoux suffered after the Manassian and Charoux were side by side. And
damage to the right-hand side pod of that car.
Yeah, front right heavily damaged, and front left for the Pecom car.
Nick Damon's in the pits.
Yeah, the Pecom car in front of me, he's done that 3/4 of a lap with a completely flat and locked front left tyre, so that's shredded beneath him. Big damage to the underside of the nose. Now, depending on whether he's got away with no suspension damage, it actually might be a relatively simple fix, because that nose unit will come off in one unit. The under tray at the front is normally attached as well in these cars, and they're trying to refit the wheel, pull away the damaged front left, tyre thrown to the back, and he guessed that if there's nothing else, and he did look from the accident we saw with the 32 that may be the case, they should be able to replace the nose, and the car, provided it was bodywork to bodywork, may be able to continue effectively undamaged and having lost about a quarter of a lap. Sorry, a lap and a quarter.
You can throw a blanket over Treluet, Wirtz and Davidson here. They are nose to tail heading through Luffield, all caused by traffic into the village and the loop, but there's nothing between them, and the two Toyotas are ganging up on the second placed Audi here. Ben Treluet under a lot of pressure, although when he gets to the straights, the Audi just seems to pull away. So Toyota's trying to use the toe of each other to gang up on the number 1 Audi.
I think it's just the toe which is giving the Toyotas a chance.
Yeah.
Now Treluet, I mean, it's not just on the straights where the Audi has the advantage. In fact, if anything, I think Anthony Davidson is ganging up on Alexander Wirtz as they turn through the Beckett's.
The pass for the lead was because Alex Wirtz went right off the track coming out of the final corner, all 4 wheels off. You'd normally say that would get him a warning, but as he didn't gain advantage, in fact, he lost the lead. That may well be overlooked by the stewards of the meeting. In the pit lane, the number 50, that is the Corvette, and that is at the feet of Bruce Jones.
Indeed, I was still waiting for Lotus 32 to come in, but Julian Canal in, out, tyres, fuel and off again. Very early in the race for that. Another set of headlights coming down the pit lane. Maybe that is the Lotus. Hard to tell from head on. But anyhow, Canal in the Labra car back into the race.
It's Bruce Jones down in the pit lane. We've had 15 minutes. Alan McNish leads by 5 seconds. He's on lap number 9. 2 from 1. Ben Trellier now up into second place from Alex Wirtz in the first of the Toyotas in third. So Audi 2 from Audi 1. Toyota 7 from Toyota number 8. And there's 6.5 seconds now between the top 4. Best of the privateer cars is Neil Yarney in the number 12 Lola Rebellion. Johnny Kane, however, has closed into 7th position and is now just 23 seconds behind those two cars coming from the back of the grid. Lotus is in the pit lane. We'll keep an eye on that at the moment. It's Tonio Pizzonia who leads in the 25 Orica at in P2 by the better part of 10 seconds from Olivier Plan, the number 24 car, as the 32 Lotus is going to be pushed back into its garage rather. Mike Conway in the Orica number 26 is in third in P2. Stefan Mucker from Pedro Lamy, 97 from 99 Aston Martin's lead. The GTE Pro ranks from Patrick Pile in third position, the 91 Porsche, and there are 5 seconds between those three cars. 96 Aston Martin in the hands of Jamie Campbell. Walter leads GTE arm ahead of Alan Simonson, his teammate, by just half a second. Marco Ciocci is the best of the rest in the 61 Ferrari, and he is 8 seconds further back. Let's go down in the pit lane and pick up some news about that Lotus.
Yeah, front left corner, as you reported out on the track, damaged, so the nose section is coming off, trying to see underneath what's damaged. Oh dear, some of the suspension no longer quite attached on the front left corner, I'm afraid, so that'll take rather longer. Jan Charouz staying on board while they work away, but sadly I think they're also waiting for the sister car, number 31, to come in, perhaps to have its door fixed for the third time.
Not a great baptism for those cars. The two Toyotas then in third and fourth position.
That's the battle of on the track at the moment, for my money, John, as Anthony Davidson is shaping up, and he might have a going into Brooklands as they get down to the end of the Wellington Straight. He certainly looked like he was going to have a go. Looking on the screen now, well, Alex didn't make it very easy for him, didn't he? Didn't invite him through, but Anthony Davidson there with Alexander Wirtz having a good old battle.
Struggling for traction out of the final corner there and running wide again. A marker post was just scattered at Luffield, using every inch of racetrack available to them. And they are still nose to tail heading into Copse Corner now, the right-hander at the end of the National Straight, which heads back up then towards Paul Truswell's viewpoint, which is at Beckett's, the Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel Complex. And
Alan McNish putting in another fastest lap there as he tries to ensure that the gap continues to rise up to 6 seconds between McNish and Trellier, first and second, and another fastest lap, 1:43.710 from Alan.
And going even quicker through Sector 2 this time around on his 10th lap. The P2 battle still headed by Antonio Pizzonia. That's the number 25 Delta ADR Orica Nissan. Behind that car, number 24 Olivier Pla, and number 26 Mike Conway is currently in third position. So the Toyotas have changed spots now, I think. Davidson ahead of Wirtz. Yeah, that was at the end of Hanger Straight, up the inside at Stowe Corner, and the two Works Toyotas switch positions. And Davidson already opening up a decent margin over Alexander Wirtz for whatever reason. The second of the Toyotas now struggling a touch. Can Davidson, now he's been released from his teammate, start to gain on those Audis? That's a big ask at this stage.
Alan McNish brakes and the big washing machine next to him spins up. You can clearly hear that on the onboard. That is one of the braking areas as he brakes into Brooklands. Now out through Woodcote and onto the National Start-Finish Straight, National Pit Straight. He is in elegant isolation at the moment. Ben Trellier did his best lap the last time around and was within a couple of thousandths of Alan McNish, but the gap is 5.6 seconds at the head of the field. That's we're on lap number 11.
That's the other Lotus going into the garage, so both 31 and 32. Yeah,
correct. And that is in Bruce Jones territory.
It is, unfortunately. I was going to give you an update. In fact, on 32, it was a steering steering rod that had broken, mounted right next to the suspension. That's being fixed, but the rest of the car down the same side, rather flexing too much for their liking. And a smoking engine for now, number 31. It's pulled in alongside. That was the one that had 2 pit stops for a door that wasn't fitting well. We wondered if it was a race too early for them, but let's say they're getting their teething troubles out of the way. So poor Antonio Liuzzi staying in the car at the moment. Oops, puff and fire extinguisher at the back, and getting rather hot here in the Lotus Praga pit.
It's Bruce Jones. Now, let's have a look at some GT action with the Aston Martins ahead of the Porsche of Patrick Pilet. Nicely alliterative there, 97, 99 and 91. In the amateur class, Jamie Campbell-Walter ahead of Alan Simonson by now around about 0.4 of a second. Marco Ciocci is the next car back, but he is somewhere further back. So for once, the GT's not giving us the battle that we are used to seeing in P2. Olivier Pla has closed down in the last couple of laps on Antonio Pizzonia. And it's now around about 3 seconds between Pizzonia and Pla, 24 and 25, as Alan McNish continues his stately progress. 1:44.1 from McNish last time around. He took 0.7 of a second out of Treluet. Now, I know some people don't like us talking about this, Paul, but last year this was very much a fuel consumption race, and cast your mind back to then, the Toyotas did, I think, the longest run of 23 laps. They improved markedly as the year went on, but they did have to do an extra stop here last year than the Audis, did they not?
Yes, they did. It was 24 laps was their longest.
Excuse me.
It was good memory. Whereas the Audis last year were getting up to 27 without the help of the safety car to improve the fuel consumption. So we'll be looking for exactly what McNish's stint is going to be. It's not information that's been given to me, but my calculations suggest it'll be about 25 laps for McNish on this first stint. He's currently on his 12th, so we're halfway into it very nearly. My again, intuition says that Alexander Wurz has got a problem in that Toyota, because he's fallen away from Anthony Davidson. I'm not doing anything against Anthony's driving, but Alexander Wurz should be perfectly capable of staying up with Anthony Davidson in an equal car, and he's dropped away so far now that there must be something wrong with that number 7 Toyota, otherwise it wouldn't have fallen away so far. And as you mentioned, John, the reason he lost the lead was because of not necessarily just being out fumbled, or it was because he lost control of the car, went off the road. So I think he's got a problem of some sort in that car. Yeah, now he's 6 seconds in. He's fallen 6 seconds away from Anthony Davidson.
Yeah, 1:48.4 when around him are doing 44s and 45s.
The car is just not pulling away from the corner.
I wonder if he's not got hybrid power.
Possibly something like that. All the communication between the hybrid and the internal combustion has failed, or something like that. But it's certainly a power-related problem, or possibly it's under braking, because it was under braking at Club Corner, wasn't it, where he went off initially.
Well, if you have got an issue with the hybrid, it does affect the braking, of course.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And the balance of the car. Alan will hand over to Loic Duval and then to Tom in the number 1 car, and it'll be Treluet to Fesler to Andre Lotterer in the number 2 car. What I don't know yet is whether they will be doing single or double stints, and I guess we'll find that out in a little while. Why?
Or what the tyre wear situation will be, because, and in fact I don't think the team knows either, because the track has never been as warm as it is at the moment, so we're in new territory.
I think Wurz's problem is a handling issue of some sort. Might be caused by the hybrid issue, but it just doesn't look well balanced or planted into corners. He had his moment here at Club. I wonder whether he also had a moment coming out of Woodcote as well. It's difficult to tell those two bits of the circuit apart on the TV screens, because the camera shot's often so tight, and once you've got a pit wall on the left hand side, it could either be the new international start and finish straight or the old national section from Woodcote through to Copse. So Alan McNish continues to put in decent lap times, 1:46.2 his last effort. Benoit Treluet is currently in second position, so it's cars 2 and 1 that lead the field. Then the faster of the 2 Audis, Anthony Davidson, car number 8, and car 7 Alex Wurz, with a bit of a moment here, trying to overtake trying to lap the Krone Racing Ferrari and actually being forced out onto the grass.
This coming in from Adam Prescott on Twitter at Specutainment. Are the hybrid systems different on the Audi and the Toyota capacities and batteries? Supercapacitor on Toyota and electric and flywheel on the Audi. So yes, the answer to that, very different. But more fundamentally from that, Adam, and that's a good question. If you're new to this form of racing, the Toyota harvests and then utilises the power from the hybrid system. 300 horsepower, by the way, extra when they let it go. That goes onto the back wheels. And as the regulations state at the moment, if you harvest on the back wheels, you have to reapply that to the back wheels, but they can use it anytime they want in terms of how quick they are going. We told you there's only 4 harvesting areas, but in terms of where they reuse that energy, that is free. The Audi harvest and therefore have to use the hybrid power on the front wheels, and currently the regulations state that if you do that and effectively make the car a partially 4-wheel drive car, as the e-tron Quattro, clues in the name, is, then you can only deploy that power above 120 kilometers an hour. Deploy, the word I was looking for some moments ago. So harvest on the front wheels, deploy on the front wheels for Audi, but only above 120k. Harvest on the rear wheels, deploy on the rear wheels for Toyota, deploy at any speed. And that 300 horsepower punch in the back is quite something, the Toyotas tell us.
Talking of braking, Anthony Davidson out braking himself a little bit there as he came into Village Corner, went past on the inside of the number 51 Ferrari. I think it's Jimmy Bruni at the wheel of that one, isn't it, at the moment? And he went through on the inside, had to lock up the brake. As a result of locking up the brake, he had to get off the or just go straight on for a little while, and Jimmy Bruni just said, oh, I'll just go through again then if you're going to mess about. And Anthony Davidson still hasn't dealt with Jimmy Bruni's Ferrari as he tries to get past it again. John, has he going around the outside of Luffield?
He's giving it a go.
Seen the Straka times recently, 1:47.5. That's lapping quicker than the Toyotas. Certainly quicker than the 2 Rebellion Lolas ahead of it. I mean, it's got the best part of half a minute to try and make up the number 21 car. But remember, Johnny started from the back of the field because of a qualifying session they would prefer to forget. Scythed through the GT category and probably got past all of those cars within a lap. Worked his way through the P2s. He's 7th of 7 cars within P1, but is starting to hunt down certainly the 2 cars ahead of him, and possibly the Toyotas as well, depending on what their mid-race pace is like.
GT battle beginning to, well, warm up a little bit, if nothing else. Patrick Pilet and has got some close company there with Jean-Marie Bruni, Jimmy Bruni closing down on him. That's the 91 and the 51 Porsche and Ferrari behind. In fact, that's Richard Leach actually being caught by Jamie Campbell-Walter and Alan Simonson, the 2 2012 Aston Martins in GTE AM. Then you have to use a car that is at least 1 year back in specification. And Jamie Campbell-Walter planting that car on pole position, 96, 95, 61 in the AM class, closing in on what is the 6th place GTE Pro Car. 3 factory efforts in GTE Pro this year in the World Endurance Championship, and that is fantastic. The AF Corsa Ferraris, well, they'll tell us that they aren't a factory team, but they're running 40 cars this year around the world in different championship. As we look at the battle between the G-Drive and the Oak racing car.
2nd place in P2.
That's Mike Conway and Olivier Plat, 24 and 25.
So Plat heading through towards the Beckett's complex now and on towards Chapel Curve, nose to tail, with Mike Conway wanting to make it 2 G-Drive cars at the head of the order. Of course, the Delta ADR car also has the G-Drive sponsorship and backing, and Mike Conway wanting to make it 2 of those cars at the head of the P2 order. They're heading out of Stowe Corner now, and that number 26 car looks quicker than the 24, but the Morgan making, well, Olivier Plat making that Morgan very, very wide indeed. The gap in Pro class, GT Pro, is 5 seconds from Stefan Mucker back to Pedro Lamy, but Lamy's under pressure from Pilet because there's only half a second between them for 2nd place in the GTs. They're heading out of Chapel now and down Hanger Straight, and it's the Works Aston also being lapped by car 13, the Andrea Bellicchi Rebellion. So Patrick Pilet
now.
Yeah, through the right-hander, and Pilet using every bit of the road available to him and plenty of curb as well, and that brand new Porsche, the 991, starting to hassle second-placed Pedro Lamy within GT Pro, and Lamy losing touch with his teammate Stefan Mucker 5 seconds up the road.
Here comes the Porsche across the line, just underneath our feet from left to right as we look at it, and Stefan Mucker is Pedro Lamy, excuse me, is having to watch out. Stefan Mucker is just a little bit further up the road by about 6 seconds. And coming to you, Paul, they felt the need there, Lamy, to go defensive as Pile begins to pile on the pressure in the Porsche.
You're being very alliterative, aren't you? Yes, he's going to get him coming, probably not out of the loop, but probably down into Brooklands at the end of Wellington Straight. He can get in behind the big rear wing of the Aston there. If he just sits there for a little while, then he'll be able to pop out of the slipstream. They go out of my sight just for a moment as they go behind the bridge. As they come out again, no, he's still not quite there, is he? So it's still the Aston ahead of the Porsche, but a great drive from both of them there as they're living up to the expectations of the GTs.
And a little further down, it is Ricard Leitz and Tony Wielander who are battling as well, with Ricard Leitz just in behind Jimmy Bruni. Tony Wielander not too far back, so there's plenty of battles now.
Yeah, that's a change, isn't it? Because Wielander was ahead of Leitz.
He was indeed. So Ricard Leitz has gone up a position in the 92 car.
Ben Treluet had a rather slow lap that previous time round. He was only he was 6.0 seconds behind 2 laps ago, and that suddenly shot up to 8 seconds. So Treluet possibly being a bit more cautious now in the traffic. I'm assuming it's traffic and not another problem, but McNish is absolutely flying up there at the front of the field. He's feels there's unfinished business, I suspect, here at Silverstone for him.
Let's go down to Bruce in the pit lane. Bruce?
Yes, unfortunately, flexion is the word they don't want to hear at the Lotus Praga pit, because we've had the problem with the door on Vittorio Liuzzi's car. 31, that's back out on the circuit. But car 32, they just have been shaking every panel on that car to try and work out why it's flexing so much behind that damaged front corner. Jan Charoux sat there in the cockpit for ages. I think the shaking's got to him. He's got out and gone for a pee. It looked as though the car was ready to go back in the race, but clearly now they've taken the tail end off the car. I think that could be a retirement, unfortunately, and I'll get to Jan when he returns, but there was hope. But they're very lucky the car's black, because they've now made it very, very thick with black tape to try and stop it flexing, but clearly that's not enough, not bad enough for the job required.
Okay, thank you, Bruce. Bruce Jones down in the pit lane. Nick Damon is at the other end of the pit lane. It's been relatively quiet at your end of things, Nick. You've been able to put your feet up.
Oh, I've had a lovely time watching the timing screen, listening to the dulcet tones of you three. It's been very entertaining, and a very entertaining race so far. Been a couple of false... I mean, I'm actually watching the Corsa garage, and a couple of times they brought out tyres and then brought them back in again. So it's interesting. The other thing I've been not watching is it seems that now we're getting to warm up. It looks like the Porsches beginning to come into their own, and I think that may be slightly worrying the Ferraris.
Okay, thanks, Nick. Nick Damon there down the pit lane. Coming up to half an hour completed, 28 minutes. We're on lap number 19 at the moment, and Alan McNish in the number 2 Audi leads by 8 seconds from his teammate and defending champions, both of the FIA WEC and Le Mans, Ben Treluet in the number 1 car. In 3rd place, now 25 seconds off the lead, Anthony Davidson in the first of the Toyotas, that's the number 8 car, and he has got 14 seconds on Alex Wirtz, who's, we think, struggling, although that lap around was 3 seconds quicker than his teammate, so maybe something's coming back.
I think that's traffic for Davidson.
Yeah, I
probably.
wonder if it's just traffic, but I mean, I was certainly shocked at the way that Anthony was able to drive away from Wirtz when he first got past him. And since then, the gap has increased, but it hasn't increased as quickly, if you see what I mean. Great battle. You were talking about it a bit earlier on, a bit further down in P2, between Olivier Pla in the Oak, number 24, and Mike Conway in number 26. Those two actually swapping places, to swap round one way and then swap round the other way. Having a good little battle then. They are in 8th, 9th and 10th places overall.
Let's go down to... that's Bruce in the pit lane.
It is Bruce, and I have Jan Charoux. Not the best start to the race. Tell me what the extent of the damage is and how it happened.
Well, we're not quite sure. Basically, I got hit to the side front from an Aston. yeah, the visibility out of the car is not that great, and I think it was a very brave maneuver from his side. So basically we're trying to fix it so we can go out again, but yeah, we'll see what all broken.
But there's a lot of sort of, the side of the car is really flexing when they're working on it, and the rear wing too. Do you have any idea? We saw there was damage to the steering, but that's fixed. How long do you reckon?
The steering looks fixed, but the bodywork, unfortunately, this is the only one we have, so the only way to fix it is with tape. So we'll see how it holds on.
Okay, tough luck. That was Jan Charouz's Lotus number 32.
Bruce Jones doing the interviewing here. There is a spot or two of rain on some of our camera lenses as we look out through Stowe and towards Beckett's as Alan McNish works his way through traffic. Just over the half an hour now, Paul, and would you mind doing a little rundown for us?
Not at all. So with Alan McNish on his 20th lap then, he leads the race by nearly 7 seconds from Ben Trelliway. Number 2 leads the race from number 1, Audi's first and second. In third place is the number 8 Toyota, Anthony Davidson at the wheel. He is 20 seconds behind Ben Trelliway in number 8, and then Alexander Wurz in number 7 is a further 16 seconds behind the 2 Toyotas, 8 and 7 running 3rd and 4th. In 5th and 6th places, pairing everybody off, are the 2 Rebellion Lolas.
Yeah,
number 12 has Neil Yarney behind the wheel, but we can go down to Nick Heidfeld, I think.
I don't know. I think it was a very brave maneuver from Inastian because there was no chance he could make that corner without hitting into me. So, yeah, it's really bad luck. I think it's a long race and you shouldn't go for risky maneuvers like that.
The car's been in a while now in the garage. What was the damage?
I'm not quite sure. There's something on the wheel, something on the bodywork, and something in the back. So we'll hope to get it fixed as soon as we can to test the car as much as possible.
Thank you.
Louise Beckett doing the interviewing there for our TV colleagues. Sorry, Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, no, and it was Jan Charouz with whom he was speaking. Misidentified him when I just looked at the other screen through the corner of my eye. So we got down to the Rebellions in 5th and 6th places, the 2 Lolas, 12 Neil Yarney and 13 Andrea Bellicchi, separated by less than a second in 5th and 6th. In 7th place is the Stracker Racing HPD, number 21, Johnny Kane at the wheel. He is still completing his chase, but he's got back up on terms with the other LMP1 cars. In 8th place is the fastest of the LMP2 cars, and that's number 25, the Delta ADR Orica, which has Antonio Pizzonia behind the wheel. He is 6 seconds ahead of Olivier Pla in the Oak Racing number 24, which has been swapping places and very nearly trading paint, but not quite, with the number 26 G-Drive Orica being driven very well indeed by Mike Conway. Those 2 in 9th and 10th places overall, and running in 2nd and 3rd places in LMP2. As far as the GT cars are concerned, in the GTE Pro class, the leader there, number 97, the Aston Martin of Stefan Mucker, ahead of the 99 sister Aston Martin, Pedro Lamy behind the wheel. Those 2 cars 7 seconds apart, already 3 laps behind the race leaders, 97 and 99. And in 3rd place in LMGTE Pro is the number 91 Porsche, which has Patrick Pilet behind the wheel. He is right on the tail of Pedro Lamy, and we described that battle that was going on. Jimmy Bruni in 4th place in GTE Pro, equally close. There's nothing really to choose between those 3 cars in 2nd, 3rd and 4th places in GTE Pro. In GTE AM, we've got another Aston Martin in the shape of the number 96 Aston Martin, which has Jamie Campbell-Walter driving it. He is, as I say, also on his 19th lap now, so 3 laps behind the race leaders. In 2nd place in GTE AM is number 95, the other Aston Martin of Alan Simonson, and in 3rd place in GTE AM is the AF Corsa Ferrari, number 61, Marco Ciocci driving it, but he's already fallen 14 seconds behind the 2 Aston Martins. So Aston Martin's going very nicely, Paul, indeed in GT.
It's raining.
Yes, if I stop looking at the screen and look out of the window, I've got bright sunshine, but yes, rain on the glass. But it's only a shower. This one will pass. There will be some more rain later, but
it's designated a wet track, but it's not in front of us. It's, I think, on the old National Straight, blowing in from that side of things at the moment. As into the pit lane comes the two Audis.
Yes, indeed, John. Is this supposed to be about time? Because obviously we run about 45 minutes.
22 laps.
Both in together, two followed immediately by one. In no chance of a driver change. A bottle change for car number one. Looks like fuel only. Tyres not even being offered at this point, so they'll be double stinting. The R18 resplendent with its new periscope, which I have tweeted a picture of on at RC Racing, which enables the car to see through the quarter panels. Number two is away. Number one getting a slight check on tyre temperature and brake temperature. Michelin being held a couple of seconds while the Michelin man actually puts the valve cap back on. They've lost about 5 seconds there for a front right tyre pressure check from Michelin, and they're out of the way. So a few seconds extra in the pits, I'm sure we'll get, because we do get a pit time duration. Number one will be slightly longer than number two because they had to check the tyre pressures.
Stick Damon down in the pit lane, so the two Audis then in after 22 laps. Note that down if you are a budding Paul Trustwell. Definitely rain on the lenses of the cameras at the eastern end of the circuit.
6 seconds is what it cost for that valve cap to be screwed back on again. It was 1 minute and 4 seconds for Alan McNish, 1 minute and 10 seconds for Ben Treluet. As Nick says, neither car having a driver change. In terms of fuel that was put on, 54 litres for McNish, 55 litres for Ben Treluet.
Okay, let's see what Toyota does, because they're waiting for Alex Wirtz, car number 7. Will be coming in next time around, and possibly number 8 as well, but they're keeping out of the way because 7 will come in first. The crew is ready.
We did see Alex having some lock-up problems at the bottom of the Vale, and that was an issue that we saw just a few moments ago. He managed to get the car straightened up again, but I just wonder if his brake balance is problem. And again, that could be down to the way the hybrid is harvesting or not. That's the issue, because that is one of the harvesting areas. So we're moving into a very important part of the race at the moment, where Paul begins to glean some of the essential data that he needs. Another lock up there that we're watching from the two Rebellions, which are battling rather more physically than I thought they might do together, and they're in amongst traffic at the moment, Johnny.
It was Plas Morgan that was smoking ahead of the two Rebellions, and of course they're trying to work their way through that intense P2 battle. It's Mike Conway and Olivier Plas battling over second and third within P2, and the two Rebellions that are at they're fourth and fifth now because of the pit stops, are trying to work their way through that, battling traffic as quickly as possible. There is a door loose there on the Lotus, number 31.
That's the one that's had that problem from the very start. As into the pit lane comes Alexander Wirtz. He's trundling down towards Bruce Jones.
Stopping beneath my toes, Alexander Wirtz. Though there were drops of rain, it's still sunny. They're not going to be putting rain tyres on, but they've got slicks, another set of sits sticking alongside. They're doing the refuelling. They're doing something in the cockpit at the moment. I can't quite make out what, because I'm standing above the car on the other side, but obviously more problems for car number 7. This is taking quite a time with the refuelling, but in fact no signs of distress. They're moving the tyres for car number 8, Anthony Davidson's car, to one side, ready for him in next time around. But boy, it must be dreadful. Now they're putting the car up and they'll change the wheels. Another set of slicks going on for Alexander Wirtz, and this is where the mechanics really start to run around. They want him out of the way before number 8 comes in. I'm sure they'll manage that.
I'm sorry, because I was slightly distracted when the Audis came in, Paul, but did the Audis take tyres?
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't. Okay. Thank you. Nick?
We've had the leader from P2 in as well. Fuel only stop for Antonio Pizzoni and straight out again. There will be a driver stop for his teammate 26. I think it's John Martin's waiting to get in the car, so Mike Conway get out when that comes in the next lap or so, as the second Toyota trundles down towards Bruce.
So it does. They're ready and waiting. It's going to be refueling first, exactly as it was for Alexander Wirtz, and then another set of slick Michelin tyres for car number 8, Anthony Davidson. 2/3 the way down the pit lane. They're in the pit exit garage, which gives them a lovely run out. That very strange silent take-off they have, and then the engine fires after 10 metres as they move away on the stored power. And again, as it was with Alex Wirtz, they're fiddling around inside the cockpit while the refuelling is going on. Someone's cleaning the windscreen, standing on the front wing, just showing how strong they are. The tyres are now being put out into the pit lane, ready to be put on when the refuelling nozzle comes away. It's very much a two-part pit stop for all the cars, refuelling first, and then as Anthony Davidson sits there waiting, the fuel still ticking as as it goes into the tank, and we're waiting for the tyre change. But it's all, as they would say in Germany, alles in Ordnung. Everything under control.
Thank you, Bruce. P2 leaders into pit lane together, Mike Conway and Olivier Pla. Of course, leading before the pit stops, it was Antonio Pizzonia, and there is a driver change there for the Mike Conway car, number 26. Pizzonia stayed in the car in 25 and is on his outlap, but already changing drivers in the other car within G-Drive. And not sure who's climbing in instead of Mike Conway.
It's
Nick.
John Martin, and once again the P2 cars do tend to come in unison, mainly because most of them have got Nissan engines, so they've got the same fuel consumption.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have seen now the top three all in. The interesting thing is that the 25 car, the leading when it came in Delta ADR machine, didn't take tyres or a driver. But we've had a full service for the 26 car, including American racer, though he's a Brit, Mike Conway in his first attempt at P2, and I'll grab a word with him in a minute. There's a plethora of P2s underneath Bruce's feet. What's going on there, Bruce?
Yeah, I have car number 24 with Olivier Pla staying on board, another set of tyres going on. Team principal for Oak Racing, that's Sebastian Philippe, very good Formula 3 racer in his day overseeing proceedings. We have the KCMG car, Matt Howson, staying on board, and beyond that we have the Greaves Motorsport car. I can't see if we've had any driver changes. I think the answer is not. It's all quite straightforward. Oh, a race out of the pits. 24 gets out just ahead of 26. Sebastian Philippe, a big round of applause for his crew. That was super tight at pit exit.
Well, they've changed positions then. They came into pit lane in the other way round, and John Martin now on board, back down to third position. Nick, yes?
I have Mike Conway just out the car. Mike, split strategy for your team now. You've swapped drivers, but the 25 hasn't. What's the thinking behind that?
It's something that we planned from the beginning, so just, one of the ones we could pick, I suppose. But the car felt pretty good. We had lots of speed, just was held up behind Pla. Just they're so quick down the straight line, but you're so much quicker through the corner. But then as soon as you get out, they pull away. But eventually got past them, and just getting used to all the traffic as well. Lots to learn today, so good first stint, and hopefully John has a good one now.
Thanks, Mike. And we've got the Stracker car beneath my feet after Johnny Kane's fantastic run through the field. This looks like being fuel only. There's no tyres to be offered. And I can see one of the Rebellions just as well ahead of him. So again, the P1 petrol cars now coming in as well, the privateers. And there's tyres on that Rebellion. I don't know if Bruce can see if that's a 12 or 13.
It's number 12, Nick. It's Neil Yarni came in, and as you say, fuel and tyres. In fact, have they fueled it?
I think you're right. I'm not sure they must do. Perhaps they've tied it first. The Stracker car, that was straight out fuel only. Johnny Kane didn't continue that charge. He has obviously gone past the Rebellion whilst Rebellion did the 15th tyre stop. That's right. I think they must have got fuel. You must have just missed that one, Bruce.
Thank you, gentlemen. Bruce and Nick down in the pit lane. Paul Trustwell's over at Beckett. It's John Hindhaugh and Johnny Palmer in the booth. Live from Silverstone. 45 minutes completed, and Alan McNish continues to lead the first round of the FIA WEC here in the sunshine with really odd weather conditions as the cars are beginning to complete their first set of pit stops. The Audis just a little earlier than the Toyotas, 2 from 1.
Stop and go penalty, car 49 for causing an incident with car 32. Stop and go penalty for car 49. It's related to the incident involving car 32.
And that was the PCOM Nick Manassian incident that we heard Jan Charou saying he wasn't very happy about earlier on. So 21, nearly 22 seconds, Johnny, the gap between Alan McNish and Benoit Treluer, the two Audi first and second. We've said this before, but it's not always, of course, Audi winning, having the fastest car. They didn't always when Peugeot were their competition, and we think that Audi may have a not quite as quick a car as Toyota at the moment, even though that Toyotas aren't the new car, but it doesn't seem to bother Audi very much, does it?
Well, the pace in the early stages of this race from Audi has been very, very impressive. I mean, Alan McNish racing around in the 144.6s, 7s, and then the Toyotas managing. I think Davidson has got close to that, and certainly the Anthony Davidson car is quicker than the Alex Wurz machine, but 8 car just can't touch the pace of the Audis. Yesterday's qualifying was a little bit deceptive because it was raining through that 20-minute session, and also, of course, it was a 4-lap aggregate amongst 2 drivers. There's a stop and go penalty being issued. That's for the 49 PCOM car, so that is being shown from the start line immediately in front of our commentary box. Treluer got past Andrea Bellicchi all the P1 cars incidentally have stopped once. All of the P2 cars, I think, have stopped once.
Yeah,
now
we're waiting for the GT cars to start, which I'm thinking, Paul, can't be that far away. 50 to 55 minutes of the racing at the start of the race, maybe a little closer to an hour, a lap or two more once we get into the swing of things.
Very interested to see what the fuel consumption of the new Porsche is going to be like, of course, compared to the Ferrari. But as I say, we'll have probably two laps before that starts to happen. Just whilst we're on the subject of pit stops, reflecting on what was happening with the tyre changes for the two Toyotas, their pit stops were 1 minute and 33 seconds. They were both identical, 1 minute and 33 seconds. For the Audis, remember, they were 1 minute and 4 and 1 minute and 10, with Treluay's taking 1 minute and 10. What is interesting is that even though Treluay's stop was only 6 seconds longer, the gap from McNish to Treluay has gone up to 22 seconds. Now, before they came into the pit, it was only 10 seconds, so 6 seconds lost whilst the pit stop was happening, but a further 4 seconds lost either coming into the pits or on the out lap getting up to speed following the pit stop. So certainly McNish well and truly focused on not only fast driving while he's out there, but also those crucial in and out laps. Absolutely crucial to get those as good as possible with, as he said before the race, the way that these races are run these days, they're absolutely flat out.
Just a question about P2. The pit stop shake-up has now put Martin Plowman second in that class. Was that a very short stop for the 35 Morgan?
Yes, but not that quick.
Okay.
Plowman doing his pit stop in 1 minute and 07 seconds. Who shall I compare him with?
Well, Pla and the Martin 26 car.
Pla was 1:35. Martin 1 minute 34. Yes, so Martin Plowman's, that looks like a fuel-only stop for the number 35 car, whereas tyres were taken, weren't they, by both Pla and Martin, I think.
And a driver change, indeed, for the 26 car.
24, yes, that's right. So different strategies being used. We'll see how the tyres last to the end of the stint, because, of course, that's the penalty that you end up paying, or might be paying, when you get to the end of the stint on a set of tyres that has, instead of just done 45 minutes, has done an hour and a half.
As well for Rebellion Racing, Andrea Bellicchi in car 13's got ahead of Neil Yarni in 12 by dint of being a fuel-only stop, whereas for the Swiss driver Yarni, he got a new set of rubber, so he's back down now in 7th position overall, whereas Bellicchi in car 13 is in 4th.
Nick Manassian goes through in the pits as well, taking his stop and go. Always useful to have a stop and go pit stop time, because it gives you the length of the pits.
That's a good point, yes. In comes the Porsche, in comes the 92 Porsche. You wanted to know how far they could go? Well, Rickard Leitz obliges Paul at the end of his lap number
25.
Right, or if you prefer, that's 52 minutes into the race, but don't forget that included getting round to the grid and then the formation lap.
71 is in as well, John, so the Ferrari's legendary fuel consumption from last year, not evidence in this first stint, but we don't know how it's going to
well,
for the rest of the year.
Don't forget, Nick, they've been nobbled by the
that's a permanent thing, is it? I thought
the nightmare of BOP. Yes, they have a smaller tank.
So hopefully faster fill then.
Yeah, could be.
Out gets Tony Villand, and in comes Kamui Kobayashi for his first competitive run in World Endurance Championship. And it's the full service as you normally see within the GTE class, so it's tyres, fuel and driver. And I see down the way that the Porsche is still there, I'm sure having exactly the same set of work. I wonder whether it's Romain or Mark Lieb who's got into that car. And away will go Kobayashi.
It's a blue helmet, so is that Mark Lieb?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
and that's a fast stop, because Kobayashi, who came in a long time after the Porsche,
and he's just going to squeak out 90. Oh, side by side, 92 with the Ferrari. Who's going to get a pit exit first? The Ferrari by a nose. Super tight stuff. Good work from the Porsche crew.
Well, that may be slightly less fuel into that car then. We'll see how that plays out. Remember, not write that one down. They both came in on their lap number 25. Still waiting for the lead pro cars to come in. It is still the 97 Aston that is out there. Stefan Mucker at the wheel of that car. Jimmy Bruni has been promoted into second position as those pit stops have started, Paul.
Alexander Wirtz, or do we call him Anthony Wirtz?
Yeah, very good.
Slipped down behind Belliti in the Rebellion Lola, and that as a result, as Bruce was saying, of the number 13 Rebellion doing the second stint on its same set of tyres. Interesting that the Toyotas chose to change tyres and the Audis didn't. Audi obviously feeling confident enough in their tyre wear.
That's interesting as well, Paul, isn't it? Because it's not always been the case that Audi have been able to do that, particularly with the hybrid drive going to the front wheels.
Exactly.
They've single-stinted an awful lot through last year, I seem to remember.
Precisely so, and certainly in comparison with the Toyotas, it has been the Toyotas which have been less or more economical with the tyres, less hard on the tyres, and but this is where we see the benefits of development. This is a 2013 Audi, and one of the things that they'll have been noting down in their books is how do we make the car less hard on the tyres? And presumably they've taken certain action to ensure that tyre wear is better. Both of them running on Michelins, inevitably.
But different Michelins, of course. And this is the thing that we have to make the point. That the construction and possibly even the compound of tyres that you give to Toyota are not necessarily the same as the ones you give to Audi.
But that's like the manufacturer's choice. It's not.
Yes.
It's not Michelin saying, "Oh, here, Audi, you can have these. We'll save these ones."
Yes, it's not a lottery. No. It's just pick yourself 17 tyres this weekend. No. You take it from that pile there, and you take it from that pile over there. But that's not how it works.
No, and there is close cooperation between Michelin and Audi, and also between Michelin and Toyota. And I wouldn't be surprised if they know what each other is doing. One thing that, I don't know if it's going to be relevant, but one thing that Martin Pass told me earlier on today is that Michelin has a treadless intermediate, or a grooveless intermediate.
Okay.
It's an intermediate tyre, but if you look at it, it looks just like a slick. So what it is
it's a sponge.
It's a sponge. The construction of the rubber soaks up a bit of the water, and that's all you want from an intermediate. So note to pit lane commentators, if you see them putting what looks like a slick on, it might be a Michelin intermediate.
So waiting as a huge gaggle of cars head across. Oh, and there's a touch there, and that's going to be a spin. It's the KCMG car, I think, that's going around, and that is at the Copse corner. I was going to say the first corner there, you see, and that's why I stopped myself and throttled back. Well, we had at least 3 different categories all together there coming in, and one of the Rebellions was in amongst that as well. Is that the PCOM car as well?
The contact was with the Greaves car.
It was the Greaves car, yes, thank you.
KCMG has got going again, doesn't seem damaged, and he seemed to be heading on. Funnily enough, whilst you were saying that, one of the Toyotas got very, very close indeed to the AF Corsa Ferrari, and when you said there's a touch, I thought, not sure there was, but you were talking about a different touch.
Something else somewhere else.
But it was very close indeed between the Toyota and the AF Corsa Ferrari.
KCMG is the 47 and the Greaves is the 41. I'm aware that there are people who maybe don't have an entry list and are just looking at cars going past them or watching TV pictures.
That 47 car spun on the green flag lap, of course, so had to start from the back of the field and was working its way up. Was 13th, with Matthew Howson putting in some really good times, personal bests very recently. So that was a race for position, wasn't it? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5th place within P2. 12th and 13th overall, but contact resulting in the Greaves car continued, but the Howson car, the KCMG car, spinning at Copse. Thankfully there is some high friction tarmac just over the other side of the curb there to mop up any mistakes. No longer a gravel trap at that point on the circuit.
Getting
side
another
by side,
look. This is what Paul was talking about earlier. It was very close indeed between Alexander Wirtz as he came down the inside. But as Paul reported, no contact. The GTE AM battle for the leads. The new Aston Martins for 2013 are out at the front of the Pro class, but Jamie Campbell-Walter has Alan Simonson as his tail gunner. They've barely been half a second apart all the way through. 40 kilos weight break for the Astons, and I think it's 10 litres of fuel more, plus a brake on the height of the rear wing. A lot of people asking what that dial is on the Rebellion Racing dashboard. I think it's how he tunes into radiolemans.com, frankly. some kind of boost gauge by the look of it. We'll send the guys down to our left-hand side of the cockpit, round dash. Looks like it was bought at Halfords at the weekend and stuck on with a double-sided sticky pad. Sure it isn't that. Bart Hayden, if you're listening, what is the dial on the top? Tell me it's a clock so that they know when to get out. That would be fantastic. See if we can get our pit lane crew to find that out for you. We are coming down towards the hour mark, and we'll have a little review of the first hour for you in a few moments' time, but we're still waiting for pit stops for the majority of the GT cars, and I'm quite impressed by this. They're now on to 28 laps, and I wonder if we're going to get somewhere near 30 laps from these leading Aston Martins, which are being passed by one of the Toyotas at the moment as they go into the Beckett's S's. It's a fine sight indeed. The 2 GT AM cars, 4 Gulf Aston Martins, 5 for Le Mans this year. No idea how we're going to tell them all apart. Please, Aston Martin Racing, do something with the colour schemes. I know you're having a competition for someone to design them, but they don't even have different shade band colours on those 2 cars.
It's an orange visor and a red visor.
That's not
second, but it's not great, is it? It's not.
And into the pit lane comes Jamie Campbell-Walter.
Yeah,
that's the one with the
orange
visor.
Yeah.
Slows down a little bit early for the pit lane speed limit, which is 60 kilometres an hour, and is about to turn hard right-handed under the podium to his right-hand side, where Nick Damon will be officiating in 4 hours and 59 seconds time. So let's give you a quick rundown of how it stands at the hour, notwithstanding that pit stop then for Jamie Campbell-Walter, who came in out of the lead of GT AM. His teammate Alan Simonson was just half a second behind him, with Marco Ciocci some way in arrears. So 96, 95 and 61 at the hour in GT AM. In GT Pro, 97 Aston Martin, Stefan Munker by almost 12 seconds from Jimmy Bruni in the number 7 and in the number 51 Pro AF Corsa Ferrari from Patrick Pilet, just a second or so behind, in fact less than that, in the leading Works Porsche, his teammate already having pitted 4 laps ago. In P2, Tonio Pizzonia leads for the number 25. That's the Delta ADR from the Morgan Oak of Martin Plowman, the 35 car. They're about 22 seconds apart, but Plowman's got Olivier Plat right up his tailpipes. The 34 car
together, all 3 of them are for second, third and fourth.
Second, third and fourth, yes. There is John Martin as well, 35, 24 and 26 on the hangar straight at the moment. And at the head of the field, it's 20 seconds between the 2 Audis, 2 and 1. That lead as it's getting all a bit unnecessary at Stowe Corner.
That was John Martin around the outside of Stowe Corner to try and overtake Olivier Plat. Of course, you had the 2 Oak teammates nose to tail for second and third, and also there's a Toyota getting in the mix as well for P1. But John Martin was alert there. I think the 2 teammates were eager to race each other, but they don't want to take each other out either. And all of a sudden, John Martin, stealth-like in that number 26 car, is up to 3rd position within P2. So Pizzonia, his teammate, leads by 24 seconds.
This P2 battle is showing no signs of abating, is it?
No.
Martin Plowman is the next car on John Martin's list. They're absolutely side by side, heading through Woodcote Corner there and across the old start and finish straight. This is at the national pits, and blue flags being waved in the direction of Martin Plowman. I think Martin will get the place into Copse Corner. He does indeed. So John Martin has got past 2 Oak Racing cars in the space of a lap.
Indeed he has, and the 2 Oak Racing cars changed places as well, and that was done deliberately, I would suggest, with the number 35 car deliberately backing off there, Martin Plowman, in order to let his teammate through. Was the way it looked to me, as Olivier Plat, it's not Olivier Plat anymore, yes it is still Olivier Plat, behind the wheel of that one, came through. So it looked to me like Martin actually backed off, but he might have made a little mistake coming out of Copse Corner.
And the little round thing on the dashboard is a fan, we're being told, from Rebellion. Thank you very much to the responsible adult for getting that. Let's check in with the pit lane team. Bruce Jones.
Yeah, change of order. We had 97 Aston Martin coming in ahead of 91 Porsche. Patrick Pilet out of 91. Jörg Bergmeister put his longer frame in, and they got out ahead of the Aston Martin by a couple of seconds. He did several laps longer than 92 did, and when Richard Lees brought that in, I was looking at one of the front tyres. It had so much rubber build-up on. I wonder if that precipitated an earlier stop. It would have been immensely uncomfortable driving that car. There'd been so much vibration. The tyres that have come off Pilet's car, 91, look altogether better condition when he came in, so that could be a factor later in the race. Let me try and get a word with Patrick Pilet right now and see how it goes. Here we are. Patrick, how was that session?
It was really good. The car actually works perfectly. We have a really good balance, especially over the stint. The only problem, it's impossible to overtake the Aston in the straight line. It's so quick. I lose like every time 20 meters, but in the corner I was a lot quicker. But anyway, we're on a good pace. I think the tire works pretty good, and I'm pretty confident that my teammate can also make an excellent job.
And your mechanics did a good job. You were out of the pit lane before the Aston Martin.
Oh, that's great. For sure, the guy trained a lot. It's not easy for us because they don't have a lot of training in the past, because it's a brand new team, but they work hard. We all work really hard, and I'm really happy it's working like this.
Good stuff. Thank you, Patrick Pilet.
Meantime, the 97 Aston Martin gets back underway. Let's just remind you what happened at the start. Nice and clean, just over an hour ago, as we unleashed the FIA World Endurance Championship on the world for 2013 here at Silverstone. No unnecessary contact between the front four works cars. The Rebellions mixed in there early on, and to be honest, for the first half dozen laps kept pace with the Audis and the Toyotas. It looked to be advantage Toyota early on, but Alan McNish down to work early and began to pick off the blue and white cars ahead of him. It wasn't all plain sailing everywhere, and the race director Eduardo Freitas has already had to call in Nick Manassian for the accident with the Lotus in the complex early on. McNish up to second and then took the lead when Alex Wirtz, good friend of his, near neighbours in Monaco, went wide coming out the final corner. McNish doesn't need a second invitation, goes through. And from then on, Alex seemed to be struggling with the balance of the number 7 Toyota, whether it was brake or hybrid related. It was costing him lap times, and he slipped back behind Anthony Davidson by some 25 seconds. Pit stops, everybody coming in to do their first pit stop in that first hour, but the Audis going a little longer than the Toyotas, and that's a reversal of fortunes. And in terms of the tyre wear, particularly from last year, where the Toyotas took tyres in the first stop, where the Audis didn't, and we did not see that in the World Endurance Championship very often last year. In GT, we're just beginning to cycle through all of the pit stops, but as it stands at the moment, the number 97 Aston Martin of Darren Turner is still scored in the lead, ahead by some 8 seconds of Giancarlo Fisichella in the number 51 Ferrari. Alan Simonson up the third GT in the GTE AM car, the 95 Aston Martin, ahead of Jörg Bergmeister by about 6 seconds in the number 91 Porsche. Now that 91 Porsche was, I think, the first one that stopped of the Porsches. Nobody said otherwise.
Yeah, sorry, I was in the middle of looking at something else. The first of the Porsches was Richard Leitz in 92
okay.
that stopped John.
Okay, so that didn't play out for them. Sorry, Nick Damon, go ahead.
Yeah, well, just prior to the highlights package coming through, we did see Stefan Booker come in with a 97 and hand over Darren Turner. A bit of a own goal by the Aston Martin team. There's 4 cars in a line. The 95, which is the first of those 40 cars as we go down the pit, had just been in and out with the all Danish AM team, and they were actually doing the thing you do at the end of a pit stop, which is drain off the fuel left in the hose, and of course they are fueling to both sides. The hose was being drained right at the edge of the white line before the red no entry zone, and it actually made Booker's entry very, very complicated. It was like having a car there. So he came in, the entry wasn't right, Booker stormed out with some severe finger pointing at the pit crew the other side, and there was lots of shouting and wailing from the team, and they got away again. I don't think they lost more than a couple of seconds. They certainly made a big song and dance about it.
The sounds of sports car racing in 2013 here at Silverstone. with a beautiful array of engine notes around Paul Truswell out of Beckett's.
Oh, I love it, John. Absolutely love it. Just to pick up on one thing that you said during the highlights programme, I think it was more of a misspeaking rather than a mistake. The Toyotas actually ran a little bit longer than the Audis.
Sorry, yes, that's exactly right. The
Audis did 22 laps each and the Toyotas did 23 and 24 laps, but you were absolutely right, they did change tyres on the Toyotas but they didn't on the Audis. And such has been the domination of the Audis that I reckon before the next set of pit stops, Alan McNish will actually have lapped Alexander Wurz. So, I mean, such is the pace. You can practically see, if Alexander Wurz looks in his mirror for long enough, he probably won't, but he'll see Alan McNish's headlights appearing behind him, and Alan will certainly be able to see the tail lights of the Toyota up ahead on the long straights.
Davidson in the number 8 Toyota, maybe a minute behind Treluet in the number 1 Audi, but he has just plucked out the best Sector 3 time of anybody in the race, Anthony Davidson in the number 8 car, so pushing on certainly where he got some clean air there. His teammate has been suffering in the early stages of this race with not quite as much pace for whatever reason for the number 7 Toyota. It's bubbling up nicely at the head of GT Pro because the gap is now 5 seconds between the 97 Aston and the 51 Ferrari. They've recently both changed drivers. Jimmy Bruni handing over to Giancarlo Fisichella in the 51, Stefan Mucker handing over to Darren Turner in the 97, and the gap this time is 6.7 seconds, courtesy of a very good Sector 1 time for Darren Turner, but both drivers settling in, getting used to conditions, of course, but well used to their machinery. And it looks like the pace of those two cars will be just as impressive as it was with each of their first drivers.
Now we're going to head down to the pit lane and Louise Beckett in just a moment. Pedro Lamy is out of the Aston Martin and will be able to tell us about his first stint. Louise.
Sorry about that, Pedro. Back with Aston Martin. What happened out there?
Well, it was a good start. After a while, I was losing a little bit of speed, but not much. So the race is long. We have to keep going and trying to have a good rhythm through the race and try to finish well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much like Louise herself, short and sweet. From the pit lane.
Treluet is on a bit of a charge at the moment, John. He's been closing in on Alan McNish the last couple of laps. Alan McNish's last 2 lap times, a 1:48.2 followed by a 1:47.9. Compare those with Treluet's last 2 of 1:44.6 and a 1:44.2. So over the last couple of laps, he's actually gained, 3, 4, 5 seconds on race leader Alan McNish. So, although Treluet's last lap not such a quick one, I suspect that's probably traffic just having its impact. 1:47 for Treluet that time, so the gap will go up again as Alan McNish comes around.
Nick Damon.
Just going to try and have a quick word with, if I can, with Stefan Mucker, who's a... Sorry, Stefan, I interrupt you for a second, sorry. Stefan, that was a very clean stint. You must be very pleased with the performance of the car in this first all-dry session.
Yeah, it was pretty easy. The car was really good. The team did a great job, and actually the condition suits our car quite good. It's a bit warmer today, which helped us, and you know it's quite easy when you're at the lead and have a lot of traffic behind. So yeah, the car was really good. So
really. Well, the only problem you had was you had to try to get into your pit at the end of the stop, wasn't it?
Sorry?
The only problem you had was you had to try to get into the pit store at the end of the stop. There was a problem with some stuff, some fuel.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of people here, so there can be something happening, but it was all right. It was no problem. So we lost not any time, so everything all right.
Thanks, Stefan.
That is the noise of a Porsche.
Driven by Jörg Bergmeister and closing in on a Ferrari. So is that the Kobayashi Ferrari? Have they switched places? Yes, there was only 0.2 of a second as they headed across the line, and it is now the 71 Ferrari ahead of the 91 Porsche. So that's for 3rd and 4th within GT Pro. The gap between 1st and 2nd, Turner to Fisichella, 7 seconds. So Turner is able to find that little bit of pace and open up a gap again. The Ferrari gained on the pit stops. there was a gap of, there was a margin of 4 seconds that Ferrari was quicker in pit lane than the Aston, but that's starting to open up again on track.
The 91 car having to go around the Krone Racing green Ferrari. Just a thought, Paul, that we might be seeing some, what's the word I'm looking for? Payback, I was going to say, but that's not really what I mean. Consequences of the Audis not taking new tyres if they are having to ease their pace. And of course, I say that McNish does a 45 too, but clearly they are on tyres that are considerably now older, some 20 laps nearly older than the tyres that Davidson and Wirtz have.
Yes, it's something that I was keeping an eye on and trying to work out whether it was traffic or quite what it was. I'm of the mind that it's to do with traffic. Because there is a large clump of cars, mainly P2 cars, which the leaders have had to go through, and eventually the Toyotas will have to go through them as well. And then, of course, the gaps will go back up again. But you're right, the last 2 lap times for the 2 Audis have been significantly slower than the 2 Toyotas. The other one I'm trying to keep an eye on are comparing the 2 Rebellion Lolas, because remember, Andrea Bellicchi in the number 13 didn't take on tyres last time, whereas Neil Yarni in the 12 did. And last time around, Yarni was 5 seconds faster than Bellicchi. So we're running up to, what, about another 2-3 laps before their next pit stops. So those tyres will be getting toward the end of their useful life. You're absolutely right.
How conservative do you think Audi were, though, on that first stop? Because I thought they were in a tad early, if I'm honest. I know they've got a smaller tank again, haven't they, this year? In fairness,
precisely so. I mean, the fuel tank is 55 litres. He said. He should have looked that one up before he said so, but I think it's 55 litres for the diesels. The petrol-engined cars, the 2 Toyotas, take on a bit more fuel, but the P1s, it is less fuel, isn't it? So the diesels will want to be cautious to Audis, but no, I think that was pretty much to be expected at, I would have said 23, 24 laps, but you know, they're producing more power this year, and inevitably, when you produce more power, you use more fuel, even if some of it's coming from the brakes.
There's a gap now between Darren Turner and Giancarlo Fisichella of nearly 10 seconds, helped in the fact that the 49 Pecom car is starting to work its way through the GT field, or continuing to work its way through the GT field, and now separates the 2 pro cars, Turner from Fisichella. That was after Nick Manassian's damage after the contact with the 32 Lotus in the very early stages of the race. Alan Simonson still managing to stay with the pro cars, though. He's 3rd within GT class as a whole, so holding his own within the AM class, ahead of Kobayashi and Jörg Bergmeister. Those 4 cars very nearly locked together in a scrap for 3rd place within GT. Simonson, Kobayashi, Bergmeister and Mark Lieb not too far away in the 92 car, as Alan McNish makes his way through the complex into the loop and then through entry corner with a lead of 17, nearly 18 seconds over his teammate Treluet in the number 1 Audi. Davidson continuing to post impressive lap times, relatively speaking, but a 146.7 his last effort. Compare that to a 144.8 for Treluet and a 44.4 for McNish, so lapping about 2 seconds away from the Audi's pace again. Wirtz not too far away from Audi's pace, actually, so possibly the 7 car has sorted out its early gremlins. Marcel Fessler, who will be taking over the number 2 car later on in the race, number 1 car indeed, after Treluet and Lotterer have had stints.
And it'll be Loic Duval in Alan McNish's car.
Okay.
Just, to remind people, I said that what seems to be a very long time ago now, because we weren't sure whether they would be double or single stinting the drivers. Double stint the tyres, you might as well double stint the drivers as well, and that's what Audi have done. Toyota have double stinted the drivers, single stinted their Michelin tyres.
Let me just just to correct myself, it's 58 litres that the Audis are allowed to have on board. Because they're hybrid, they get an extra penalty of 2 litres less. The 2 Toyotas can take on 73 litres of petrol, whereas for the non-hybrid cars, it is 75 and 60 litres respectively.
Phil Kinch has asked me a question at Specutainment on Twitter that I actually don't know the answer to. Well, I think I do, but I'm going to put it out there. Is there a tyre allocation in FIA WEC?
Oh, I can't remember. I think
Nick, rather?
Not in P1.
Thank you. Except in qualifying, where you can only use one set of slicks. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, in which case there's no rule yet.
Right, okay. Thank you. That's fine. Thank you, Phil, for that.
Could well be McNish's in-lap that he's on at the moment. Ben Trellier sets his personal best Sector 2 time on his increasingly light Audi R18 e-tron Quattro, number 1, which goes past me down the Wellington Straight now. And I don't think McNish is quite going to be able to put a lap on Alexander Wurz before the end of his fuel stint.
Just watching the GT battles, the two Porsches are together on the track, Bergmeister and Lieb in 91 and 92 respectively. Got a...
Then 2 laps remain.
That's Lena Gate talking to Ben Trellier, the number 2 car. Now, I'm not sure whether that was live or a little while ago, but there's certainly some movement down in the Audi pits. I was just going to say, gentlemen, Alan Simonson in the Aston Martin, the number 95 car, which leads that category, is third best of the GTEs at the moment, and carrying on where the ARM cars left up from last year. Of course, they've moved up a year in specification, but I do seem to remember, Paul, at various times last year, the 2011 Aston Martin was quicker than the 2012 car. As into the lane, excuse me, Paul, interrupt myself here.
No, that's
into the lane comes Alan McNish.
I think there is beneath me, and we are...
I don't think he is. Oh, well, I suppose he's a bit shorter.
He's shorter than me. I don't think... And already Alan's out with his seat padding. Loic Duval, a much more statuesque figure, therefore is on the bare seat at the back. There's a man leaning in, and they are fueling, of course, which takes all the time. There'll be a tyre change. Marcel Fassler is eagerly waiting car 1, who's obviously now going to do an extra lap before he comes in, because they were 17 seconds or so behind on the track. And that's obviously more than has been elapsed already. After the car goes on the jacks. A new set of Michelin, I'll say slicks, because I don't think even though they haven't got any tread, and I don't think they'll be intermediate at this point, despite whatever may be happening when it's wet later. All very standard stuff, this service. It gives you a good chance to look at the new Audi rear end, which of course is the Toyota copycat wheel arch fenders. They do have a situation where they actually the main rear... Oh, stalled it. It's got away. Duval stalls that. That's lost in 3 or 4 seconds. So it was all going absolutely perfectly to the last bit where he lifted the clutch and the thing went, no thanks very much, and stalled. And any second now, we'll get the number 1 car in, and there was an interesting shake of the head during that stall as... I think Dr. Ulrich had to restart his stopwatch because he stopped it because it was off.
1 minute and 31 seconds for that Audi number 2 then. McNish to Loic Duval, and 54 litres of fuel, diesel taken on board by Loic. Now, interestingly, that 131 compares with the Toyota driver change time of 133, so Audi's pit stop work, as ever, very, very good. Unbeaten for a driver change and tyres as well for Audi.
So waiting for that
car comes in, guys.
Okay, we'll stay with you for that, Nick.
It's quite a tight entry, actually. He comes in very sharp. They have to run with the line, avoid the RS5 safety car. So the Audi's kind of blocking the other Audi. Alan McNish looks very hot as he walks across to observe his teammate and main rival. And their pit stop, but this is a similar event again. We see Benoit Trellier get out. In hops Marcel Fassler.
And Nick, I have some information from Chris Williams at Michelin about how you guys in the pits can tell the intermediates without grooves. They have the words Michelin Total Performance on the sidewall. Okay?
That's really interesting. That means we saw them during qualifying.
Yes, they were on.
You know, I mentioned to you that they had these new slips with extra adverts on the side. So they weren't extra adverts, those markings saying those new intermediates.
They internally are called a hybrids tyre, but obviously they're not just for hybrids. So if you see Michelin Total Performance on the sidewall, those are the special grooveless inters.
That's always good to know. Alan has disappeared behind me. Ben was having a drink, but I will have a word with either or both of them in the next few minutes, John.
That's Nick Damon down in the Audi pit. So stints for the Audis then, Paul, from those second stints, just a tad shorter for the number 2 car.
Yeah, 23 for the number 2, 24 laps for the number 1. So as compared to both of them having done 22 laps on the first tankful. Now, bearing in mind that the first tankful had to include the lap out to the grid and then a single lap behind the pace car, the safety car, for the rolling start lap. So there were a couple of extra laps done on that first tankful, but it does suggest that they were a tad conservative.
Paul, issue for the number 61 AF Corsa Ferrari. This is the Jack Gerber and Matt Griffin car.
That's at Brooklands, by the way.
It's been pushed out. Fantastic job again by the marshals. Thank you, and thank you. Getting him out of quite a wet gravel trap and into the pit lane for Nick.
And we're with Alan McNish. That was a stint you're going to be quite proud of, I would think.
Yeah, no, it was good. To be honest with you, I was very surprised that I was able to run quite a good pace on the first lap, considering that I had no dry running. But after that, got into it, the field were quicker than the Toyota in certain areas of the track. They're quicker than others. I got past Anthony into Stowe in quite a deep braking, but then Alex thankfully made it very easy for me in the last corner when he ran wide. I think he got some dirt in the tyre and ran a bit wide. And then after that, it was just a head down trying to pull away.
Noticeable changes from last year is the car's running much less laps, so basically have Audi decided we'll have power rather than economy this year.
Yeah, but you remember we've got more downforce, and downforce equals drag, and drag equals less fuel economy.
And also, the good news is you managed to double stint the tyres. It wasn't always the case last year either, was it?
No, but we did that here. To be honest with you, I don't expect that to be the issue going forward through the year, but we actually double stinted the tyres here. The nature of the circuit, and I think with the more downforce, it does help.
Alan, well done and good luck for the race.
Watching the forward movement on the number 26. This is the G-Drive Racing, the black Orica 03 Nissan for Mike Conway, who started the car. Roman Rusinov yet to get in the car, but it's John Martin that's caught Johnny Palmer's eye here.
Yeah, not so long back, of course, that car was in 4th position and had to get past 2 Oak Racing cars, the 35 and the 24 of Martin Plowman and Olivier Pla. Jean Martin, though, has pulled away from that battle to the tune of something like half a minute.
Speed seemed to slow down a bit towards the end there. What do you think that was?
Sorry,
Speed on the Toyota seemed to slow down a bit.
I think we didn't really see the performance in qualifying and the practice because the conditions were so changeable. And to be honest with you, I was quite surprised by the performance that we had relative to the Toyota. We were quicker in certain sectors of the circuit, and then in other areas they're a bit faster. But I got into the lead, and then with the traffic, I was able to pull away.
Thank you. Go and get warm.
My doctor's
Louise Beckett there, just picking off Alan McNish as it was the big doctor, Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich, who handed Alan his jacket. It's still clearly very blowy down in pit lane. Alan eschewing Dr. Ulrich's jacket, presumably for his own. Into the pit lane, Paul, has come Alexander Wirtz after a stint that has measured how long?
Let me go and...
Whilst you work that out, Paul,
go on.
P2 change of lead. John
Right.
Martin is now in front of Pizzonio. That's what I was working up to, by the way, but before I was so rudely interrupted by Louise Beckett.
Well, Alan McNish, really.
Well, possibly, yeah.
So Alexander Wirtz coming in doing a 25-lap stint. His first stint was 23. And Anthony Davidson has stayed out again. And that car, remember, Anthony Davidson stayed out a lap longer last time. So we'll see whether this has a cumulative effect or whether it was a one-off.
They're ready for Anthony Davidson, and the smaller figure of Nicolas Lapierre puts his seat insert in as the taller figure of Alexander Wirtz gets out of Toyota number 7. They're refueling away. New tyres, new slicks are laid out ready to go, and they've just brought the even hotter slicks out of the back for car number 8 that will be following in next time around. And the French driver Nicolas Lapierre is just waiting for the fueling to be redone. Then, of course, in as fast as time as possible, they will put on the fresh set of Michelin rubber.
the interesting thing is that although Anthony Davidson took over in the lead of the race as a result of staying out for longer with his Toyota, Alexander Wurz wasn't able to take over second place in the race. He was falling so far behind that both of the Audis managed to get out and stay ahead of Alexander Wurz, even though they've lost the lead of the race to Anthony Davidson. When Davidson comes in, of course, at the end of this lap or the next, then it will change back. But certainly an indication of the difference in pace between the two Toyotas. Anthony Davidson definitely quicker than Alexander Wurz was.
And Davidson has just come to a halt, and he will have the same sort of stop as Lapierre, fueling, and Stefan Sarrazin's getting in. He doesn't have a whole seat to put in as Lapierre did, just a small back cushion for his back, a little tailor-made insert. And while I was watching all that, I just noticed one of the Works Porsches come out of its garage. I'm afraid I didn't see that go in while I was watching the number 7 pit stop. I'll try and find out why that was pushed back into the garage. Back in the race, though.
So the number 2 Audi takes over the lead again as Anthony comes in for his pit stop. That's Loic Duval then taking over in the lead of the race, and that makes 6 leader changes or changes of lead already, as into the lead goes Loic Duval. I thought it was interesting, John, what Alan McNish was saying about the low downforce. Interesting as well the way the calendar is structured. You've got low downforce Silverstone followed by low downforce Spa, lowish downforce Spa, and then obviously low downforce Le Mans, which is probably the way you want it, because what is interesting is how the cars are going to use those extra winglets on the lower downforce circuits. My information is that Toyota have committed to using the wheel arch extensions, the extra wings, for Le Mans, which they didn't use last year at Le Mans, and Audi is undecided. Correct. Or at least they're not in a position to tell me whether they will use the high downforce wheel arch extension rear end or whether they'll use the 2012,
as it were.
Yes, I mean, it will be a 2013 car and it will be specially designed for it, but it will be a Le Mans style a low downforce. You know, think Porsche low downforce, high downforce wings in the old 956, 962 range.
Andrea Bellicchi comes in out of 5th position for the Rebellion team, and thank you, Nick.
Driver change, tyres, fuel, clean windscreen, soup up the turbo fan on the dashboard, the whole lot. I think I'm not quite sure which driver's got in, but I will find out if I'm meandering down there, because I think that pretty soon we'll see Neil Yarney out of the superbly performing number 12 car.
Nick Damon down in the pit lane. Time for a quick guest. Oh, sorry, Bruce, go ahead.
I was going to say I couldn't see who got into that with the white helmet. I think it's probably Matthias Besch getting in. About to get very busy, so let's have a quick word with a guest in the studio here. Jim Cameron is with us from Mission Motorsport. Easy for me to say. Welcome to Silverstone, a very proud man, as you've got 2 of your race retrain recover guys in the pit lane properly working for Aston Martin in the WEC.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Nathan and James, it's been their first week in work with Aston Martin Racing, and they've just completed the first successful round of pit stops. They're the vent guys as well, so they're pointing out to me this morning they're the first guys on the car and then the last guys with their hands off the car in order to release it at the end. Yeah, they're fitting in really well.
Now we think of you guys getting drivers behind the wheel of cars when they've come back from foreign climes. If you're not sure what Mission Motorsport's all about, this is our servicemen and women who come back in slightly less of a pristine state than we sent them out on our behalf. A lot of people surviving more severe injuries from nowadays, which is good in one respect, Jim, but clearly it has a knock-on effect when they come back, because we need to find them something productive and relevant to do.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, the war in Afghanistan, we'd have had the First World War and the Second World War by now. It would have been over, done, dusted, and we're still out.
That's a good point.
And the legacy that leaves you of broken guys who've sort of come back, who you need to find the next thing for and to help them rebuild their lives is dramatic. It's a big bill of people, and we really look, in order to find opportunity in motorsport and in the motor industry, to help stimulate the guys and find them something proper, rewarding, that they're going to love. motorsport, and at this top level here, you know, it's just fantastic. A real adrenaline rush, team activity. But they go to it's all expeditionary. They go to a new place, set themselves up, and then deliver a product as a team at the end of it. So they're fitting in really nicely.
As I say, we've been watching you putting guys into cars behind the wheel, and showing their skills.
On car 96 for the contact with car 51. Black and white flag on car 96 for the contact with car 51.
That's Eduardo Freitas putting out the driving standards flag for Roald Gotha after that incident with Giancarlo Fisichella a little while ago. So the Aston Martin number 96 and the Ferrari got together, and Roald has been adjudged the guilty party. Just turned in on Giancarlo Fisichella going into the loop area. Just a very small touch, but it's basically the black and white flag says we're watching you, don't get any better, don't do it again, otherwise we will have you into the pit lane. Yeah, we expect to see the guys coming and doing driving, but getting them doing other things, particularly guys who are highly trained. The Royal Electrical and Mechanical Engineers, Remy, these guys are qualified engineers, and putting them into the highly charged atmosphere of a race team is actually not that different from what they've been doing. They're used to following orders and learning on their feet.
Yeah, no, indeed, and they're pretty good at sort of getting on with it as well. Of course, also in motorsport, you notice that things don't tend to stop at 5 o'clock; that you just keep going until the work gets done. So we really rate these two guys. James Longmate is Remy Corporal. Was wounded back in 2010. He's currently, with some money that we've sourced through Walking with the Wounded, doing a degree in motorsport at the University of Derby. Very successfully, and of course everybody on his course now absolutely hates him because of what he's getting to come and do at weekends.
Just watching this battle for third place in GTE Pro with Kamui Kobayashi in the 71 Ferrari, with Mark Lieb right up the Ferrari's tailpipes at the moment. Kamui, the latest to come through the FIA WEC feeder series that is Formula 1, and down the inside looks like the 92 Porsche. Mark Lieb has a little look but can't quite get the past the stick as the Ferrari punches out of Luffield and through Woodcote a little better down the old pit straight, the national pit straight, and there's 2 or 3 cars lengths now as they turn in to what I still want to call the first corner. Of course, it's still difficult for that, and they head up towards the Beckett's S's with 3 or 4 cars lengths between them. Keep our eye on that at the moment. So those two guys are doing great guns, Jim. What else have you got going? Because quite clearly you're not one to rest on your laurels, neither is Mission Motorsport, and yes, fantastic, 2 guys, job done, tick that off, but that's 2 guys out of a lot of guys that you want to be able to help. We'll be going down to the pit in just a moment. Well, I'll ask you that question again in a moment, because we're going to go down to Alexander Wirtz. Maybe we can find out what the issue was at the middle part of that stint for him. Louise Beckett is down there.
With that performance, what was the problem?
No, not happy at all. That was a very frustrating first stint. My front tire gave up after 3 or 4 laps. And then I had a lot of understeer, and the tire just gone, so we had to change tires at the first stop because we lost so much time. I mean, there was no more rubber left on the tire, it was that bad. Anyway, that's life, so tough work in the office today.
Thank you.
So there we are then, Alex Wirtz and Anthony Davison out of those cars now, and now we know why.
With 91 as well for you. Car 91, I said it came out of the pit garage. That's with Jörg Bergmeister brought it in. Olaf Manti told me that the Works Porsche, the front suspension seemed a little loose, so they thought it was rather wise to come in and check. It cost them a couple of minutes, but all appears to be fine, and Jörg Bergmeister back in the race. Car 91 going very well, but a little setback. Lost a lap and a bit of time there, I'm afraid. And good luck to James Cameron and all his boys. We saw them last October, I believe, in the 24 Hours here at Silverstone. Very, very valiant effort, and long may it last.
Before something else happens that I have to interrupt you for, you've got all sorts of things going on at the moment. Give us the edited highlight, James, if you don't mind.
We're going to be doing a bit of rallying. It's London Rally for Heroes, based out of Brooklands next weekend. It's going to have a double amputee navigating that, and I think another double amputee actually is running the service crew. And then we sort of push into the summer sporting season. And for those of you who remember the Brit Car 24 Hour here at Silverstone last year, that 370Z GT Academy cars we're actually going to be running during the course of this year as Mission Motorsport as a team. And that's going to provide a lot of opportunity for a lot of our guys to run at a very decent level of motorsport. So it's very exciting for us. Of course, there's Nissan all over the place at the moment in motorsport, and we're going to be contributing towards it by running the Works Group N370Zs.
Thanks for coming to see us. I know you've got lots of people to see, hands to shake and deals to do. It's missionmotorsport.org. James Cameron, keep us abreast of what's going on, won't you?
Thanks, mate.
Cheers, mate. So let's get back to the track, Paul.
Yes, just to say we've had the Stracker Racing HPD in the pits. A very long stint there from Johnny Kane when he brought the car in, doing altogether 27 laps on his tank full of petrol in the HPD. Johnny Kane handing over the car now to Nick Leventis, who's taken it back out again. Meanwhile, on the track itself, this threat for the number 7 car to be lapped has still not gone away, because Nicolas Lapierre has Loic Duval, the two Frenchmen, fighting it out now. And again, that's not for position. It's going to be for Loic Duval in the number 2 Audi, putting a lap onto the number 7 Toyota of Nicolas Lapierre.
We have drops of rain in the pits. Still sunny, incredibly windy. The weather's changing quite fast. We've had this before for a few minutes, but a little more rain. The team's just getting a little bit concerned. Got to keep an eye, obviously, on what happens in the next 5 minutes or so. Drops of rain in the pit lane.
Thank you to Bruce. And we can see some drops of rain on the cameras as well as this battle continues to be joined. We'll get to Nick in the pit lane in just a wee moment, but once again the Porsche number 92 of Mark Lieb is in the wheel tracks as they head down to the Beckett's S's of Kamui Kobayashi in that tricolour coloured and red coloured Ferrari, the AF Corsa car. The AF car is doing a great job in getting their cars with the national flags on right over the top and down the side, so you've got half a chance of being able to tell all of the red Ferraris. And as I said earlier on, I think they're running something like 40 cars in different championships this year. They did have a blue two-tone blue and white one yesterday, which confused Graham Goodwin of Daily Sports Car no end. Olivier Pla is down in the pit lane with Louise Beckett. Let's find out how he's been going.
Olivier, you've been in big talks with the team since you've been back. How was that stint for you?
Well, I have to say it was a difficult stint. We were a bit in trouble to keep the speed. We had a big understeer. I have to deal with this. So for the first few laps of the stint, it's okay. But after we had quite a big drop off of the front tires, and I don't know why, but on the last stint I have a lot of vibration in the front. On the front tires, so we need to investigate why. But we are happy to at the moment, so we will try to push harder through the end, and we'll see.
Thank you.
And let's get down to Nick Damon. I promised we'd have a quick word with Nick.
Hello, Johnny.
Hello, Nick.
I've enjoyed the show. Interestingly, the main point was the number 12 came in during the Rebellion car came in. Neil Yanni didn't get out, which was surprising. He's triple stinting, just fuel for Neil. There was as Paul said, there was a full service for the Stracker. Johnny Kane got out, unfortunately he disappeared, but I will try and grab him a bit later. And at the same time, whilst we were hearing from Mission Motorsport, what a fantastic thing that is, the two G-Drive cars came in from, I believe, first and probably third in P2 and then left at the same level again, despite the fact one had a driver change and one didn't.
Johnny Palmer is deep in thought, studying the timing screen at the moment. We're 10 laps away from pit stops at the head of the field, which still sees Loic Duval and Marcel Fesler, the number 2 and number 1 Audi, separated by just over 14 seconds. That's that battle in GTE Pro from Kamui Kobayashi, and Mark Lieb refuses to die down.
Yeah, the gap first to second has I won't say stagnated, because that makes it sound like it's dull, but it's stabilised, hasn't it? Nothing has really happened to it through the pit stop interval. Both Audis having a driver change, both changing tyres, and the gap has stayed pretty constant. However, back to the Toyotas, even though the Toyotas can go a bit longer on their tanks of fuel, with 25 laps being completed by both of the Toyotas rather than the 23 and 24 that the Audis did, the gap has gone up by about 5 seconds over the last 15 laps. Now, that's not a lot, but and it's a bit more than is explained just by the kind of concertina effect of traffic. So, and in fact, now it's happened, hasn't it? Because Loic Duval, looking out of the window, Loic Duval has got himself now a lap ahead of Nicolas Lapierre in the number 7. So Audi's certainly in P1 looking very dominant. But as I said before the race, John, if Audi weren't significantly ahead of Toyota, I'd be very worried for the rest of the season, because this is a 2013 car that Audi has. Toyota's still running with their 2012 car, and I think the truth will only be seen come Spa, when we are confident that we will see one at least of the new Toyotas.
No, the truth will only be seen at Le Mans.
Well, you're right.
We will see one of the new Toyotas. The truth will be played out over 24 hours at Le Mans for the 90th anniversary. But I honestly, the 7 car, we're told, will be full 2013 spec with the new chassis, the new underpinnings, the new aero around the front, the engine changes, and that car will... Oh, and there's been an incident for Straka, and there's heavy damage to the right front of that car. And
right in front of me, actually, John. It's at the village corner.
Nick Leventis, he's moving in the car. And there's also Jack Gerber's 51 car, the AF Corsa machine. Sorry, no, that's Giancarlo Fisichella that's going slow. My apologies.
No, you're right.
I was right the first time. Oh, and Nick Leventis lost it on the way in, went over the curb, and Fisichella, about to turn into the corner, was sideswiped by a car coming backwards. That's going to look good on the insurance form. Not Giancarlo's fault at all.
It wasn't Giancarlo, it was Gerber. It was the 61 car.
Sorry, Jack Gerber's car, yes. And that's poor Jack, the South African. He's got some radiator damage and some right front bodywork damage on that car. Far greater damage to the bodywork of Nick Leventis' car. He stayed in the car. The plucky British marshals are doing their best to get him out with marshal power, and they seem to be doing it. Pushing him out of the gravel trap there, Paul, in your view.
Yes, I mean... There's actually, to be fair, there's only about 6 of them, but just shows the strength of the British Marshal, I suppose. They've got him out of the gravel. I don't know that they're actually going to encourage him to go back and do what will amount to 3/4 of a lap, because although it's not very far to the national pits, it's a long way round to get all the way back to the International Grand Prix pits. And I suspect that what will, I don't know, I mean, the way that Nick is staying at the wheel suggests that he's keen to get on with it. Jack Gerber is just going through the Beckett's S's and causing problems for the Proton Ferrari. The Felbermeyer car there having to take to the grass in order to avoid Jack Gerber.
The problem with that, Paul, is it doesn't look too bad for Jack. There's a little bit of bodywork damage just ahead of the right front wheel, but there was definitely some fluids coming out of that car. I'm not sure what happened to Nick, but he'd lost that car on the way in, backwards over the curb. He's a passenger. We get a better look from... Oh, he came wide out of Farm.
It's Farm that's caused the problem, isn't it?
That's nearly flat out, if not flat out, in a prototype car. And he's gone wide there, Paul, hasn't he? And then lost it backwards. And there is that is the 71 car of Fisichella that's going around. See, I just... no, that's Kobayashi, excuse me. So if there's 3 Ferraris in the race, Hindhaugh will manage to get the 3rd one only when all 3 of them have had an incident. Fisichella still in 2nd in the 51. The 71 is Kamui Kobayashi, who was battling with Mark Lieb for 2nd.
What's happened? Yeah, I know what's happened.
3rd
John.
place. Yeah, he's gone off on the water of the other one.
On the oil or water, because there's now a red and yellow striped flag being shown at Beckett's, and in fact that was what almost caught out the Felbermeyer Proton car as well, which I said had taken to the grass. It wasn't necessarily an avoidance of Jack Gerber. It was in reaction to the fact that the track wasn't as grippy as it was the previous time he went round.
In front of me. I think I did see on one of the shots it was leaking water. Of course, like the Porsches, there are radiators at the front end of that Ferrari, and they have been completely pierced. So it's on that front right, it's pouring out water, thankfully, not oil. And that is not the work of a minute. I think the chassis rails seem okay. They're going to have to take out the whole front end, remove the radiator systems, and everything else that goes with it. Of course, there's no engine at the front here. It's a mid-engine machine that they've completely opened it up, so I can have a quick shufty. And yeah, it's radiator damage. It looks like they've actually managed to avoid damaging any of the suspension pickups or the main chassis area. So they build them tough in Maranello, don't they? and the rest of the ancillary seem unharmed. So still quite a long job, and certainly a completely innocent party in that accident.
Yeah, Nick Leventis is out of the car, I can tell you. He's walking away, shoulders very hunched down, and I think that's really just because of his disappointment rather than any personal injury, but he's out of the car and walking away. So that, I think, probably is our first retirement.
Before we get into pit stops at the head of the field for the Audis and the Toyotas, delighted to welcome to the booth Derek Bell, MBE, is that right?
That's correct, yeah. I've almost forgotten that.
No, I never forget that, you know that. How you doing, sir?
I'm very, very well, actually. It's great to be here. I haven't been here for 2 years. It's terrible, isn't
it lovely
Yeah.
to get the motor racing season in Europe underway with a 6-hour race?
It's nice to get in here and people say hello, and you go, you remember me? You know, on the gate as you come in, even the security guys are getting familiar to me, or me to them, yeah.
Big year for Le Mans this year, 90th anniversary for the great race. Fantastic fantastic memories for you there, still as Britain's most successful driver at the 24 hours, and lots of things going on at Le Mans this year, and I'm sure you're going to be part of them.
Well, I hope so. Funnily enough, they haven't really talked to me about it very much. I'm a bit sort of surprised, because I'm sure with the 90th year they would want some people that had won a few of the races, but I haven't been invited to go at all. Not that I need to be invited to turn up there, because I've been, you know, most years for the last few years anyway. But I don't know. I hate going and doing nothing. I'm not the greatest spectator, but there is so much to do, because I can talk to people like you and then walk around and, you know, see some of the teams. It's the most incredible atmosphere.
Obviously, you've had links with Bentley over the years. Their GT3 program coming on apace at the moment. Possibly even see that car in British GT before the end of the year, but certainly hoping to see that next year. I mean, the diesels from Audi against the petrol hybrids from Toyota at the moment, all this new technology. It's an age away and a world away from what, even just a decade ago, isn't it? Pace of change.
I know. I find it amazing. I mean, I think technology is unbelievable, and the only thing that concerns me is I hope the public understand all the technology and why it's being done. It's rather like in Formula One with all the different tyres. You think, you know, why can't we just have a damn race where they all drive on the same tyre the whole time? Then we'll see really who should win. But there's so much more to it. It's not a lottery, but it's down to people that do their sums right and do a great job. And I think we're seeing that, as you say, between the Toyotas rather and the Audis.
Is it a different game now, Derek, from when you were in your pomp? Because this looks to me very much, you know, this race and even the 24 hours of Le Mans now, we hear drivers say it's a 24-hour sprint. You don't run at 80% or 75% of the car anymore. You basically, if you're a works driver, you've got a gun to your head as you go out every time. You've got to be almost doing qualifying laps.
Yes, well, I think about that quite a lot. I think they forget just how hard racing was in our day. Don't forget, there were only two of us in the car in those days.
Good point.
But apart for quite some years, or from all the years right up to like 84 or something, when Ix and I went up to 3. But I think it's just terribly, terribly tough on the drivers, because they are going flat out, because the cars are allowed to go flat out. Now, in our day, we went flat out, but we were told to use 7,600 revs and only to use 1.1 boost. And then as the race progressed, they would let us use more boost and or more revs when we found that we could get by on the fuel. But we drove our heart out. And if you actually think that maybe we really did, we'd still come out and get laid on beds of ice.
Yeah, absolutely. So, don't go away. We're going to nip down to the pit lane. Johnny Kane is with Louise Beckett.
Johnny, it was a great stint by you, but it's not really been Stracker's weekend, has it?
No, it's been a tough weekend, really. The weather's been very mixed, and it meant that, you know, Nick hadn't done a lot of running. I'd done 0 laps in the dry, so, you know, we're up against it. Quite a few updates on the car this year, a lot of new stuff, and we haven't really got on top of any of it, so we knew this weekend was going to be tough, but if the weather had been better, it probably would have been slightly easier. But from my point of view, yeah, not bad first stint. Struggled a little bit with the front tyre second stint. Had to manage that quite a lot. And then once the fuel came off, it got better again. So, you know, getting through all the GTs and the P2s at the start was quite exciting. Got us up into, you know, up onto the back of the P1 grid. But, you know, unfortunately, Nick's, you know, looks like he's just had a bit of a mistake or something on the brakes. I'm not exactly sure what's happened because I didn't see it. So we'll have to have a look at the data. But yeah, disappointing way to finish a tough weekend, really.
Thank you.
Thank you, Louise. Down in the pit of grid, right back from the very back of the grid from Johnny Kane, and bad luck on Nick Leventis there not to get that car through to the end on what is very much their home race. They are based 2 or 3 miles up the road between here and Toaster, which is not a very long distance away. At Mr. Derek Bell, because Derek Bell MBE is with us in the studio and on Twitter now, which, I mean, there's more new technology. I never thought I'd hear myself saying that you'd be on Twitter. Derek, what are you doing to keep yourself busy at the moment?
Well, I've just come in yesterday. I've got some work here at Goodwood. I work up at Goodwood sort of doing event days for Lord March, which I enjoy, and some other things. So I come in for 3 or 4 days when I can. I'm all over the world. I've just been in China for 2 weeks, actually at the Chinese Grand Prix track with Bentley. We were there for nearly 2 weeks working with the launch of the new GT Speed.
And 10 years since they won at Le Mans as well, of course.
That's right. Yeah, a really big thing. So that's why we were talking. I had the Le Mans car there, and I was talking about our history.
Are you still allowed to drive that car?
Yes, why not?
Do they drive? Because
I'm so old, you mean? You're being bloody rude, John.
No, because the car is irreplaceable. It's the last Bentley to own Le Mans, but they still run that car.
I know. Well, we do have 7 or 6 of them, so we do have a car that they allow me. And if I screw up, well, it doesn't really matter because it wasn't a winning car, but nobody knows.
Derek, thanks for coming to see us. We'll see you at Le Mans, of course.
I hope so.
Come and find us.
Yeah, I will.
Derek Bell, who's with us this afternoon. Johnny Palmer also in the booth with me, and Paul Trustwell is out at Beckett's. We're due some stops at the head of the field, Paul.
Yes, the next Audi stop's due on lap 68, possibly 69. So we've got another 5 laps to go yet before they come in. Just looking down to Rebellion, though, as Nick pointed out, Neil Yarney is going to drive half the race practically. He's out there for a triple. I think the reason they put him out for a triple is that they chose to have the number 12 car have a fuel-only stop on that last stop. And so they've kind of got back on terms with the number 13 car, which was started by Andrea Bellicchi, wasn't it? And then Kong Fu Cheng has now taken over at the wheel of it. But as I say, so they've done the same number of tyre stops now on the 2 Rebellion cars, and that's left Neil Yarney in the lead, or in 5th place overall, of the other Rebellion car, which is in 6th. And the 2 of them separated by about half a minute as they go around currently on different laps. Meanwhile, the gap first to second is now 15 seconds, second to third a minute and 10, in fact up to a minute and 11 seconds now, as the race leader Loic Duval comes through to complete his 64th lap now.
Live from Silverstone, this is the WEC first round for 2013. The FIA WEC 3 wider. There's a clip again, and one of the Porsches getting just a little love tap there. It's the 92 car. Being driven by Mark Lieb, and that was the Krone Racing Ferrari that was involved again. Let's head straight down to the pit lane and to Bruce Jones.
Yeah, news from Lotus Land. I've got Kevin Weeder, who actually got a good session in there in car number 31, but it had its problems from the start with the door flying open a lot. Did they manage to fix that properly?
They did, yeah. They managed to secure the door, so we're, as you pointed out, a couple of pit stops in already, so we're just sort of taking our time trying to do some setup work on the car, see if we can understand it.
Christophe Bouchou's just taken over. I noticed them working on the front of the car. Were they putting on little extra winglets?
They were. Earlier, Tony had complained that the car was a bit snappy, a bit oversteer, so they took the dive planes off to make the car and do some understeer, and they actually created too much. The car was quite pushy, so they put the dive planes back on for Christophe.
But the 31 car was the one that was the brand new one, but the 32 car, the sister car, has had all the problems. It's had half the race so far in the pits. Jan Charouz's just gone back out now at last, but seems they're having the bad run.
Well, they did. Unfortunately for Jan, early in the race, one of the other competitors came down the inside and rather aggressively ran into him, so it did a bit of damage, so they were in here for repairs.
Okay, well, best of luck. We worried before it might be a bit of a test session, but anyhow, it's track time now that counts.
Absolutely. Get the cars to the finish line. We'll feel like a successful day and go on to Spa.
That's it. Good fighting spirit from Kevin Weeder there. Car number 31.
Nick.
Yeah, I have the innocent party in the major incident earlier. It's Jack Gerber. Jack, I was going to ask you what you saw of the accident, but I expect you just felt it.
What corner did you say?
What did you feel of the accident?
Look, it's motor racing. These things happen. The first I knew of it was I saw the LMP2 coming across the road backwards. I assume he'd gone off on the right, lost it on the grass, and shot across. There's nothing I could do. I guess nothing he could do. I'm sure it wasn't intentional, obviously.
Team working hard. Will they be able to get the car out, do you know?
Yeah, they think about half an hour.
Thanks, Jack.
Pit stop for Porsche number 92. Mark Lieb is already out of the car, so this is another set of pit stops for the GT runners. Quick word with a couple of guests who've just popped in. In fact, no, we'll go down to Kamui Kobayashi. Before that, Louise Beckett is down in the Ferrari pits with our latest newcomer from our feeder series, that is F1.
Your first stint in endurance. How did you find it with that traffic?
Well, I mean, it's not easy. I think there's a lot of car around, and we take a lot of pickup as well. So it's not easy to be consistent for me. But this is for me fast step, and yeah, I think the next session will be better.
Thank you.
So Kamui Kobayashi then, coming over from that single-seater series, and you might have heard earlier on that we were reporting just before the race started that Mark Webber has been reported from the paddock at China to have signed a 5-year deal to drive with Porsche. That story's getting picked up by a number of people now. We're still waiting for some confirmation on that. If we get it before the end of the race, we will pass it through to you. Doug Feehan, the programme manager for Corvette Racing in the US, is with me. Now, it's not unusual for me to talk to you, Doug, but I didn't expect to see you here. Welcome to my church.
Thank you so much. I have to say this is my first visit to Silverstone, and from what I've seen thus far today, I can assure you it won't be my last. What a magnificent facility that you've created here. It's an amazing racetrack.
It's not just me, you know, there's a team of other people who've...
You told me you did this on your own.
What are you doing here? What is this? Is this a bit of time off from the American Le Mans series, or is this something that you're not going to tell me about, even if I ask the right question?
You know me well. Actually, John, tomorrow is the FIA Sporting Working Group meeting, for which I represent the manufacturers, and so we'll be conducting those meetings here right at Silverstone. So I thought I'd come in a day early, take in the WEC event, and then attend the meeting tomorrow.
It's as we've got one of the Lotus off and getting some Marshall power there. It's not been a good baptism for those cars. 31, says Johnny over the other side of the booth from me. It's been a very steep learning curve for you guys in Corvette going into the GTE, as it's called now, category. Great to see the Labra boys here still campaigning one of your old cars and planking the thing right at the top of the timing screens. Got beaten by the Astons, but still very, very competitive indeed. Any plans for us to see any more of America's sports car over here in Europe, other than, of course, you guys coming to Le Mans?
Well, you know, John, it's an interesting proposition, and we've looked at it from several different angles. They do such a wonderful job of representing us. It would be counterproductive in my eyes for us to bring a factory team over here and compete against them, when in fact they're doing an absolutely wonderful job for us. That allows us to focus on product development in the States and the American Le Mans Series and Le Mans, and they become the beneficiaries of everything we learn. So it seems to be a great balance.
There is an opportunity for you to race in the GTE Pro category with the new car, whereas there would still be one iteration behind. But, I mean, is the FIA WEC where a works GM team needs to be, or do you need to be concentrating on America and obviously the world's greatest motor race, which just happens to be at Le Mans?
Sure. I think in a perfect world, absolutely we would be here.
Good.
But as with any company, we are resource limited, and so you have to make some very valued judgments as to how you spend the finite amount of economics that you are provided by the corporation. And based on that, we've limited our participation to the American Le Mans Series, and then obviously the cornerstone of our entire program is the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and we've marketed that quite successfully. I'd love to be over here in WEC competing against these guys right now, and I think everybody in the corporation would. But we have to take just a serious look at the balance that we've created between dollars spent and dollars earned, and right now that balance is pretty strong. It would take something extraordinary, I think, to be able to move us off of that.
Porsche back in to this championship and coming to Le Mans as a works team. You're not racing them here, but you will be racing them at the Le Mans 24 Hours head-to-head in that LMGTE Pro category. That's a statement of intent from the guys back at Weissach, isn't it?
Yeah, no question about it. And you look at these new cars that they've created, they're absolutely beautiful renditions of the totally classic Porsche design, and I think they're comporting themselves quite well in the race today. And obviously, I mean, I would be totally fabricating a story if I told you I didn't have an interest in watching what Ferrari were doing, watching what Porsche was doing, watching how Aston has performed here as well, because we are going to see these guys at Le Mans in June.
Very quick word, because we're on WEC duty this weekend, but it'd be remiss of me not to ask you about the American scene. USCR is the bringing together of a sports car racing from the American Le Mans, the ACO style of racing, and the Grand Am, the Daytona style of racing. GM involved in both, in parallel programs. What are we going to see in 14? As we've got a problem with one of the Oak Racing Morgans, that's the 45 car, I think.
Puncture.
And it looks like a puncture for Jean-Marc Merlin. He was in 6th position. He's made it back to the pit lane. It went just going into Stowe Corner, and he's done well to get. Oh no, I think that might be suspension failure, even more than a puncture. That car, but he's made it back into the lane anyway. Doug Feehan is with us, the program manager for Chevrolet Corvette. So just going back to what I was saying, how do you think that'll shake out in general, and more particularly for GM? Do you have to make a decision about which parts of the program to keep, or is there an opportunity to develop parallel strands within the United Sports Car Racing Series?
I think we'll go ahead and keep those parallel paths. We've got all the pieces in place to continue the implementation of both of those programs. And when we look at the amalgamation of the two series, I think you look at the two most powerful aspects of that, certainly from my perspective, is the fact that we're going to have expanded opportunities to race at storied and wonderful fixed facilities, whether it be Sears Point, whether it be Watkins Glen, certainly the 24 Hours of Daytona back on the Corvette schedule. That's a good thing, and I think we're going to see a widely expanded and far greater reach in our TV audience. So when you look at those two things from a pure marketing perspective, that's moving the ball right down the field as rapidly as you possibly could.
Thanks for coming to see us. Don't necessarily feel you've got to disappear, because I'm going to talk with Ollie Gavin, who's with you as well in a moment. I just need to nip down to the pit side. We just had the leader in there, guys.
We have indeed, and it was, I think when you look up textbook, you'll see that pit stop, because he came in, he took some fuel, he left, and there were no in any way errors or cock-ups or anything else, and now we're waiting for car one, so that was the leader, and they've moved them apart on a lap-by-lap basis. Car one will also now come in for fuel. There are tyres available for car one. This is interesting. Whether they're going to take them or it's merely a precaution. Don't forget, we did see some checks by the Michelin man, not Bevendum, just the Michelin technician, at the first stop where they were checking tyre pressures. Now the tyres are available. This is entirely rare. They will have them available in case of emergencies and not use them, but there were no tyres even offered for the twos. They were confident there. And we're waiting for the one. They're all ready to punch and able to go. We have Reinhold Joost and
it's in the lane.
Dr. Ulrich both waiting to start their stopwatches.
It's in the lane as Marcel Fesler pulls in, having inherited the lead for just one lap, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, we're obviously going to get a very quiet period now of X seconds while they put in the 55 or so litres of fuel. Man with torch is checking the various airways underneath that blunt nose of the Audi R18, this new iteration, probably easiest to spot by the obviously the wheel arch extensions and of course a little periscope. It now has on top of the air intake in the car that enables 3/4 vision through those very thick pillars via a quite clever combination of cameras and televisions for the drivers. And tyres merely a precaution, John, because that's fuel and go only. And they will now carry on with their pursuit of car number 2 and all Audi into Nissan battle, which is what the 6 hours has so far been.
They had 47 seconds over the Toyotas when they went round last time. We'll see what happens and how that shakes out. Back up to Paul in just a wee moment, but I want to have a very quick word with Ollie Gavin, who has been kind enough to bring me a cake in a rather test match special type of way. Good to see you, mate.
And you.
I was rapt with what Doug was saying there. It would be great to be out here. You're a local lad to here as well. But I mean, this is fabulous. What a great way to start the season.
Yeah, it is fantastic. I mean, it's great to be up here. They're putting on a great show here at the WEC, and that's certainly something that Corvette and Corvette Racing are looking at. But we have our eye on the prize of Le Mans, and our preparations in the United States continue over the next few races. So. We're certainly looking forward to June and taking on the likes of Porsche with their new machine, and Aston looks very quick, certainly leading this weekend. And Darren up there, he was turning good laps at Sebring when we took them on at the Sebring 12 Hours, and they certainly look very racy there, and they've just continued on with that speed. And the Ferrari was very quick there as well, but that wasn't being run by AF Corsa. Ricci had just come back into the series and they were competing that main Ferrari in the Sebring 12 hours. So I think when it comes to Le Mans in June, I think we're going to be up against some very stiff competition.
Right, the boss has been dragged out by Duncan, so you can tell us all about the new car, the 7. Come on, how far down the line is that? It must. I mean, you're not going to just pop out with that overnight. It's got to make a debut next year. So come on, what can you tell us? We know the street car looks great.
Yeah, the street car does look great, and I was out at Geneva to launch the new convertible version of that, and certainly, you know, as a base for us for the new car, it is fantastic, and you know, we're all very excited about that. And I've actually sat in one of the race car chassis back at Pratt & Miller. We're just working on the seat and the pedal positions and steering wheel positions and all the basic stuff that you've got to do. But I think that you know, we're not going to be able to see that car on a track somewhere in the United States not until sort of end of July, beginning of August.
Really? Okay.
So that's really when we're going to be doing that.
Nasty incident with Nick Leventis losing that coming through farm and hitting Jack Gerber in the Ferrari. Completely innocent party.
Yeah, that's tough.
That's such is the lot of a GT driver sometimes.
Indeed it is. Yeah. And I don't think our radar system would have caught that.
No. Well, yeah, it would have, but it would have went red very quickly.
It certainly would have, yes.
An arrow sort of straight down on top of you. Never mind left.
Absolutely. I don't think there's anything that the guys at Pratt & Miller can build into the car at the moment to stop that sort of thing. But
airbags on.
Yeah, baby. Yes.
New Porsches out this weekend, as we've mentioned from Doug. The playing field moves on every time. How, you know, the guys, I appreciate you're not doing the engineering game, but I know you talk with them, and in some ways it's you guys have got a new car on a new chassis because it's a new shape. There's a marketing imperative there, but from an engineering point of view, you've kind of got to be thinking really sort of 18 months, certainly a year ahead from when you start that design process, because you've got to make sure that you're up to date with everything that everyone else is doing.
But certainly, you know, that's something that they're paying attention with, you know, great detail to, and making sure that we can get ourselves, you know, right there, level with everybody else, and hopefully just a little bit in front. And you know, we know that we are starting with a good package with the C7, and the guys at Pratt & Miller and Corvette Racing are really working extremely hard on that. But you know, it's always intriguing and very interesting for us to see how the Porsche performs and how it looks, and you know, some of the bits and pieces that will come out on that car. I mean, to me, it looks very similar to the front of the Porsche. It looks very similar to the old GT1 cars.
Just getting a message there from Eduardo Freitas that the team manager of car number 7, that's the Toyota of Nicolas Lapierre, to go to race control immediately. That is normally the portent of some kind of sanction. Ollie, I'm going to let you go because I think things are going to start getting busy. Thanks for the kick, and I'll see you at Longridge.
Absolutely, mate.
A couple of weeks' time. And Paul Trustwell, we're due a set of Toyota stops shortly as well. Just recap on what we got from the Audis there in that middle stop of their double stint.
Well, perfect pit stops, a minute and 4 seconds from each of them, with Loic Duval and Marcel Fessler staying at the wheel of both of them. We've also got the Rebellion Lola number 13, Kung Fu Cheng, in the pits at the moment. Slightly shorter stint for him, only 21 laps rather than the 24 which Andrea Bellicchi had done when he came in to hand over. The Toyotas due in respectively on laps 73 and 74. 73 for Lapierre and 74 for Davidson. They will probably not change drivers. Interesting to see whether or not they will choose to change tyres. What has happened is that the number 7 in the hands of Lapierre seems to be going more quickly than it did with Wurtz. So maybe they've got the handling of that car sorted out, and the tyres that were causing Alexander so many problems performing better for Nicolas.
A vocal interruption there from Bruce Jones in the power by
Nissan.
Yeah,
just to say that just as Paul said, they won't be changing drivers at Toyota. In walks Sebastian Buemi to the back of the garage, getting ready. So not a very long stint for Stefan Sarrazin, but Sebastian Buemi, the third driver. Don't forget the number 8 Toyota has got 3 drivers. Anthony Davidson, who started, Stefan Sarrazin, and now the Swiss driver Sebastian Buemi coming out. But number 7 only has Alexander Wurtz and Nicolas Lapierre. The first one in should be number 7, as Paul said,
and it's
then
on
number 8. And little spits of rain again in the pit.
Yeah, at the end of this lap, the number 7 car in.
Should be in the next lap. But watch the fuel alarm, maybe one more.
Now that's very interesting. That was Mathieu Lenel speaking to the Toyota as it comes down the Hanger Straight. A little bit more precipitation hanging in the air, and I can see one or two of the marshals putting on their waterproof coats as we have got a Toyota in the pit lane, and it is Nico Lapierre who is in, and there's definitely rain on the camera lens just to our left. It's beginning to come down actually quite heavily as the 8-star Ferrari comes out. We are waiting for the Toyota, and it pulls in next to Bruce.
Yeah, the Toyota's coming in. There weren't any plans, any tyres being brought forward for number 7 as it comes into pit. They brought out some slicks for number 8. They put them away now. Mechanics sprinting to the back of the garage. Will they bring out a set of wet tyres? I think they might. They've gone round into the back of the garage, past the front section. They're refueling. They've got that amount of time to bring the wet tyres, the rain tyres, forward for car number 7 and Nicolas Lapierre just sitting on board. And here comes a tyre trolley at some speed with, what have we got? We've got slick tyres, have we?
Are they
what was the message on the side that I had to look for?
Michelin
Performance
technology.
And they do have those stickers on them. And we've also got an Aston Martin off at Village.
It's the 96 car, Paul.
It's the one with
those the ones
Delaney on the side, yeah.
And that's Royal Gotha having another
They didn't
bit
fit
of a
them,
moment.
gentlemen. They didn't brought those tyres forward. They did not fit them, and they had the white stickers you were talking about, Paul. That was car number 7.
Yeah, and it was 1 minute and 10 seconds for the stop for Lapierre. So, yeah, that was quick, but not quick enough for a tyre change. As I caught sight of a Rebellion Lola as well going a little bit wide at the loop. It's certainly coming down fairly heavily here.
97 I see in the pit lane as well. 97 I think it is. I'm running down the pit lane.
It is Darren Turner.
Yes it is, and he's on his way. That's the green, yellowy green Dayglow window strip. I'm sure that's 97.
Yeah, Darren Turner at the wheel.
It is the 97 of the leading GTE Pro car of Darren Turner.
And of course
Jimmy Brady in second there.
The advantage may turn now to number 8 Toyota, because that car hasn't yet made its pit stop. Has an extra lap in order to evaluate conditions, and if he should decide that the right thing is to change tyres, then he'll be able to do it without costing himself an extra stop.
I don't know why this is important, but the note on the timing and scoring screen is to remind everybody, and off right in front of us, it's the J-Drive Nissan right in front of us across the line.
Class leader.
That is the class leader. That is John Martin in the 26 Oreca Nissan, and this could bring out a full course caution. It is very close to where we can open the pit lane access and drag that car in if it's still got its wheels pointing in the right direction. Caught too much of the curb coming out of the final corner and hit the wall, and has deranged the bodywork on the right front of that car. And we saw that from in front of us. Also having problems, the 35 Oak Racing car that is off the circuit. We've got one of our RF cameras right in front of John Martin. The gates have been opened. It is torrential rain on the far side of the circuit now. It's drifting in from the west just to our left-hand side and down into Vale into the final corner at Club. That's clearly an issue. Now the marshals are pushing it back. Full course caution. The safety car is out. We have 3 hours and 44 minutes to go on lap number 74 at 2:15, 14:16. The safety car is out on the first round of the FIA World Endurance Championship, and this I'm pretty certain was for the issue on the front straight, which has been cleared. The marshals have done a great job. They opened the access gates, pushed John Martin backwards. He selected first gear. Deranged bodywork, but clearly no suspension damage, although he's burning a lot of tyre rubber. I think he may have a puncture on the right-hand side there, Paul. He's coming towards you now.
I can see the smoke coming and the headlights coming. Yellow flags being waved at Beckett, at the loop. And I can't see why the yellow flags need to be waved, because the safety car only would need stationary. I see, it's not a safety car, it's a full course yellow.
Course yellow, yeah.
Yes.
That's something different from a safety car.
You are absolutely correct, yes. It does say full course yellow and not safety car.
Yeah, so what happens is that all around the track, yellow flags get put out, which is a good way of doing it. So I need a new... I haven't got a counter for full course yellows, I've only got a counter for safety cars.
Well, with any...
Safety car board on the start-finish straight. Please ignore the safety car board on the start-finish straight. It's a full course yellow, it's not a safety car.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, the main thing about that is, Paul, it means the pits are open. We do not close the pits then, in that case, and that was Eduardo Freitas. That was what had confused me, seeing the safety car board, the SC board being picked up. It's now being put down. Let's head down into the pit lane. We've got Stefan Sarrazin in the pit lane, Nick Damon in the powered by Nissan pit lane.
Yeah, the 20, I just nipped out to get a drink from Smoking Dog and ran straight back again because it started raining. And the 25 car has already been set back on its way again, so it was a light nudging. He's now back out on the ground, and of course now there's consternation about what do we do about this weather, because
it was the 26 car.
Sorry, so if you look in front of you, the weather looks really nice.
The 26 car hasn't been back into the pits yet. The 25 car is back out. You're right, Nick. That was Todd Graves, but that was not the car that had the incident on the start-finish line. Let's head down to Toyota and Bruce Jones.
Yeah, I talked earlier how Sebastian Buemi was going to take over from Sarrazin, but with all this, he's standing at the back of the garage. He's not taking over. They're refueling the car. There will be the tyres with those special stickers you were talking about. But in fact, you know, the rain, it comes and it goes, it spits, but it's suddenly really quite hard. Now it's easing off. Looks like they're putting slicks on again. Good grief. They're trying to keep us on our toes. So car number 8 with Stefan Sarrazin staying on board. Up it goes. Let's just check. Have they got the white stickers on the side? They do not. Standard. So they're rolling the dice here.
So a full course yellow, but not the safety car. Is this, Paul, the first time in ACO racing that we've had what is effectively a code 60?
Yes, I think so. I certainly haven't seen it before, although I have read a regulation a while ago that said it could happen.
Yeah.
But no, I've never seen it actually implemented before. Of course, it will help Anthony Davidson, or rather that car, Stefan Sarrazin.
Looks like it's stopping to race. It's too dangerous to go to intermediate.
Sorry, go ahead, Nick.
The John Martin machine is now in, so I am standing for the 26 car. It has, they say, the deranged nose. It's got a slight bit of side pod damage, but in full fairness to you, I would say that they changed the two key bits of carbon. That thing's going to come straight back out again.
Oh, and off has gone an Aston Martin under this full course caution. And this is the 96 car. And the Astons have all been going very, very well here this weekend. And he's had a spin, Johnny, coming out of Stowe Corner.
That is Stowe, isn't it? And thankfully,
on his own.
Everybody else behind. There was a huge clump of cars there.
Road Gotha again. He's having a nightmare out there.
Could have potentially collected him, but thankfully he was just a way ahead. But the rain really coming down. As you say, Rold Goethe has had an eventful last few laps, facing the wrong way along some of them. Should be able to rejoin, and does. In fact, he heads right past us now, having lost a number of places in this full course yellow. Of course, no overtaking permitted, despite the fact that it's not a safety car.
The difficulty for the teams is, what do you do? Because it's clearly a shower going over, and it's going to dry out again.
Yellows have been withdrawn at the start-finish line, Paul.
You've got to be able to be... yeah, it's gone green flag on the race.
Track back on green conditions. We're going to put the track back on green conditions. All yellow are being removed. All yellow flags are being removed.
There you are.
Yeah, and they are doing. Obviously, the marshal's listening in to race director as well. And of course, suddenly now overtaking is allowed again. Now, strangely, the two Toyotas have latched up together, nose to tail. The two Audis have latched up together, nose to tail. And the problem is that it's... Yeah, they are still on the same lap, aren't they? All four of them. So it did help both of the Toyotas to an extent, because
Toyota number 7 is set to pit call.
Right. Now, what I don't understand here, because we're hearing various radio messages about where the yellow flags have gone from. They've gone from the start-finish line, but the Audis, and that was, I think that was Kyle who was talking to the guys there, and he is saying, wait for my call, green, green, green. In the meantime, we've got cars at speed, as a Toyota has been off, and that's the 8 car, and that is Stefan Sarrazin on his outlap, and he's gone off at the bottom of the Vale, is that, Johnny?
I think so, yeah. Vale Corner, or is it Luffield?
Might be Luffield, yes. You know, I've been getting those two wrong.
No, it was Vale. It was Vale,
okay.
Right first time.
Go with your first instinct into the pit lane, because comes Nico Lapierre. And that's Bruce's territory.
So it is. They didn't put the tyres on, and now they're going to this time around. And these are the special tyres that Paul was talking about with the white stickers.
Oh, really?
Explain about them, please.
Well, they're what Michelin call an intermediate, but they don't have any grooves on them. And John chose his words carefully earlier on, because they do have a tread, because that's what you call the top part of the tyre, the outside part of the tyre. What they don't have is any grooves, but they do have rain squeegeeing facilities.
And as they go on, the rain has stopped in the pits. It's going to come, as you say, Paula John, through and through, but it's getting drier again.
What we do have is a battle for the lead on between the two Audis, because of course there's no team orders between these two Audis. Loic Duval leads Marcel Fessler by, well, nothing at all. They're going nose to tail out onto the Wellington Straight, and I've got a feeling that they would very much like to race each other, but they're almost kind of holding station based on the fact there's so little grip available. No, Fessler's going for the lead, and he takes the lead.
Is there enough grip on that outside line of Brooklands? Just about to get the car turned in, enough to then head to Luffield, and it's a wider line through Luffield corner for Loic Duval, but up the inside...
They're still on slicks, don't forget, Johnny.
Oh yeah, very gingerly stuff. They're heading through Brooklands and the right-hander at Luffield, but and this was a question of just stabbing the car up the inside for Marcel Fessler, and just about trusting that the car would stop.
Code 60, by the way, is another way of doing neutralising the racetrack without a safety car. Creventic, who are the Dutch organisers of the 24 Hours of Dubai, use it extensively, and basically you put out a flag which happens to be purple, and then everybody can only go at 60 kilometres an hour until that's withdrawn. And now that was a pass for position there, was that? That's Lapierre getting his lap back.
Yeah. Yes, it is, but I think the Audis are going to not
getting his lap back. Yes.
After all, although
no, he has, because the Audis can't break as deep into Stowe corner, and that means the number 7 of Nico Lapierre on his outlap with the hybrid tyres, as Michelin call them. These are the grooveless intermediates. There's still water coming off the front end of those Audis there, Johnny, and that must be making things very, very difficult indeed as they come out of club and across in front of us. There's not any sign of that rain getting any worse. In fact, I would say, from the fact that we've got marshals walking up and down the pit lane without their wet weather gear on, and they're starting to disrobe again, that has blown across very, very quickly. And the Audis staying on the slicks may yet still be the right thing. How is it by you, looking at Wellington Straight and the rest of Beckett?
If I've got people like Marcel Fessler and Loic Duval in the car, then I'd be quite happy to leave them on slicks. I think that is the right call, because I think it was a passing shower. I think there is going to be more rain coming from the west, as you say, although the wind is pretty much from the south. But there is more rain coming, but I don't think that was it. I think we're going to have a bit of a break for it, which means the right thing to do at the moment is what Audi are doing. But of course, what they can do is compare their performance with that of the intermediate shod Toyota ahead of them. And if the Toyota disappears too quickly, then they've got a chance to say, well, we should change as well. But if they can keep that Toyota vaguely in sight, then they might as well stay with it. The two Audis still very close together as they come into the Beckett's S's, but Fessler is ahead of Duval as they swing through right, left, right again, and head onto the Hangar Straight.
Thought there was going to be a very busy time there for our Powered by Nissan pit lane crew, but the tyres seem to be getting rolled back into the garages. So Fessler then in the number 1 Audi leads the number 2 car. Now that has swapped around, let's not forget. It's mainly been the number 2 car that's led for the majority of this week. It's about half a second at the moment between the 1 and the 2. Stefan Sarrazin is over a minute and 20 seconds behind in third place for the number 8 Toyota. The number 7 Toyota of Nico Lapierre, having made an extra pit stop, remember, is another 20 seconds behind his teammate. Best of the privateers, in fact the remaining privateer P1 cars are the 2 Lola Rebellion Toyotas, numbers 12 and 13 in that order. They are a lap back, I think, on the leaders, certainly, and separated by a little real estate themselves as well. It's Kong Fu Cheng in seconds. Thank you. Nico Prost in the 12, Kong Fu Cheng, Frankie Cheng in the 13. Now the P2 battle has been back and forward, in and out all day. It is Tor Graves leading now in the 25, and that is the Delta ADR, got to get that around the right way this year, which is the Orica 03 chassis with the Nissan power. 24 is David Ennemeyer Hansen, and that's the Oak Racing Morgan Nissan. and Alex Imperatori in the 47 KCMG Morgan Nissan. So Nissan engines locking out the first 3 places. That's a brand new team to the championship, and they haven't had it all their own way. They've had a couple of spins, but they're still right in the fight. In GTE Pro, it's still the Aston Martin number 97, which now has Bruno Senna aboard, who was in very good spirits when we spoke to him at the autograph session earlier on. He leads in the 97 Aston from Tony.
Box now. Fuel. We do fuel, and we will change the front left tire. Fuel and front left tires.
That was from Oak Racing, that message there. Bruno Senna then from Tony Vielander in the 71 Ferrari in GTE Pro by something in the region of a minute. In fact, a little more than that. Romain Dumas is 5.5 seconds back in 3rd place in the 92 lead Porsche. That's the works car. In GTM, the 95 Aston Martin, Alan Simonson started that car. He is the 4th best of the GTE cars and leads comfortably with Christian Nygaard aboard. Christopher Nygaard aboard, the Dane, in the 95 car. His nearest opposition is Christian Reed in the number 88. That is the Proton Competition Porsche, but he is a lap away from the lead in GTE AM. Rui Aguas is 16 seconds further back in 3rd position in the first of the Ferrari. So it's Aston, Porsche, Ferrari in GT AM. That's 95, 88 and 81. And in GTE Pro, 97, 71 and 92, Aston, Ferrari, Porsche. So a nice variety there, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good mix and a good race, isn't it? Just looking at what's happening on the track, it's definitely drying out, and that isn't just my opinion. It is that I can put forward as evidence the fact that the Audis are about to get their lap back off Nicolas Lapierre. Remember that we saw Nicolas a couple of laps ago going past the 2 Audis.
And in fact, that is the message that you just heard there being passed to Nicolas Lapierre by Mathieu Lenel in the pit lane. And there they go, one either side. And will there be a change for the lead as well as they head into Copse side by side? The 2 Audis forgetting the fact that they've got to get both of those 2013 cars home. No, they stay. Fazler and Duval one from 2. But they were all over the back of that Toyota. Looked like he was chained to a post as he came onto the hangar straight, and clearly with no moisture on the track, Paul.
And Lapierre goes back to the pits to have proper tyres fitted instead of the bath sponges.
Yeah, well, that's a gamble, isn't it, when you do that? If it carried on raining, they would have looked like superstars. If it doesn't, Johnny, you are going to take a bath, if you pardon the pun.
It worked for a little while, didn't it? But the Audis were riding the storm, to add to your punnery. Is that
Very good. Like it?
Yeah, it was just a case of just, hanging in there until the conditions improved, because they were on the right tyres long term, but it was just that sort of short term lack of pace that they had to get through, and then, they're having a last lap now in this part of the race, at the very least. So Fessler it is from Loic Duval, and there is another pit visitor in the form of Nico Prost, who has been in and out again in the 12 Rebellion Lola.
Yes, Nicola Prost changed from groove rubber to absolutely lovely plain slick rubber again. So that little storm's passed through, but the wind is still so strong. We're going to have a lot more weather coming our way.
The other pit stop that happened, which I think we failed to tell you about, was in the Aston Martin of Raoul Goethe, because Raoul came in and Stuart Hall has now gone out at the wheel of the 96 car whilst the rain was pattering down, and Raoul, as you mentioned, John, was struggling a little bit when the grip level started to go away.
Nick Damon. Yes, sorry, Johnny.
We also saw the 26 car complete its repairs following the nudging incident into the pit wall. Just see if I can grab a quick word with John Martin. John, disappointing after a great run there through the field. By taking just that shower caught you out.
Yeah, absolutely. Like it's sort of a great run turned into a pretty shit run. But it's never any good when you crash a car. So yeah, poor weekend on my part, really.
Thanks, John. Apologies for the language, but obviously high emotions at the time when that happens.
Okay. Ferrari pit stop continues as Anthony Davison is looking on. Sorry, Nick, go ahead.
Yeah, just saying, because the Ferrari, is that the 51 or the 71 that's in? Because the 51 was in a minute ago.
51.
I think that's 51 again.
51 it's in, yeah, Jimmy Bruni.
Have been running in second place. They've had a problem there. They had a problem. They were only in about 10, 12 minutes ago. I don't think they did anything to their tyres. It's showing some damage on the nose, or certainly evidence of excursion in the format of grass. So that's going to severely dent their attempt to try and overhaul the Aston Martin of Bruno Senna.
24, Morgan having a spin, Johnny.
Yeah, lurid spin for David Hannemeyer Hansen that nearly counted for another Ferrari, unbeknownst. Thankfully, the prototype managed to stay away from the Ferrari that was turning in, as it should do at Vale Corner. But before the turning point, that Morgan, the number 24 Oak Racing car, lost the back end. There is a little bit of a lip there before the gravel trap starts and a kind of exit road, so the 24 car should retain its second place in P2, running 8th overall behind the Tor Graves 25 car. That's the Delta ADR machine with the G-Drive branding on it. British side, British team rather, with Tor Graves, and of course that car was started by Pitzonia and led for a long spell before John Martin. Oh, look how close that spinning Oak Racing car was to contact with the 8-star Motorsports Ferrari. Very, very close indeed, but thankfully the 81 car comes away without a skirmish. Bruno Senna leads the GT part of the race in car number 97, and we'll wait for Tony Villander to get onto the same lap to give you a distance between number 97 and 71. But problems for the 51 Ferrari.
It's where they tried to be too clever. They actually had gone on to wets and had to come back off them again. The wets were completely paggered. Blisters all over the rear end. So they've now made 4 stops, but everyone else is 2. Trying to predict the British weather, always hard.
Yeah, rather them than me.
Have we picked up, and apologies if we've already mentioned this, on the 2 reports of speeding in the pit lane for cars numbers 96, the Aston Martin, and the 88 Proton Porsche?
Oh, no, we have not.
Okay, they've been reported for speeding in the pit lane, which will mean a stop-and-go penalty if the stewards decide to impose such a penalty. It's up to the stewards to make that decision. The report is made by the person who's got the speed gun.
We didn't get anything, any action reported on the number 7 team manager having been taking the long walk, did we, Johnny? Or
No.
have I forgotten that? No?
No, I don't think we did.
Right, okay.
Whether that meeting is still being had, I don't know.
It's just round the corner for us. I can't hear any shouting. It's obviously being held well.
Banging on the walls, perhaps?
Nice and relaxed in the Audi pits at the moment as Marcel Fessler leads by a couple of seconds over his teammate Loic Duval. And 1:44.03, 1:44.03 last time around. Stefan Sarazan is nearly a minute and a half behind in 3rd place. 1, 2 and 8 are your top 3 at the moment. Particularly impressed still by the pace of this number 95 Aston Martin, the GTE ARM leader, which is 4th GTE car, and that car has just been pounding around and doing its times, and not quite as quick in the hands of Christopher Nygaard as Alan Simonson, but you'd expect that, but still not that far off a good time. And certainly in terms of Romain Dumas, 2:04 ahead of him, 2:05 ahead of him, 2:06, 2:06.4 last time around from Christopher. That car is clearly still a very potent weapon.
Yeah. Davidson with me if you'd like to hear what's happening in the minds of the people at Toyota. What can you do about the Audis?
Finish behind them. Basically, they're just too quick in the dry. We're suffering graining on the front tyres and not able to double stint them. So yeah, losing a bit of time there, which is a real head scratcher because same car, same tyres, same track as last year, where we could easily double stint.
Okay, we've had little flurries of rain and conditions are sort of ebbing and flowing each way, but that's not really a factor. It's a factor for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same condition for everyone, but no, the biggest issue is just, you know, they could double stint the tyre and we're having to single stint, but I think at a push we could just about get away with it. But yeah, I mean, it's just killing us every time with having to change all 4 tyres and them doing it every other time.
Yeah, well, there we go. In a nutshell. Keep going, Anthony. Thank you very much. Anthony Davidson, car number 8. Head scratching, but they know the answer, sadly, and it's not what they wanted to hear.
I just wonder, Bruce, how much the temperature's got to do with that, because clearly it's not exactly the same temperature as here. Last year, the cars had a bit of in-season development, but that is odd to hear that they're having so much trouble with the front tyres.
Yeah, but I think actually, obviously, this is much warmer than we had yesterday and the day before, when it really was not pleasant and it was much wetter. But I don't know. I think it's very difficult for them, as they say. It's not this year's car yet. So.
I think, another fact that Anthony chose not to mention is that quite aside from the additional pit stops, they're also losing out on sheer pace on the racetrack. So it's kind of every which way you look, Audi has the upper hand. So they have the better tyre where they have the better lap times. The only place where Toyota has an advantage at the moment is on the number of laps it can run on a stint. And that might give it an advantage should when the rain comes again, and I can see it looking away over to the south and the west. I can see more rain on its way, and if they react at the right time, they might be able to steal an advantage, because depending when the rain comes, it might just come in that little window after the Audi has stopped and before the Toyotas have stopped, because they've got a better range on the Toyota.
Torgraves still leads P2 from David Hannemeyer Hansen, and the gap is nearly 2 minutes, 1 minute 40 for Torgraves in car 25. It's car 24 second in P2 and car 35 third in the class. That is the 35 Oak Racing car, now in the hands of Ricardo Gonzalez, the Mexican. And then tucked in behind there, the 47 car that's had an eventful race, spun on the green flag lap, spin mid-race as well for the KCMG Morgan, but now in the hands of Alexander Imperatori, putting in the best lap times of the race. He had a personal best not so long back in the 4th place P2 car, running 10th overall. Bruno Senna continuing really where the previous drivers left off, not quite as quick as Stefan Mucker and Darren Turner, but brand new to GT racing from Formula 1. And he has a very decent margin to work with, 50 seconds or thereabouts from Tony Villander in car 71. So it's Aston from Ferrari from Porsche. A nice mix in that top 3 for GT Pro, and then that amazing performance from the AM guys, car 95, thanks mainly to the Alan Simonson opening stint, but Christopher Nygaard continuing where Alan left off. The pressure's on Christian Poulsen now, who will take over that car next up as the 3rd driver. 2 seconds the gap between the leading Audis. It's Marcel Fessler ahead of Loic Duval, and they are staying in touch with each other across the line to start lap 87 now, heading into sector 3.
Number 91, that's the 3rd of the drivers going in. Timo Bernhard taking over from Jörg Bergmeister. Don't forget, at the start of Bergmeister's stint, unfortunately, it wasn't long before the car was back in the garage with that worrying loose feeling in the front suspension. It's cost them a lot of track position. But anyhow, Timo Bernhard, a man who knows Porsche's forwards, backwards and sideways, and he's taking over. And as people have said, look at these 2 cars, 91 and 92, they really do look absolutely fantastic. The latest iteration of a Porsche racing car in the 50th year of the 911. Just waiting for the fueling to be done, and then some slick tyres will go on. And Timo Bernhard will go back out in 91 in the LMGTE Pro class.
The 61 AF Corsa Ferrari that was violently attacked by the Straka P1 car is being wheeled out of the garage after repair work.
Nick Leventis not very happy about that. We'll see if we can get a word with him in a little while and get his version of what went down. Bruce Jones down there in the Powered by Nissan pit lane. It's live coverage of the first round of the FIA WEC Radio Le Mans.com with our Powered by Nissan coverage. John and Johnny and Bruce and Nick and Paul. I feel you know us all well enough just to get
first names.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. As the clouds just come in a little bit, and we are 18 minutes away from half distance. Car 50's team manager, which is the Labra competition Chevrolet Corvette, Patrick Bornhauser in 3rd position in GTE AM at the moment, being asked to go to the race control. On board with the 97 Aston Martin is the noises you can hear. This is Bruno Senna leading the class as he goes through the S's at Beckett's. Listen them go down through the gearbox here. Oh, just as I was going to fade it all up and get these sonorous, glorious sounds of the Aston V8, we go to the exterior noises. And Bruno doing a very nice job. Thank you very much indeed.
Be interesting to see whether or not that little shower of rain has enabled the Audis to eke another lap out of their fuel tank, because of course when you run slowly you don't use as much fuel, particularly with the way that the Audis really did slow down. And let's say we did hear it on the team radio at one point that they were being told, even if they didn't see yellow flags, that they shouldn't yet overtake one another. It's kind of played into the hands of Marcel Fessler, because he eventually got past Loic Duval, but it will be no, it won't, it will be Duval, won't it, who has to stop first, because he stopped first on the previous one, so he'll have less fuel. I'm expecting them in on lap 93, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if Duval manages to get to lap 94, because that will just give him the rain shower might just give him an extra bit of fuel consumption. They're currently on his 89 laps, so another 5 laps to go before we get the next set of pit stops, John.
Thanks, Paul. It's a quarter of an hour away from half distance, and starting to get that feeling of a rhythm going on, broken up by that full course yellow that we had, which is the first time we've seen that in a CO competition. But Paul?
Yeah, sorry, the difference of course on that one between that and Code 60, Code 60 demands that everybody goes at the same speed. Full course yellow means that you're not allowed to overtake, you have to slow down and be prepared to stop. It doesn't mean that you have to go at a particular speed, so what you inevitably do is you catch up with the car in front, and you catch up with the car in front. And that was certainly what we saw happening, was little clumps of cars forming up, and that has enabled some of the gaps to go out a little bit. And the other thing that's happened was Frankie Cheng. We mentioned him doing an extra pit stop. He is now 2 laps behind Nicolas Prost in the number 12 Rebellion. So the 2 Rebellions, which anyway went on to different strategies, have now got themselves well and truly apart, because the number 13 car is now 2 laps behind the number 12 car, as the last of the P1 cars that are running. The next car up, though they're in 5th and 6th places, the next car up in 7th place being the leading P2 car, which is the Tor Graves Delta ADR. You're right, I hadn't appreciated the subtlety of that change in their entrance name.
Yes.
Delta ADR running.
Apparently, it's all to do with how much interest they're taking in moving forward. We did, I think it was either last year or possibly even the year before at Le Mans, have a chat with them and say that they're, in terms of Delta, which is a big engineering concern, or an engineering concern that has quite a lot of capacity, they would consider building a 2014 compliant chassis for privateers. Yes, Nick, I'll just finish that thought. Go on.
I've found Mr. Nick Leventis.
Ah.
Nick, unfortunately around you the pits is being dismantled. I mean, it looked like a very strange accident you had. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, I had a Ferrari in front of me. I came around the outside of him on the exit of turn 1, and he clearly hasn't seen me, which I find strange, because he knew I was there, must have done. And he's just pushed me wide onto the grass, and when I was on the grass I was a passenger and he was still quite wet, and unfortunately we had a big impact, so yeah, it's one of those unfortunate circumstances, but what can we do?
Yeah, we only saw the end of the accident. I take it obviously the Ferrari that pushed you off was not the Ferrari you hit.
I'm not sure really. I think it might have. I'm not sure. I mean, once I was on the grass and I came back on, and I did hit the same. I presume it must have been the same Ferrari. So, no idea.
Very bad luck, and hope it all picks up again in time for Belgium.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a long championship. It's unfortunate that this is our home race, but what can you do? It's been an unfortunate weekend all round. Really, one to forget.
Thanks, Nick.
Yeah, but the good news is they'll be home in time to watch the Grand Prix rerun tonight.
That's true.
Far to go.
Home in time for fish and chips.
It's not on a Sunday.
No.
You don't get fish and chips on Sundays.
Of course you can.
You definitely
It's a new world. Well, fish and chip shops are run by people from all sorts of countries. They're happy to work on a Sunday.
Very much so. In Jack Gerber's defence, I don't think it was he that pushed Leventis off onto the grass. There was another Ferrari, I think.
Not at the speed that Leventis was gaining down straight on the grass.
Yes.
Okay.
So, I mean, Jack was the innocent party there, just turning into the right-hander at Village, and wham, a P1 car enters stage right and wipes you out. But thankfully the damage has been sorted now, and I think that car is back out into the race.
Matt Griffin's out there.
Good stuff.
Matt Griffin hasn't got far to go home either. Just over to Thrapston. Probably give him a lift home, actually.
If you want, there's no room in the Pathfinder. There might be tonight, actually, because there's a few less passengers.
The mighty Pathfinder will be going back with the radio equipment in and fewer people, yes. We are closing in on that half distance. This has been fascinating to me today. These 6-hour races, I really like this format. The 3-hour race yesterday was just a little more hectic in the European Le Mans series, and hopefully we will be able to bring you the rest of the European Le Mans Series races on Radio Le Mans for the rest of the season, working very hard and making that happen. The gap at the head of the field, 1.4 seconds now between the Audi number 1 and Audi number 2.
22 ahead of Nico. You're 1 minute 22 ahead of Nico.
And that is a message to Stefan Sarazan in the number 8 Toyota.
What they didn't tell him is that he's about to be lapped by the 2 Audis, who, I don't know if the camera is going to be able to show them, but the 2 Audis are not very far behind that number 8 Toyota, and then they will be able to put a lap on both of them, which, if they can do that by half distance, will be... I don't know, that'll be if that's an item on Wolfgang Ulrich's tick list that he will then mark off with a red tick. But it will certainly be a good achievement for them if it can be done. Yeah, in fact, you can see them there on that shot, can't you? There goes the Toyota, and coming down the hangar straight, just behind them are the 2 Audis with their very bright white LED lights.
Yes, those LED headlights making their way onto the road cars now.
But they don't have automatic flashers this year.
Oh, do they not?
Change the regulations. They have to have manual flashers. In other words, you have to flick the switch up and down, up and down, up and down.
Ah.
Actually, they just put a spring on the switch, so when you flick it, it automatically kind of springs.
Is there a limit to of 10 flashes?
No, that was the limit. Now is how many times you can turn the switch on and off yourself. Whereas the system before was you could program a system in that made it go 10 times.
Okay.
It's Star Motorsports in that bright orange Ferrari, the 81 car, in second place now for Rui Aguas, ahead of Patrick Bornhauser in the Chevrolet Corvette, the Labra competition car, but it's still that number 95 Aston that leads the GTE AM category, and by some margin still fourth among the GTE pros, which is led by Bruno Senna in the 97 Aston Martin. He's just done a 2 minutes 5.7 last time around in traffic. Tony Vielander trying to close in the 71 Ferrari, the AF Corsa machine, and he is something like 35, a bit more than that actually, behind. Romain Dumas 11.5 seconds away from the Ferrari in the 92 Porsche in third. In P2, Tor Graves still leads in the 25 Delta ADR Orica 03 Nissan from David Hennemeyer. Hansen in second in the 24 Morgan powered by Nissan, and in the 35 car now in third position, the second of the Morgan chassis with Nissan engine, it is Ricardo Gonzalez, the Mexican driver. Sorry, Paul, go.
No, let you finish that little rundown. Just to say, this is almost certainly Loic Duval's in lap. As I say, if he stays out again, then we'll have an indication that the fuel was saved whilst the rain was coming down, and we had that 3-lap full course yellow.
Now, interestingly, that full course yellow has caused the latest notification from race control in that car number 50, which is the Labra competition Corvette, has come under investigation for overtaking under, well, it says course yellow. I presume that just helps to fit it on there. There was a number of people who tweeted me, I didn't mention it at the time for obvious reasons, about a number of cars that were spotted at the final corner, of which that number 50 I think was one from memory, and it seems as though it has been noticed officially as well. We will report if anything comes on, becomes of that, should I say.
Yes, nothing ever became of those reports of speeding in the pit lane either, so slightly hairy moment there, sorry.
Describe for the listener, Paul.
Yes, that wasn't very good radio, was it? Marcel Fessler...
I know, I quite liked it.
Marcel Fessler making his way around the Proton Felbermayr Porsche, which had hampered a little bit Stefan Sarazan. Stefan was very cautious about it, but Loic Duval was in take no prisoners mode and just drove around the outside. And so it was a very spectacular moment. This is going through the Beckett's S's, which is in any case a part of the circuit where you are right on the limit of adhesion, or at least you seem like you are.
Go. Penalty for speeding in the pit lane.
And as you said, nothing had happened. Eduardo Freitas says, oh, hang on a second, yeah, I better tell them that. It's a 30-second stop-and-go penalty for the number 96 car, as into the pit lane comes the second-place car, Nick.
And out hops Loic Duval, and in hops, well, 8-time Le Mans champion, I believe I'm right, if I get 8, it's Tom Christensen, the 3 feathers representing his 3 children on the side of his helmet, as we found out in a conversation in Brazil last year over a very fine breakfast actually in the Brazilian hotel. To pat the back from Alan McNish to Loic Duval, I'm sure between them a bit annoyed that full course caution managed to lose their 12-second lead. Of course, then they were jumped at the restart by the one car. This is, of course, a complete service. It's tyres, it's driver, it's everything else. And again, it's running completely clockwork. Absolutely no signs of any damage on the number 2 car. There's a bit of dirt on the back of the fender behind the front wheel. Apart from that, the car looks pretty much as it left it. Just waiting to drop it. The final tyre going on. Slightly long on that one. Puff of smoke, and off she goes down the pit lane. Hopefully they'll be hoping to come back in again ahead of the number 1 next time round. As we say that, the number 1 gets ready for their stop.
Well, yes, we just heard the pit lane message for the number 1 car to box, box, box next lap. Paul, you were talking about the lights on the Audis earlier on. The 2013 car front headlights has some improvements to those LED headlights with what Audi calls matrix beam technology, and what that allows is the cone of light from the headlights. Obviously this works much better in the dark. It can be controlled for the field of vision to be better illuminated when the car is turning round corners. So again, that dynamic lighting technology that you get on your Audi A6 or your Audi A8 being adapted to the very high performance LEDs at the front of the 2013 R18. Nick, you have number 1 with you.
I do, and out drops Markel Fazler, who's pretty pleased with the fact that he took the car over in second and left it in 1. Actually, almost just, but myself and Mr. Walker, who'd just been blown off almost the small wall at the other side of the pit lane. The wind is really whipping down the straight at the moment. In has got Andre Lotterer. Again, the car completely undamaged, looks absolutely perfect. It's going to be a full service of fuel waiting to go. All the mechanics poised, well, the 2 mechanics are allowed to be poised with their machine gun-like attack on the front right wheel, which is the first thing to go. They'll then follow that normally up with back left. In World Endurance Championship, I think one thing I really would think if a World Endurance Championship is possibly they should at this point double the guns and double the people, so it's not quite, I don't think 2 people in a gun is going to make a lot of difference.
But why? I actually like to see it work this way.
It's just an extra delay. If everyone else can, it's an extra delay you don't need. If you just give an extra gun and an extra person, none of the teams in World Endurance Championship haven't got the people available to do this. They're all sitting there twiddling their thumbs. So personally, I think we should go back to the double gunning. I'm just going to see if I can nip across with a kind of a canter and see if I can gather a word with Loic. I think I possibly can. Loic Duval, how was that first run in the WEC competition?
It was okay. I mean, it was tough. The car was not exactly what I was expecting, but it's not too bad. But unfortunately, I got a lot of traffic here. I mean, more or less everywhere where you don't want to handle traffic. And then when we restart, after the full course yellow, it was wet, and I didn't want to take risk. And it's much easier for the car, which is behind you, to see where to go because of that. Then I lost a bit of position. And then more or less it was the same pace, but the race still long. We are just halfway now.
You were a bit surprised by seeing a full course yellow, not a safety car. Was that something being covered in the briefing? Was it a surprise to you as well?
No, it surprised us. We saw. I mean, actually, I got a call for a safety car, so then we slowed down, like they asked us, for safety car speed, which is 80 kilometers per hour. But then we find out that it was only a yellow full course. So then we managed to go a little bit quicker on this lap, and then it turned green.
Okay, thank you, Loic. Best of luck.
And confirmation of exactly what you were talking about, Paul, about the difference between a code 60, or in this case it would have been, if you like, a code 80, and just a full course caution, which is what we had.
Andre Lotterer, unbelievable. And bear in mind, he's only been in the car for half a lap. Coming up on the inside of Tom Christensen, who's been in the car for a whole lap and a half. Diving past him as they came out of Copse Corner, and he's taken the lead. Here he comes, got it on the replay now. Fantastic move. Just watch this, John.
Christensen just slightly compromised on his exit by the Aston Martin, and he had to tighten the exit of the corner, which cost him a fraction of a mile an hour, which the car behind didn't need to lose, and that extra momentum was used to perfection by Andre Lotterer.
Into the Beckett's S's, John. I mean, unbelievable.
That is, well, in qualifying, that's 6th, 5th and 4th, probably 6th, 5th and 4th, or 5th, 4th and 4th probably. For these cars, I mean, that is threading the eye of a needle absolutely perfectly. These are the guys, of course, who are defending champions in the number one car. There are twice Le Mans winners in this number one car, and well, you can sort of see why there. It's the speed, Paul, that which these guys' brains process the information that they are seeing in front of them to be able to make those split-second decisions and make it look as easy as we've just seen.
Well, absolutely, and being able to get in the car. And bear in mind that 5 minutes ago, Andre Lotterer was talking to Nick Damon. Well, he wasn't talking to Nick Damon, but he was in the pits with Nick Damon.
Yes.
Maybe he would have been even quicker if he'd been talking to Nick. I don't know.
Yeah, let's find out.
I'm sure everyone's quicker when they talk to me, and one person who's very quick in talking to me, hopefully he's just having a word with Dr. It's Marcel Fass. So Marcel, this was the ideal run for you because you left the pits in second but brought the car back in first.
Yeah, it was, I think, a quite good double stint. Yeah, it was quite tricky in a moment when the rain was falling, and I wasn't sure how much risk I can really take because it was all of a sudden really slippery out there. But then I have seen Loic going slower too, and then with the Fusco yellow was okay. But the restart was tricky too because it was again slippery. So, but after the car was quite okay. We have some little issues, but the car was really good, and it was a little bit strange because after rain we gain a little bit grip. I think it's just coming from the track. I was really happy out there.
Are you surprised how much quicker the Audis are than the Toyotas today?
Honestly, when I was in the car, it was difficult to see, and I think also when it was we were on rain, I think one of the Toyota had some different tires on, because he was obviously quite faster for a short moment, but then I catched him up and could overtake him quite easily. So I guess it was a different type of tires. Otherwise, at the moment, I didn't follow the times of the Toyota, and I still hope it's still a long race, half past now. And yeah, I hope we're leading also in the end.
Marcel, thank you very much. Marcel's right. During the interview we have going over halfway, John.
Very slippery, maximum attack. Doesn't he? He sounded a little bit like Harry Vatanen there, and he looks a bit like a young Harry Vatanen to me as well, if you squint a bit.
Obviously there's some sort of connection between the Swiss and the Finns. I don't know what it is. I know the Hungarians and the Finns are very closely together, so obviously there must be a Swiss thing as well.
Yes, I know. Very good. Sorry?
The love of Toblerone.
Ah, right, yes. So 2 hours and 59 minutes to go. This is how it stands as we move into the second half of the race. It's Audi number 1 from Audi number 2 by 3.6 seconds, with the best of the Toyotas almost a half a minute back down the road, and that is Stefan Sarazan currently in the number 8 car. Number 7 car clearly not having the best of running today. Alex Wirtz very disheartened when he got out of that car after the first stint. In 5th and 6th position we have the two best privateers, the Rebellion Lola Toyotas, the 12 and 13 cars in team order. Nico Prost and Kung Fu Chen, Frankie Cheng, they have completed 95 laps, coming around to complete 96 to the leaders 98. In P2, Tor Graves continues to lead in the Delta ADR number 25. This is the Orica 03 Nissan, as we're just getting a second look at a mistake, I think, from Andre Lotterer, are we? No, all is good. Just watching some of the highlights from earlier on here in the booth. 1 minute 28.7 seconds behind the P2 leader is the P2 second place car. 7th for the leader, 8th in the overall standings for the 24 Morgan. That is the Morgan Nissan of Olivier Plat, Alex Brundle, and currently David Ennemeyer Hansen driving that car. In 3rd place, and what a first time out this is for KCMG, brand new team from Hong Kong in their Morgan powered by Nissan. Matthew Howson, Jim Carto and Alexander Imperatori, who is behind the wheel at the moment. Bertrand Baguette is the next up, and he is in the number 35. That would be the Oak Racing Morgan Nissan that he shares with Ricardo Gonzalez and Martin Plowman. In GTE Pro, Bruno Senna leads. He's completed 86 laps and is ahead of the second place Ferrari of Tony Vielander, the number 71, by some distance, something in the region of 35 seconds. In 3rd place, Romain Demay, still that really pesky 12.5 seconds away from the second place 71 Ferrari. The 92 Porsche lapping almost to the 10th, 2:04.4 for the Tony Vielander Ferrari and 2:04.3 for Dumas last time around, actually the other way around. Leading the AM class, the GTE AM category, 18th overall, still Christopher Nygaard in the number 95 Aston Martin. Rui Aguas, in the 81 is in 21st position. That's the Ferrari in 2nd place, but is the better part of a couple of laps back on the leader, and he's pulled out a little bit from the 50. That's the Corvette of Patrick Bornhauser. We've got a little bit of a conflagration in the pit lane.
That was the 32 Lotus, John, which went past, smelling unpleasant.
I thought we'd given that up some time ago. The right rear is where he's getting the foam.
Like a brake fire, in fairness, but it may well be that they've managed to set fire to the bodywork, which we know is all in plain carbon.
Meantime, Bruce?
John, just to say that's the side of the car they had so much trouble with early on when Jan Charouz was hit by Nicolas Minassian. Maybe some of the tape that was holding it together has started to wilt and the bodywork's dropped onto the tyre. But anyhow, the smoke at least has stopped going. But boy, yes, it did smell foul as it came past. Driver change there. And getting on board, I think it's probably Dominic Kryhammer who spent most of the race so far wandering around just wearing a pair of jeans and a Lotus shirt.
Meantime, the leader in P2 is in the pit lane. Todd Graves is already out of the Delta ADR.
Full service, driver tyres and, of course, fuel, which is going in first. In will get, I assume it must be, because we've already had... Is it Pitsonia getting back in again already?
Well, we were told that James Walker was going to start that car, and he didn't, did he?
Pitsonia started it, and in fact Pitsonia is looking on as we speak, so James Walker is absolutely in the car. You're quite right, John. Pitsonia is actually on his phone texting about how well they're doing back home, and Torgroves just got out, and it's again a simple stop. The car showing a little bit of scuffage, actually. Been scuffed both on the front left and the middle left of the car, so they've had a couple of close calls, not as close to the 26 car, and away they go. And I'm sure when the stops work their way out, they'll probably still be in the lead, because there's nothing dropped in that one.
Yes, I think that's...
So, sorry, go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, no, I think that's right, Nick. The Delta ADR then on its way out of the pit lane with James Walker behind the wheel. And also Dominic Kryhammer on his way out in the number 32 car. What's going to happen? The Toyotas will be due in for their pit stops round about lap 101, so probably on the end of, again, an extra lap perhaps, because the economy was better, but certainly we'll expect Stefan Sarazan in at the end of this lap. Nicolas Lapierre will be able to go a little bit longer because they'll have topped him up with fuel whilst they were changing onto intermediates, and then back again as the orange Ferrari goes spinning off at Village.
It's the 8-star car. Looking back, 3 hours ago to the start of the race, it was the two Toyotas that led the field through to start the 2013 FIA World Endurance Championship season in this very important 90th anniversary year of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And the Audi in third place was that of Alan McNish, looking very racy earlier on. The rebellions that split the two Audis in qualifying kept pace for the early laps at least, but Alan McNish wasn't going to be hanging around for very long. Picked his way through into second place, and then when a slight miscalculation by Alexander Wirtz at the final corner pushed the number 7 Toyota wide, Alan McNish took his opportunity and was through in a flash, much to the pleasure of those in the Audi garage. Very unfortunate incident between Nick Leventis and Jack Gerber. Nick pushed wide by, we think, another Ferrari coming through farm, then lost it on the grass and turned it around. Then a bizarre incident for the number 26 G-Drive racing car of John Martin, which brought out a full course caution, not a safety car. A little splash of rain brought one or two scuttling into the pits for tyres, which allowed for a little bit of excitement, and also meant that one or two drivers found themselves on the wrong rubber at the wrong time. At the head of the field, it was a battle for the lead between the two similar cars, the 2013 e-tron Quattros, and out on the circuit it was the number 1 squad that just felt a little quicker and went through. No team orders here. Let's go back to live action, and in the pit lane with Bruce Jones in the powered by Nissan pit lane is the number 8 Toyota.
Yep, stopped at my feet. We've got Stefan Sarazanas hopped out. He's standing aside, gradually removing his gloves. The driver with a Swiss cross on his helmet is Sebastian Buemi, finally getting his first run in this race. He'd been ready early on, but when the weather conditions changed and we had that full course yellow, he was pushed back into the garage, not the car, and he's finally underway. So the Toyota's trying to give chase, but as his teammate Anthony Davidson said earlier, they don't seem to have any answers to the pace of the Audis. But yes, we're just over halfway in this race. Things could change. We've had all sorts of weather, as you remember, John, through the course of the past 2 days. I'm sure we're going to have some more, but for the moment the clouds are quite high, so maybe it will stay dry.
Rui Aguas and the 25, that's the 81 car, and James Walker have had contact at turn 2. I think that must have been on James's outlap. We've also got some debris right in the middle of the circuit, Paul.
Yeah, that's the fin of James Walker's car. It's the G-Drive.
Oh, you're right, it is. Good spot.
Yeah, that thing that you're seeing is still the replay. The bit of debris is off the track, but it's on the grass to the left on the entry to turn 3, which is Village Corner. So that was, as I say, coming from James Walker's car. And that has now distracted me from the other thing I was going to say, so I'll come back to it, but that's okay. You know how these things are. Yes, it was just to say that Nicolas Lapierre, who is still out at the wheel of the number 7 Toyota, will have fuel on board probably for another 4 laps before he'll come back in and has no option but to hand the car back to Alexander Wirtz as the James Walker car comes...
now they're saying it's 26. It's the 26 car, not the 25. It is the G-Drive racing car, Paul. You are absolutely correct. The correction on the timing screen in front of me, so my apologies. I read rather than thought what happened, and that was a nasty coming together that sent the Ferrari pirouetting once, twice, almost 3 times. This is the 8-star car that's gone around with Rui Aguas at the wheel. Second place in the GTE AM category. The wind did the job of blowing that off the track, and the Nissan engine is exposed at the back of that car. It's in the pit lane now and being pushed into the pit box.
Yeah, and a lot of damage on that machine. This is the machine where of course they replaced the front after John Martin nosed it into the pit wall when we had that short, sharp shower. This is kind of really is turning out.
They're balancing it up then, are they?
It's an excellent day for Orica, let's be honest, because they're going to have a lot of extra spares to spend on to supply for the G-Drive team. This is obviously Roman Rusinov, the man behind the G-Drive project, and it's not only has he lost the engine cover, but there's also some under tray damage as well.
I did see some.
See about the legality both the garages are okay, but it's got problems on the lower left. The rear left, the under tray is damaged, so they'll need to get a new under tray in there. They'll need to work. I'm not quite sure. It must be interesting. The impact itself, though, was on the right hand. It was on the car's left hand side.
Correct.
And it's taken out bodywork, but obviously the clips went, which is why once the wind got under, it could get the rest of the fin off. Normally, reasonably okay though. They seem to have got away with just the compression of one of the exhausts.
Also, Nick, there is some preparation in the 81 8-star Ferrari pit of bright orange bodywork. So
next, but,
thank you.
Yeah, this actually might not be the longest of jobs, as long as that compression of the exhaust hasn't done anything to the engines.
Well, and also that it's the fixing points, isn't it, on the bodywork?
Exactly.
That's the thing.
But I think they might get away with it. But it's certainly turning out to be a very, very expensive race for that car.
Late deal as well for that G-Drive going in there. Was with the Signatech team last year, that sponsorship. G-Drive Racing in the Oreca 03 Nissan. There was 2 cars, of course, last year. So, Paul, we're cracking through this race, and sadly for us at the front of the field, not the battle we were expecting between the Toyotas and the Audi, but we're getting some really interesting comparison, aren't we, between the Audis of 2013 and the Audis of 2012.
Well, there's 2 things we can do, isn't it? We'll be able to do after the race, and it'll probably all happen on dailysportscar.com, is to compare the 2013 cars that we're seeing this year with the performance that was put in last year by Audi in the 2012 car. But the other thing is to look at the difference between Audi and Toyota and see just how much Toyota has to make up with their 2013 car. So we kind of start to set target lap times for Spa for the 2013 Toyota.
Into the pit lane comes Nicolas Lapierre in the 3rd place Toyota, the number 7 car, best of the Toyotas. And Paul Dunker sitting alongside me, and either he's doing a nursery rhyme about the 2 little fishes, or he was pointing out just how much porpoising is going on the front of that Toyota number 7 coming down the hangar straight. And I've got to say, I've noticed that, and indeed there was a couple of side-by-side comparisons, or top and bottom split screen comparisons early on between the Toyota and the Audi, and that car does not look as stable a platform as the Audi does, and certainly I don't think doesn't look as stable as it did last year at the end of the season. It's in the pit lane now. Bruce Jones is at that end of things.
And Nicolas Lapierre staying on board number 7. It's a fuel-only stop unless they're going to be very quick with some tyres. I don't think so. He'll be underway in a second with that silent departure, followed by the engine firing up just as he gets away. And just behind them, car number 24, leading LMP2, Alex Brundle, has just taken that over and pulls out ahead of the Toyota. He's taken over from David Heidemeyer Hansen, leading LMP2 when he came in for his pit stop. 7 and 24 back on track.
Yeah, and quite a number. Thanks, Bruce, down there in the powered by Nissan pit lane. Quite a number of people who are clearly have access to the same television pictures as we do, commenting on the radiolemans.com forum or on Twitter at Specutainment at Radio Le Mans about that pattering, that porpoising at the front. It really is noticeable on both of the Toyotas. I would say perhaps that the 7 is a little worse than the 8, and you know, we've been talking about Alex Wurz and his tyre wear and the issues with that car all the way through the race, Paul Trustwell, and I just wonder if that has got something, there's something more sinister going on than we realise.
Yeah, I'm tempted to say no, there isn't, because we did see it happening on the Audi as well, but it's all about balance, isn't it?
Oh yes.
And when you put more downforce on at the back, you have to compensate for it and have the same amount of downforce at the front, otherwise you get precisely that effect that you looks like 2 little fishes porpoising down the straights, and it's exacerbated by the fact that there's some bumps down there as well, so the bumps trigger it to Tracy Krohn almost causing a problem for Audi number 1 there. Andre Lotterer having to back off big time as he came up behind the green Ferrari, the Krohn racing car, but it was all safely gathered in the end.
Mathieu Linnell, who's one of the engineers at Toyota, doing our Toyota Tech Talk for us this weekend in our radiolemans.com coverage, saying that it's crucial here, Paul, to get a stable aerodynamic platform because of the fact that the track is fast and medium quick corners, and that means you have to run with quite a stiff car. And the issue then is balancing off that requirement to keep the attitude of the car at its aerodynamic optimum and the car bumping around over the bumps, because he said this is not a smooth track. Yes, it's a Formula 1 circuit, but it's not a smooth track.
Same as Le Mans. I mean, Le Mans is bumpy as well. So, there are very good parallels. I think here is probably better as a parallel to Le Mans than Spa is in some ways, because who was it who was telling me? Somebody was telling me, it was Anthony Davidson was telling me that the road surface at Spa is very different from that at Le Mans, and you can't learn very much about tyre wear at Spa, whereas there are other circuits which are much more like Le Mans, and Silverstone is one of them. And it's all to do with
that's very interesting, that. Yeah, and I hadn't thought about that before, because traditionally you always think, of course, of Spa as the, being the race before.
Pit lane, information to the pit lane. We're going for a full course yellow. We need to clean debris which are in dangerous. Yes, we're going full course yellow.
Well, you heard it first from the...
Full course yellow, no overtaking, slow down. You can use the pits. We are under full course yellow, no overtaking, slow down, you may use the pits.
So again, there's no safety car going to be deployed here, Paul. So who benefits from this? There's a number of tyres being rolled out into the pit lane, Lotterer by 4.05 seconds. That's going to disappear, of course.
Yeah, the person that's going to benefit the most, although they're not going to be able to do anything about it, really, is probably Nicolas Prost in the Rebellion, because they're due a pit stop anyway. But as I say, they're so far behind the privateers and so far behind the manufacturers and so far ahead of the rest of the manufacturers that it's not going to make that much of a difference.
We're here from a driver. We've just got a full course yellow. I'm with Ricardo Gonzalez, car number 35. It can change the course of, you fight really hard for lap after lap. You have a full course yellow, and if you're ready to pit, how does it suit you?
I don't know, I would have to check with the team. We decided to go to intermediate tires or cut slicks. I think we got hurt a little bit because of that. My pace was not up to the pace of the slick cars. So no, I don't know, we're not at the same time than the other cars, so let's see how it plays.
At the moment, we have Bertrand Baguette in the car. It's very close at the top of LMP2. It's a fabulous race.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see these all year round. I would say, as we saw the grid, the two ADR cars and the two O cars are really strong. So let's see how the rest of the year plays.
Yeah, let's see if it rains later. Thank you very much. Mexico's only driver in the race, Ricardo Gonzalez, car number 35.
I think Nick was saying that the 12 car was in the pit lane, Nick, or Prost brought it in, Nick?
Almost really, because Paul said he needed to stop, so obviously he had to come in. Otherwise, you're breaking other rules. We've also got the 81 car in the 8-star Motorworks, the orange Ferrari, for which they have prepared another door, even though there doesn't appear to be much damage on the door they're taking off. But my God, you can change doors quickly on these things. They had the door off about 4 seconds. They also changed the windscreen wiper. So now it won't be orange, because the door that's going on is a standard AF Corsa door, so it's red. With a yellow and green stripe on it.
We are putting the track back to green. Thank you very much to all the drivers on track. We are back in green. Debris have been removed. The track is clean, even on the verges.
So I think, Paul, that was for that large lump of G-drive rear fin, wasn't it, that needed to be removed?
I'm just thinking of the command that my 12-year-old son gave me this weekend, which was to bring him home some debris. I don't think I'll quite get that in the boot somehow.
The S4 is fairly capacious, in fairness.
Well, it would take it. It just might look a bit silly in the back of the car.
Well, I don't think you'd get out without being noticed that you were taking it, put it that way.
Quite.
Nick?
Stick it on the roof and think of the fantastic grip you get on the way.
Yeah, don't get sideways though. Very good. This is live coverage of the first round of the FIA WEC. We've got 2 hours and 40 minutes, just under, to go to the checkered flag. Paul Truswell.
Brilliant battle for the lead again, isn't there, between number 1 and number 2. Andre Lotterer at the wheel of number 1. Tom Christensen chasing him in number 2. And of course, the effect of that full course caution was to bring what was a 5-second gap down to, the screen will tell you, just over half a second. So Andre Lotterer, I think, probably would be my bet if it was down to a head-to-head between the two of them. But certainly both of them will be looking very rapid indeed out there.
Rotation, the fantastically named Rotation on the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective, the forum at Radio Le Mans, asks a question that I actually am, again, not sure I know the answer to. Have Toyota tested the 13 car only at Ricard? I think so. I may be wrong with that.
They've done a distance test at Aragon.
Oh, you may be right. That is another one of the places.
Aragon. I know that they've not been to any of the tracks where they're going. That's for certain.
Okay. Thank you, Nick. If you know different, at Specutainment or at Radio Le Mans. I think the full course cautions, Paul, have been used very sensibly here by Eduardo Freitas, our race director, because there is a certain amount of time that it takes to scramble a safety car, pick up the leader, withdraw the safety car, whereas if you know it's only going to be a couple of laps, and quite clearly when we had the G-Drive car in the wall here in front of us, the marshal said, no, we'll get that away straight away. We can either snatch it in behind the wall or we'll push him off. Don't need a safety car, just get everybody slowed down and we'll deal with it. And the same for that piece of debris. I think that's actually a fantastic, this is a strange thing to say, but weapon in the armoury of the race director.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%, but if people observed yellow flags properly, you would be able to do that with a local yellow.
No, and I agree with you 100% as well. Oh my goodness, the world's coming to an end. I've got an FIA patch on my arm, and Paul and I have agreed on something.
We'll soon sort that out, John.
Yes, that is true. It's sad that you have to do that because you can't trust some of the drivers to respect the work of the safety crews. Yes, Paul, fair point, well made and nicely presented, might I say. In the pit lane has come Kung Fu Cheng, Frankie Chen, who I've watched plying his trade here in the UK for quite some time, Formula Renault, and he brings the 6th place P1 car into the pit lane.
Yes, he's in complete no man's land, isn't he? He's 2 laps behind the sister car of Nicolas Prost, which has just had a pit stop. So this is kind of the equivalent pit stop. But he's miles ahead of all the LMP2 cars. So he's sort of in between. He hasn't really got very much to gain nor to lose. Just get out there and get more and more experience. Andre Lotterer has opened up the gap between himself and Tom Christensen fairly significantly, fairly quickly. Up to, 3 seconds now, 3.2665 seconds then separates the 2 Audi drivers.
Sebastian Buemi drifting the number 8 TSO 30, the Toyota, through not too far away from you, Paul, actually. Coming in, he was just really crossed up there, but managed to keep the power on. It shows you just how much more movement that you can get into these LMP1 cars when the aero isn't working for you in the slower corners.
That's it, yeah. Both of the Toyotas a lap behind, as Lotterer just slots in the fastest lap of the race. Takes that away from Alan McNish, who'd set a fast lap earlier on. Andre Lotterer doing a 1:43.698. And
down to the pit lane, Paul, to the Porsche factory team, where Romain Dumas is standing by with Louise.
Romain, you're back in the 911. How's it been for you?
Well, it's fun, the competition is so high on GT that we have to fight very hard. It was my first stint for a long time, like in GT car, but no, it was great. I mean, we had a little bit of rain during the stint. It was a good fun.
And you're saying you're looking out for more rain?
Yeah, I mean, we were catching the Ferrari very, very hard when it was raining. So, if it rains, it can be a help for us. We are losing a lot of time at each pit stop, around 10 to 12 seconds. So, all what we can gain on track, we are losing in a pit so far. Wait and see, still 2.5 hours. We will see.
Thank you.
Rob Fitzgerald noting that what great work the safety crews of the marshals are doing. Wonders if they've got enough bits to build a full car by the end of the race. As we've got a spinner right in front of us, and it's the Rebellion number 12, I think, because the 13's on its outlap. No, that is the 13, and spun on the exit of the final corner. with no harm, no foul, no contact. Still listed as Frankie Cheng at the wheel of that car. He goes on to complete his 106th lap as Andre Lotterer puts in the fastest lap of the race in the number 1 Audi on lap number 111. It's Nelson, if you're a cricket supporter. 1:43.698, which is almost, Paul, exactly where we qualified last year.
I'm just trying to look back in my notes. I know I told you what it was earlier on, but it was 1:43.663 pole position. The fastest lap of the weekend was set in pre-practice 3, 1:43.628.
Very close to that then, 43.698 for Lotterer in the race. We've had quicker laps than that this weekend, but is that a lap record then for the sports cars here for Lotterer?
Yes, it is. Yes. In fact, every fastest lap that we've had in this race was a lap record because it was quicker than they went in the race last year.
Down to Nick Damon, where we're getting another tranche of pit stops. Bruno Senna starting the next round of GTE Pro stops. Nick?
He's dropped to the... I must say, that was one of the most impressive bits of sprinting out of the car I've ever seen. Usain Bolt being pleased about the speed, he's going about 200 metres, He was turning sharply to get around the car, but it was live like a gazelle out the thing. And I think it's... I feel it might be Darren getting, which would be out of sync, wouldn't it? Let me see if I can get a look at the helmet. It should obviously be Stefan. So it's very hard to look through a window when someone's trying to put tyres in the car. They get a bit upset. Oh no, that is Stefan in the car. So Stefan Mucker's in the car, and so they're going their first rotation. Of course, this is going particularly well because, of course, their major rival, who isn't an Aston Martin, was, of course, the 51 AF Corsa, but they completely shot themselves in the foot by going on and off wet tyres during that brief shower.
Yes. And away they have gone, yes. Already disappeared into the rather pleasant sunshine that we have here at Silverstone.
Yeah,
getting on for the best conditions we've had this weekend, Paul. Oh, sorry, back down the pits.
Yeah, picked up Bruno Senna before he gets a chance to do anything else. Bruno, your first run at the in the GTE class of the World Endurance Championship, and you're left leading, so that must be the best result, really.
I can't complain too much about it, for sure. It was a bit of a test of fire. Came out and it had just rained, and like this is very difficult. The tires are brand new and you have lots of sliding. But with time, track was dry, and I managed to get into the pace, and we have a nice advantage. So let's hope we can keep pushing, and stay in front for the end of the race.
How are you finding the fact that you're having to be being overtaken by these big P cars the whole time, but also there's a few of the GTE cars you're faster than?
It's difficult because they come much faster, especially in the high-speed corners. So I need to be always pay attention to what's happening. But here, the track is wide, you get some space. In Sebring, definitely was very, very dangerous, very easy to get into a confusion. But fortunately, we survived with no incidents and only lost a bit of time because of traffic.
Nick Damon in the powered by Nissan pit lane. I was just musing on the race so far as we click off another half hour. Andre Lotterer leads by 7.5 seconds. Audi 1 from 2 from Buemi. The first of the Toyotas in third position. The number 8 car in P2. James Walker in the 25 Delta ADR. Oregon Nissan leads by 52 seconds over Bertrand Paquet in the 35 Morgan Nissan. And Alex Brundle now getting his first run in the 24 car. In Pro, Stefan Mucker, as you heard, has just got aboard the class leading 97 Aston Martin. Kamui Kobayashi still must be coming into change shortly in the 71 AF Corsa Ferrari. He's 50 seconds in arrears in second place, and about another minute and 40 back is Ricard Leitz in the third place 92 Porsche. In AM, Christopher Nygaard continues to lead the category in the 95 Aston Martin. I think I've got about 6 seconds to Pedro Lamy behind him, but Lamy's not in that class, so his next class battle is Philip Peter in the 81 Ferrari, who is a lap and a minute and 22 seconds behind him. Behind that, it's the Corvette 50 of Julien Canal. That's how they stand with 2 hours and 28 minutes to go. If you are just joining us, clean start pretty much at the head of the race with the 2 Toyotas leading off. Alan McNish quickly moving up his way into second. Slight mistake by Alex Verts coming out of the final corner in what was rapidly becoming, even in the early stages, ill handling number 7 Toyota, which continues to look like it's porpoising very badly, like a Porsche that's not been set up properly, quite honestly, a 911, and that handling deficiency has not got any better all the way through the race, and they were having tyre wear issues for the Toyota team. And McNish went through into the lead, followed through by his teammate. A couple of laps later, the Audis have been battling between themselves, and it's sorted out at the moment with Lotter ahead of Christensen. We have had a splash of rain that caused 1 or 2 little issues, and a couple of full course cautions for track cleaning or picking up of cars. We haven't, Paul, had a safety car, have we?
No, we haven't. We've got some entries in that particular spreadsheet, but that was only because I haven't got a spreadsheet for full course yellows, so I've had to kind of make the best of a bad job there. So 2 full course yellows, which lasted a total of 6 laps. The first one was 4, the second one was 2, but no safety cars at all. Just reflecting on when we can next expect to see cars coming into the pits, and it's Christensen is due next in at the end of his lap 119. He's currently on his 116th, so the rest of this one and 3 more laps means that's about 6 minutes, isn't it, before we get Tom Christensen coming in. It's amazing how quickly they cycle through. As far as the weather's conditions is concerned, there was a big grey cloud, and it's completely missed us, gone to the south of us. So I think I'm not going to say anything about the weather. We've got another too long to go in the race, 2.5 hours still to go. There's too long to go. There could just be some more rain because there are heavy clouds around the circuit, but at the moment, bright sunshine, John.
Yes, thank you, Paul. Paul Truswell over there at Beckett's has the best view of everything that's coming around here at the moment, hopefully bringing you up to date as people are joining us all the time as we're live here on the first round of the FIA WEC at Silverstone. It's John Hindhaugh, Paul Truswell, Johnny Palmer will be back with us in a little while, and in the powered by Nissan pit lane it is of course Bruce Jones and Nick Damon. Big year for ACO Racing this year with the 90th anniversary of Le Mans, as you hear the onboard sounds that have been generated by James Walker going down the hanger straight, down 1 gear to turn into the right-hander at Stowe, which goes off camber just over the brow. Easy to get the power on too early there and spear across the driver's right, now down 2, 3 gears as he turns left-handed into Vale, and then out through what is the reprofiled Club Double Apex right-hander, right onto the rev limiter in first, second, possibly short shifting to third. Across the line he goes then, down towards the first corner. Big lump of curb on the right hand side, just having to modify his line there. He's got an Aston Martin ahead of him, and that's going to mess up his entry into the complex at the loop, and he stays out wide as he'll do the cut back and try and get through in the short chute between the 2 apices of the left-hander before he heads onto the Wellington Straight as we go down in the pits to Tonio Liuzzi.
Your good work, your challengers can't come close, can they?
I think we're doing pretty well so far. You know, it's a great experience for me, my first 6 hours race, and we're doing good so far. Starting with pole and leading the race, so hopefully we can keep up the pace.
Can you keep ahead of them, do you think?
Well, that's the idea. I'm going back in the car for the last 2 stints, so hopefully we can keep up the pace and keep the lead. That's the plan.
And if it rains?
Well, then it's a gamble for everybody. You know, we're gonna have to play. We're gonna have to play with the weather as it is, and we'll see. But I don't think it's gonna rain. It's looking good. Sun is out, so looking good.
We are in the UK.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, that was Petsonia, not Liuzzi. Got my Tonios mixed up there. Back on board with the 25 Delta ADR, currently driven by James Walker, leading that P2 category, and we join him at the same point of the track at Stowe Corner. Let's see if we can stay on board with him for a little bit and give you a little bit of the idea of what it sounds like to be on board. Now he comes down into the heavy braking area at Vale. He short shifted before that first right hand part of club, and he was into third as he went through the middle part of it. Now he's across the start finish line. Breathe on the throttle, no downshift into the first corner. Now into farm, tucks it across to the left hand side. 2, 3, down the box, catching a little bit of oversteer as the back end tries to overtake the front. And just as we were about to see him catapult onto the Wellington straight, we break away to, well, I was going to say here, but more likely see Jacques Nicolet, and he's going very slowly indeed. He is in the pit lane, but I think he may have had an issue. And was Andre Lotterer involved, as he's bouncing around all over the place at the end of the Hanger Straight as well? But into the pit lane has come Jacques Nicolet. Also, we have the Morgan 47 in, and the Zytek of Michael Marsal, the Greaves car, having better luck today than it did yesterday. And the number 2 Audi is in the pit lane, Nick.
And this will just be the fuel and a windscreen tear off. Tom Christensen doing the second of his double stint in this number 2 car. Currently, as with the number, is running second, so he needs to find a bit more speed in this second session on these same tyres. No tyre change, of course. And begin to catch up with number 1 car, Bruce.
Yeah, just as John mentioned, 47 was in the pit lane. Unfortunately, that's been converted into the pit garage. Jim Carteau sitting on board. Oh, flames in the back of the car. They've taken the rear bodywork off, and I don't know if the brakes have been overheating. They've got onto it very quickly. Don't forget, this is a very new team from the KC Motorsport Group from China, with Jim Carteau, one of the 2 Chinese drivers here, and the other, of course, Frankie Cheng, driving for Rebellion Racing. They got onto that very quickly, put the fire out. It was a little flash fire. And Jim Carteau remaining on board the car. I don't know why it's in the garage. Now the flames are out, I might go in and have a look. But a little bit of a scare there.
Lena Gade on the radio to bring in the number 1 Audi of Andre Lotterer next time around. The 2 Aston Martins in team formation at the moment. Nice touch, I thought, at the start of the race for the ACO and the FIA WEC to have an aircraft go across with effectively a happy birthday Aston Martin on it, Paul. That's I don't think I've seen that before. Then again, not many automotive manufacturers are 100 years old, in fairness.
It's the sort of thing you see on the beach in Florida, isn't it, with a little aeroplane going along saying visit the local nightclub or something. But no, it was a nice touch. I'm not quite sure whose idea it was, but no, that went down very well.
Lot of race in the pit lane, Nick.
Yeah, and once again, there are tyres available that they won't be used. It must be a feeling that Lena has that she wants to have the tyres available for all emergencies, whereas Kyle, I think, is running car 2, doesn't see the necessity. He's seen nothing on the telemetry. There's no need to wheel them in and offer them, but that is a difference between the 2 cars. This again is just fuel. Lotterer will go, and he's gone in the requisite time, and I expect those 2 pit stops will be almost identical when they get to the end of the pit lane, and Lotterer will therefore pick up in the lead again.
Yeah, excellent bit of theory here from Toby Moody. Hello, Toby, and we delighted that you're coming back to Le Mans for the 90th anniversary, back to Le Mans this year, doing the World Feed. Toby normally talking about vehicles that have exactly half as many wheels as what we're looking at the moment. And Toby says, do you think that the Toyota might be wobbling down the Hanger Straight because the wind coming effectively into their faces is adding more wind speed over aero? I think that's a very, very good theory, to be honest. And clearly there's something not right, because we haven't seen that, Paul, happening for the most part for the rest of the weekend when the wind hasn't been in that direction.
No, it is a valid point. The wind is coming in from the south, and if you'll just bear with me while I press Control Alt a couple of times, the wind speed is less now than it was earlier on, although it's still gusting up to 35 kilometres an hour. Well, no, actually, it's just gusted up again. So, yeah, 35 kilometres an hour at times, the wind. So it is strong. It is also a very difficult thing to dial with a car is how to get rid of that porpoising, because even if you've got a rolling road wind tunnel, you can't duplicate bumps, and generally this porpoising would be perfectly all right if the road was absolutely flat, as a wind tunnel road is. But what happens is you get a slight little variation because of a bump, and that just starts the oscillation going. And once you've started it, it's like when you're swinging your very expensive pocket watch. Once you start swinging it, it's going to take ages for it to stop.
Yes, that's a good point, and I think a fair point well made by Toby Moody.
Yeah,
thoroughly enjoyed the Lusail coverage, Qatar MotoGP last weekend.
So he's doing a complete swap with David Addison on the touring cars and Le Mans
Clearly,
contract.
Yes, they're doing a turn and turn about. Eventually, when the music stops, one of us will be out of a job. David, who normally does that job with Chris Tate, is the current voice of British Touring Car Championship for ITV Sport. So that frees Toby up and there at Croft that weekend. So that gives Toby the opportunity to come back to Le Mans, where he has been before, working for Audi TV.
I remember.
In fact, came and did a couple of rundowns for us.
Didn't he? And he was so excited to be able to do it.
Can we forget? Can we forget? No, good to see TM coming back to Le Mans this year, and having a sit down with him in the next few weeks to have a chat about that and share his enthusiasm.
Absolutely. Just to pick up on Nick Damon's point about Audi pit stops, 1 minute and 4 seconds, and not only were the two pit stops identical, but they were identical to previous fueling-only pit stops. So the only one that was slightly out was when Ben Trenouet had that little problem with the Michelin tyre man putting the valve cap back on the wheel, and that pushed it up to 1 minute and 10. But apart from that, the fuel-only stops for number 1 and number 2 Audis exactly the same, 64 seconds. The gap between the two of them has gone out again. It's up to 10 seconds now between Lotterer and Christensen. As I say, I think Lotterer's commitment through the traffic, or confidence in his car, just that little bit more than Tom Christensen.
Exactly the same pit stop time, 1 minute and 4 for the pair of them, which proves they're using the same amount of fuel, and that their pit lane speed limiters are set exactly the same way. In from second in P2, Bertrand Baguette in the number 35. This is the Oak Racing Morgan and Nissan. He shares with Ricardo Gonzalez and Martin Plowman, the man we call Bertie Breadstick.
Looks nice, and a regular pit stop. Bertrand Baguette staying on board. I just found out what the problem was with number 47, the KCMG car. It was getting through a little bit too much oil. Then obviously it burnt a bit when they lift the engine cover off. But they're all quite happy. They're just smiling, going, hey, just remember, we're just practicing for Le Mans. So I think it's a fairly massive thing, a Chinese team coming into the World Endurance Championship.
Yeah. And they've done a very, very good job, being sitting in third place for most of this race. And the draw of the World Endurance Championship is a slightly agitated Jimmy Bruni makes his way out to the back of the AF Corsa garage and is sitting down to do a bit of debriefing. He's not happy though, Nick.
Well, the 51 did come in for a stop 3 minutes ago or so, but of course it's been tumbled down the list because it had to do it went onto wets and back off again. But it's been nibbled. The rear left has definitely been hit. Now I was not sure when that was.
Yeah, it was a bit earlier on. I think there was a report.
Dislodged tail and a bit of a corner taken out of the new rear end aerodynamics. So whether that's something that's upset Jimmy or just the fact that he was sitting there going, we've got no chance. We've had 2 extra pit stops we didn't need. I don't know.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of a, I was going to say a Gallic shrug, but a Roman shrug from Jimmy when he got to the back. By the time he'd walked 15 paces, the blood pressure had come down to tolerable levels again, and somebody had turned the boost down just a little bit, and he was fine. Put him on a map 4, and by the time he sat down, he was great again. Andre Lotterer making his way through traffic, and it was a help that the 32 Lotus went off the track ahead of him, so he didn't actually have to pass Dom Kreheimer. I was quite pleased with Dom getting that drive. I'm not sure he'll be as excited as I was for him. They've had certainly a baptism of fire in the Cordova Lotus Praga team.
Yeah, it's been a very difficult weekend for them, but hopefully they'll still have some development time.
Car looks good, Paul, you know.
It does, and it's got all the right ingredients. It just needs a bit, it just needs a bit more something, and the listeners can work out perhaps what it needs, but it needs it, because at the moment they've had too many problems that they shouldn't have had to put up with. Just looking down, what was I thinking? Oh yes, because the Audis have made their pit stops, the Toyotas haven't yet been in for their pit stops. Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 car has got himself back onto the same lap as Andre Lotterer, the race leader, and Buemi is not due in for his pit stop until lap 127, so that's 6 laps from where he is at the moment. And that gap is going.
Sorry, Bruce?
Lapierre will be coming in this time around. The Toyota crew have just come out, put out the pit board for him.
Okay.
Right, okay, because Lapierre... I'm sure that Lapierre is actually due in just yet. Well, he has done a triple stint, though, because, of course, he stayed out, didn't he? He came in, did the extra pit stops to go on to intermediates and then came back in. He was anyway on his second stint then, and he actually got into the car at about 13:28. So
about 13:28, Paul.
Yes, because that's the time that it's a minute after Wurtz took it over. So, sorry, Wurtz brought it in at 13:27. So Lapierre will have brought it out at 13:28. About. That's why I say about. Point being that he's been in the car for 2 hours and 20 minutes.
That's a decent stint.
Which is a decent stint, and maybe he's just getting a bit weary from it all.
Yeah, well, he's out of the car now, and Alex Wurtz, the man with the red driving boot and the blue driving boot, who doesn't do the swimming leg of a triathlon, has just got on board at number 7. So it wasn't a good first stint for him. He's had plenty of time to think about it. Nicolas Lapierre not looking too weary. He's just pulling his gloves off, going to talk to the crew, and the fuel's going in number 7. Boy,
he's not looking too weary. He doesn't even have the good grace to look tired after doing 2.5 hours in the car.
Clearly an alien from outer space, but I'll go and catch a boat. Oh gosh, at least he's pink in the face. That's good to see.
31 seconds behind the teammates when they cross the line in the pit lane. Clearly they'll have a bit to add to that after the stops. Tyres are on at the back. They go to work on the right front Michelin, which they have done. Meantime, the number 12 of Nicolas Prost continues in 4th position at the moment, having a bit of traffic to deal with. I wonder if they just have a marshal at each post who, after lap 4, just gets out the blue flag and waves it till the end of the race, because it does seem sometimes that is almost what's going on. And although we've had better weather today, it's not been a great weekend to have been out in the elements. So again, our thanks to the marshals. And I know that some of you, they won't be all able to hear us saying this, but if you go back and watching this on your DVR tonight, you've had a cracking weekend, all of you, all done very well, fabulous work. And again, just underlining what Paul was saying about the things that you can do when you have a full team of marshals here in the UK working together, that you simply cannot get done under the same circumstances or as quickly in other parts of the world. Now, the two Toyotas are together, Paul, but presumably they must be separated by a lap, are they?
Yes, exactly right, because Wurtz was behind and has had a pit stop, so the pit stop costs him around about a minute and a half. And
let's just hear from Nicolas Lapierre if we can. He's just got out of number 7. Nicolas has a long old 3 stints.
Yeah, it was a bit long, but it was due to the little drizzle we had. We went in for Inter, and then I had to go out with the slick again, and we wanted to double stint. So at the end, it was a bit of a long stint, but yeah, a bit disappointed because I took the decision about the Inter tire. I thought it was not the right one, so I feel a bit sorry for the team. But it was a bit of a gamble that we had to take in order to come back on the Audi that are clearly faster than us right now. So we had to try something, but it was not the good thing to try. But anyway, it's like this.
But on the regular tyres, on the slicks, how's the car handling? Because Anthony Davidson said it's not everything he wants, the handling at the moment, a bit difficult.
Yeah, I mean, the car is not perfect. You know, you have to remember that it's last year's car as well, so it's not easy for us to fight with the new Audi, but yeah, we are a bit surprised and disappointed by the gap that they have made. You know, we will have a good debrief after the race and see what we can improve.
Okay, Nico, thank you. A very disappointed looking, Nicolas Lapierre, his whole body language. He's now drooped since he got out of the car, looking relatively healthy. He's, as he said, he took the gamble with the tyres and it didn't work out.
Big lock up by Alex Wurtz in the number 7 Toyota, heading into the complex just behind Paul, but he managed to keep hold of the car. Meantime, sorry Paul, Tom Christensen going off the circuit as well and running onto the AstroTurf, which has been a lot more robust this year than we've seen in the past, which is good news.
Good to know that people learn from mistakes.
Well, no, absolutely.
You know, what you don't like doing is
let's go down the pit lane. Jimmy Bruni is talking to Luis.
Very raining, and the others were already 10 laps with the hot tires, and I was on the straight exit of 13, and I just put the fourth gear and the car spun. The tires was too new and it was raining, so bad luck. It's happened, it's racing, so we'll see where we can end up after this problem.
Thank you.
Sorry, Paul, didn't get the usual notification on that one, and just heard Louise's plaintive voice in the background there, so we managed to get over and hear most of what Jimmy said. So upset with himself by the sound of that rather than anyone else.
I mean, isn't it good to hear people not making excuses? And often if they feel it is them that messed up, then they're quite happy to say so, or prepared. Probably happy is the wrong word, but they're prepared to say so. No, the point I was going to make was the moment we almost had between the two Toyotas as they were coming up to lap the 8-star Ferrari, and they both went past the 8-star Ferrari, but we very nearly had a change as the 8-star Ferrari itself, the number 81 car, goes past the Krone Racing car, puts a lap on that one. But we had the two Toyotas very, very close together, going nose to tail, going side by side down the Wellington Straight, a lap apart, with Buemi at the end of his stint and Alex Wurz at the beginning of his. Buemi he's currently on his 126th lap. He'll be coming in at the end of his next one, if not this one.
They're ready for this lap. Number 8 coming in this lap.
This lap, you reckon? Good?
Yep.
Yes, because of course his last stint was that little bit longer because he was able to save fuel whilst it was raining and whilst we had the second full course yellow. So that will probably have accounted for the extra fuel economy.
Well, I think this is very interesting. Oh, Bertrand Baguette does the fastest lap in the 35 Morgan 151.4. I do think this Audi versus Toyota battle, we bang out on about it a lot, but I do think there's far more to be written about this. Let's not write off the men from Cologne just at the moment, and the women. And I don't think you can hand the season to Audi quite yet either. But I'm looking forward to the rest of the WEC season already. Spa, of course, the next race, which is actually not that far away, Paul, is it? It's what, 3 weeks' time or something like that?
Yes, I suddenly realised that. We need to talk to about that, and also need to talk to Mrs. Trustwell about that. But we'll get there, and I am looking forward to it, yes. So we wait for Sebastian Buemi to come in, and of course...
Well, he's in the pit.
Good.
Very straightforward pit stop, just finishing off the refuelling, and then they got 4 tyres, which is very kind since there are 4 corners, and but they kept them aside. No new tyres were fitted.
Oh, okay.
So Buemi back on his way in number 8. They'll save the tyres for next time around.
Now, sorry, Paul, go ahead. I was just going to make a quick point about the Toyotas have been struggling a little more on tyres than the Audi have, but they have been double stinting since that first stint from Alex, haven't they?
Yes, they have, but interestingly, it takes them a little bit longer to refuel the Toyota than it does to refuel the Audi. Now, you've got a different type of fuel going in, so the organisers try to balance that out by changing the diameter of the hose through which it flows, but it seems to me that Toyota might be saying, look, unless there's something else that's going on, but we've always seen Audi being very, very efficient. But Toyota's pit stops have been longer than the Audi ones have, even when they've just been straight refueling ones.
Okay, thank you very much. Alan McNish doing a little bit of socialising with the family earlier on. That's the view inside race control where Eduardo Freitas is overseeing the race. Had a lot of tweets from people here saying just how good the fan zone has been behind us here, and that how much they've enjoyed the activity, seeing the new trophy for 2013, signing their name on the 90th anniversary fan wall, and even booking tickets, I've heard as well. The ACO have been selling tickets for Le Mans 24 here at Silverstone this weekend, which I think is a first. We're seeing the hybrid activation zones out. That's where you can harvest the energies, 4 of them, just into the complex behind Paul, then at the end of the Wellington Straight, end of the Hanger Straight, and the end of Vale. And it's 50 metres from the apex of each of those corners is the start of the hybrid zone in terms of where you can harvest, the hybrid harvest zone. So those are the official braking zones, if you like, Paul. Yeah. They are braking elsewhere, I'm sure.
Absolutely. I mean, the braking and storing the energy, the difficulty is because you can't convert everything that you're braking into energy. So again, you have to have a very delicate system to make that all work properly. Another fastest lap of the race just been set by Tom Christensen.
Life in the old dog yet.
Much life. 1:43.695. It was 1:43.698 Andre Lotterer, so we're down to 1 minute 43.695 for Christensen. I don't know if I should be saying this, but I had expected them to go more quickly because, as we were mentioning earlier on, John, those times are roughly what we saw last year. Now, the track is identical. The temperature is lower.
Yes.
And it's a new car.
Tyre technology roughly the same. We've got the P2 leader in the pits with James Walker at the wheel for Nick Damon.
Yeah, well, not for me, really.
No, he has come in just for you.
Oh, really? Well, the chap there, he's coming for some fuel. There was a bit of fiddling down by, I think, by the driver radio. That was a fuel-only, very easy stop, and a round of applause from 2 or 3 members of the back of the garage. And, of course, they carry on in their merry way to what looks like, with a couple of hours to go, P2 honours.
The margin is certainly substantial over the next car in the class, which is the number 24 Oak Racing Morgan Nissan, with Alex Brundle currently at the wheel. Even though the car has made the pit stop, it holds its lead in the class through the pit stop.
On board again with that 25 car, Alex Brundle has assumed the lead, as we're seeing. James Walker back out, battle of the young Brits there. Alex Brundle making a convincing case, I think, Paul, since arriving in endurance sports car racing and Paul Ricard, what, a year or so ago, for someone to take his move very seriously. It's his ambition to be a professional racing driver and earning his living out of it. As we see the Giancarlo Fisichella 51 Porsche now. Did he jump or was he pushed there? Could have been a bit of both.
Yeah.
That was the Krone racing car again, with who is at the wheel?
Tracy Krone at the wheel at the moment.
It is indeed, yes. Is that excellent piece of art that involves painting using remote control cars.
Yes.
Which I always think is phenomenal.
Yeah, I discovered
a Twitter message from the artist not so very long ago. He's a good lad.
Yeah, I discovered this morning, actually, as I was down there, that he does school visits as well. So, you know, if there are any head teachers around, you know, how about having him round to the school to do your art class for you? That would be excellent.
RC Racing does Vision On. I can see that, Nick, as a special programme, can't you?
I can, but I do feel there's better things to do with radio control cars than painting. Perhaps I'm a Philistine. I just see them raring round and racing around tracks, which they'll be doing all summer. Including, we should really pre-announce that come August, John, you'll be doing live broadcasts of RC racing for us.
That's very true. I'm looking forward to having been involved in RC Racing TV for a little while with Nick.
4 hours on the clock.
Doing the live broadcasts. I think I'm going to Hungary, Nick, aren't I?
Austria.
Austria.
Enough.
All right. Geography, never my strong point, as Miss Glendenning will tell you. She's my geography teacher at school. We have come up with another hour, and we'll talk about that in a moment after we've been down the pits with Louise and Christian Poulsen.
Christian, you've just said they're leaving the old one till last, so you ready for your stint?
Yeah, it looks really good in the moment. We are leading with 2 laps, so I'm just looking forward to get in the car and have some fun.
All of the Astons have been dominant so far. Can you keep it up?
Yeah, I'll just we have a good lead, so I'll just try to bring the car home without making any mistakes, and then we'll see how the speed is. But just bring the car home.
Thank you.
We're into the last third of the first round of the FIA World Endurance Championship at Silverstone, live on radiolemans.com around the world, 87.7 here at the circuit. Our broadcast powered by Nissan. Good to have your company. And as we move into hour number 5, it's Andre Lotterer that leads by 6.173 seconds. Audi number 1 from Audi number 2, currently driven by Tom Christensen. As we're hearing now for a 30-second stop-and-go penalty.
88, car 88, a 30-second penalty in the pit lane for overspeeding in the pit lane. Car 88, 30-second stop-and-go penalty for speeding in the pit lane.
Eduardo Freitas, our race director there. So the two Audis, 1 and 2, separated by 6 seconds. Sebastian Buemi is the best of the Toyotas, the number 8 car in third. He's got a bit of work to do, although he's lapping at the same sort of speed as Christensen at the moment. A slower lap by Lotterer that time in traffic at 1:47.1. Alexander Wirtz is in the 4th place car, being the number 7 Toyota at the moment. And then the two Rebellion Lola Toyotas are 5th and 6th, although separated by 3 laps now. I'm not really certain how the 13 car dropped away from its teammate.
It made an extra pit stop for intermediates.
Okay, yes it did. That doesn't account for all 3 of those laps though, Paul.
No.
Left-hand side tyres, we'll change left-hand side tyres, okay?
This is the Oak Racing car that's still having problems with left front and on left-hand side tyres. Having excessive wear on the 24 car. That's Alex Brundle. That message came in just a few moments ago before he came in to the pits. He has now been and gone and rejoins in 3rd place. P2 currently led by James Walker in the 25 Delta ADR from Bertrand Baguette in the Oak Morgan Nissan, the 35 car, some minute behind in 2nd place. And then we'll wait for Alex to get back up to speed to give you a gap, but he's ahead of Pierre Caffer in the 49 PCOM Orica Nissan. So that's the top 4. Top 5 are all Nissan powered.
Just worth pointing out, John, just looking at one of the tyres that came off Alex Brundle's car, and slightly square on the bottom at one point.
Oh dear.
I think we'll say.
Okay, fantastic. That was the artist, by the way, is Ian, and if you want to know more about what he does, he's at PopBangColour on Twitter. At PopBangColour, great lad, and glad to see him here. Stefan Munger is leading GTE Pro for Aston Martin, the 97 car. I could have recorded this sometime earlier and just replayed it. Kamui Kobayashi is back behind the wheel of the 2nd place Ferrari, which is the 71 AF Corsa car, and Ricard Leitz continues a very good debut, I think, for the Works Porsche, and it is the Works team running that. He's 33 seconds now behind Kobayashi. That's almost doubled since the first part of the race. He was sitting around about 12, 13, 14 seconds behind the leading pair. That's out to 30 seconds at the moment, and he's got 8.5 seconds on Pedro Lamy, who is lapping a little quicker in the number 99 Aston Martin that's currently in 4th place. The best of the GTE AM cars is Christopher Nygaard in the number 95, and he's got a better part again still of a couple of laps on Philippe Peter in the 81 Ferrari and Julian Canal in the venerable Chevrolet Corvette, the number 50 car. And if you didn't hear Doug Feehan, project manager for Chevy Corvette earlier on, get on the website and download the archive, which is being put up very rapidly. The 32 Lotus has a quick spin at turn number 5, which is Dominic Kreheimer, and he's got it pointing in the right direction. Everything we've done this weekend here on Radio Le Mans, go to www.radiolemans.com, and it's there to listen on demand or to download. And of course all of our archive is always free to listen to.
Must say, very impressed by Tom Christensen. You mentioned a little while ago that he was closing the gap between himself and Andre, or it may be that Andre's looking after his tyres, but there was a section of 3 laps a little while ago where TK, just after setting his fastest lap of the race, did a 144, 144, 144, 144, 1, 144, 4, 144, 5. At the same time, Andre Lotterer was doing 46s. So that enabled Tom Christensen to close the gap 8.5 seconds it is at the moment, because it's gone up again as a result of Christensen coming across some traffic. But there's still, we talk about this as being an Audi domination, but there's still a big battle going on, because Audis don't worry about team orders. It's one team against the other team very much. And I'm sure that the number 2 car will be doing everything it can to close in. Just doing a quick calculation as well, looking at the current pace of the race, we could be looking at a race distance of about 1,160 kilometres. So, remember back to when the 6 hours used to be 1,000 kilometres. We're getting up to something like 1,160 kilometres this year.
Just reports on car number 45. That's been in the garage for number 1. That's the third of the Oak Racing Morgan Nissans, and I'm afraid it's a problem with the gearbox. Working away, but they've lost loads of laps. Looking down now at car number 57, the Krone Racing car. Front end of that, from the impact, is now being heavily taped. At least they've got green tape to match the car, so no black tape there. But 57, Krone Racing Ferrari, been in the wars.
The racer tape, coloured racer tape, fantastic invention. It should be in the rules, you've got to do that, of course. Not sure it is, but 8 seconds now, the gap between first and second. As we've got just on an hour and 52 minutes still to go, Paul.
Yes, and I think it's fascinating quite what's going on in LMP2, because although James Walker has this minute of a lead in the number 25 car, I'm not quite sure that it's going to be that straightforward for him to keep it. The car will still obviously have to come into the pits before the end of the race. Antonio Pizzonia then will be taking it over again. And then they'll be trying to stay ahead of both the Oak Racing car with Alex Brundle currently driving it, and that will be going back to Olivier Pla, of course, and the other Oak Racing car, number 35, which Baguette currently driving, will be going back to Martin Plowman. So there'll be a lot of good racing going on in the closing stages in P2. I must say, as far as the GT categories are concerned, I've been most impressed at the way that the Aston Martins have been treating this, and I hope by so saying I'm not giving them the curse of the commentator, but thus far, touching wood, the Astons have been a very, very strong set of cars indeed.
It's building on success as well, Paul, which is terribly impressive for what is actually quite a small concern. Aston Martin Racing, of course, and Aston Martin do have business links, notably effectively sharing David Richards, who's part of both of them. David Richards sharing his time between both of them. But last year's car, GT AM car, which was the 11 GT Pro car, was pretty impressive. The Pro car made some steps forward during the winter. They've tinkered around, they've looked to see what they can do within the rules, and been able to just make some detail changes, some for reliability's sake, some but for serviceability's sake, which is really quite sensible.
Oh, very much so. And I mean, the other aspect, which again pertains to the endurance nature of the racing, is they've kept themselves pretty much out of trouble. I mean, how many times have we seen incidents with Ferraris bouncing across the grass and bouncing onto the curbs? And as I say that, one of them goes off at Village and comes back on again. It is the Jack Gerber car, number 761, which does that, and we may be seeing a replay of that now. Yes, there he goes. Just had a spin on his own, really. It was nothing to do with the Audi that was coming up behind. But the Ferraris have been having their incidents, and the Aston Martins, I mean, we had the incidents that Royal Goethe was having when the weather was against us. But apart from that, I don't think there's been any cause for concern from the Astons. They've not been bouncing over curbs or grass or anything, have they?
For Ryan Williams and those asking, and Chris Draper, Doug Feehan was in earlier on during the race broadcast, and the race podcasts are being processed and uploaded for listen on demand and podcast as we speak by our executive producer Tim Gray up in London, and they will be up this afternoon within probably about half an hour or 40 minutes, the pair of them, to be honest. Already the Nissan pre-race show is there. If you go to radiolemans.com, www.radiolemans.com. And hello to Brian Sellers, Falcon Tyres Porsche driver. See Brian at Long Beach for the next round of the American Le Mans Series. And good to know Brian's tuned in and listening, taking an interest in the sport further afield. About time we have Brian back across in Europe. And when is he going to get a Falcon Tyres drive at the Nürburgring 24 Hours? Another one of the races you can hear. You're here on radiolemans.com. It's a Sunday-Monday event this year, the Nürburgring 24 Hours. So check the website for details on that as well. And, Johnny Palmer has come back from his foraging trip and has rejoined us as we move into the, well, in fact we're inside the last third of the race now, much as it was when you left, Johnny. And you know, for the first race of a very competitive World Championship season, I'm very impressed at the reliability we're seeing here.
Yeah, not much attrition at all, has there been, apart from the odd little incident when the rain shower came down. But in terms of reliability, there's not been many problems at all. The GT cars look very good on fuel. They pushed the envelope for that first pit stop far longer than I was expecting. And these Audis are being thrashed to their very limit, aren't they? Particularly by Andre Lotterer, which is a phenomenal stint right from the off. I was hearing Paul earlier on say that, you know, 1 minute he's in the pit lane observing, next minute you're driving one of these R18s out of the pit lane, and you've got to be on it from the off. And Lotterer was most impressive from the start of his stint, a 145.5 his last effort, and this is the 138th lap. So we're pushing on. Will we get to 200 laps, Paul? Have you worked that out yet?
I have worked it out, and no, we're not.
Okay.
Let's hear from Nicolas Prost. I've just got Nicolas Prost. You come in 5th place. Amazing. Everyone's been so consistent today. The Audis are leading, the Toyotas, and then you, the Rebellion.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing quite well. Obviously, for us, we know it's difficult to fight the works team, so we have to be conscious, be a bit careful in traffic. I mean, now we have a good lead over the sister car. Car 21 is out, so it's looking quite good for us. So I was not being silly. I'm not too happy because my teammate blocked me for one stint, so didn't want to take any risk, but that's life.
Okay, so Nick Heidfeld's in the car now.
Yeah, Nick is a good driver, so I trust him. He will be very sensible, and hopefully he can safely bring it home.
Let's hope so. That was Nico Prost, and thank you, Nico. And just behind him, Frankie Cheng has brought the sister car in, number 13, and he's being replaced by Matthias Besch. So it's all happening down at Rebellion, but all they can do is keep on going, really. 5th and 6th.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing that Rebellion, perhaps, as a team, were relying on, a lack of reliability from the 4 works cars, and it just hasn't come their way yet. But nevertheless, they'll keep chugging around in 5th and 6th positions, ready to get scraps, perhaps, from the table.
I'm sure John tipped them to win, didn't he? I seem to recall.
Yes, as the deciding vote, which didn't really help us out at all. And it looks like you're going to be wrong anyway. It looks like I'm going to be wrong too. But Paul, you predicted Audi.
Well, yes, but I won't take any credit for that. I spoke to Martin Pass before the race, and he told me they were going to win, so that was it for me. No, I think the problem that Rebellion has is that they
had to win. Audi had to win, Paul, because Martin had already written his press release.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's already home.
But the problem that Rebellion has, to go back to that, is that they don't really have any opposition because they're not really on a par with the manufacturer teams, and they're not in a situation, you know, they're in an LMP1 car, so there's no point in comparing them with LMP2. And I had a discussion before the race started with somebody, and I think it would be a good topic for one of your midweek motorsport conversations, John, is what should you do with sports car racing, and should you allow and encourage privateers into P1, or should you turn it the other way round and get them out of P1? Because the problem we've got at the moment is that it's neither one thing nor the other, and Rebellion have gotten themselves into the situation where they're trawling round in 5th and 6th places, 4 laps behind the leading manufacturer cars and 4 laps ahead of the cars behind them.
Yeah, Nissan Delta Wing was a real opportunity for the rules makers, not necessarily to have a load of Nissan Delta Wings, but to put a category out there that was privateer only, lightweight sports cars, 500-600 kilos, 2-litre engines, 300 horsepower, 350, something like that, that would be able to compete on a relatively regular basis with the heavier cars. We almost got that a few years ago with 675 and 900 when the... It's Kyle talking to the number 2 of Audi of Tom Christensen as Alan McNish gets ready. We almost had that a few years ago when manufacturers were banned from 675, and strictly speaking, manufacturers aren't allowed to put works team in LMP2, but they're not competing for the overall victory anymore, whereas in the 900 and 675 days, Paul, that was exactly what it was like. It was, you know, a good little and could compete at least with a good big one.
Yeah, no, that's right. And the problem that the privateers face now is that all the cards are stacked against them. You know, the reliability of the manufacturers is so good, their own reliability is not so good. The cars are so good, they're quick in the pits. You know, everything the manufacturers do, they do it better. And I'm almost of the opinion that you actually need to get the privateers out of P1 and then change P1 so that it then goes backwards, as it were. And as I say, it's one of those things that we'll spend. You could spend hours in the pub talking about it. But we do have some Audi pit stops due. And they're a little bit early in my view. These are slightly short. We saw Alan McNish getting ready to take over from Tom Christensen, and I just wonder whether the tyre wear is beginning to affect Tom Christensen's pace, and so that's why he's going to be coming into the pits possibly a little bit early on this stint.
Just to touch on the Rebellion thing one more time, they won at Petit last year, Rebellion Racing, but was that because there wasn't hardly any P1 competition?
No, there's P1 competition. Muscle Milk are a very competent team. Dyson out there as well. Yeah. But no works teams, of course. Right. No. And that is why Bart Hayden was very open about this, talking to us at Brazil at the WEC, saying, you know, we've got the opportunity to go and win a big race, and that's why they're going to run a car in the LMS for the most part of the year, I think. We've got Audi pit stops as predicted by Paul.
Full service, box this time.
Number 2 in the pits is Alan. Tom gets out, has been had the good grace of his sweating. You can tell by the wetness of his suit. Alan already in. The fuel will be going into be a full service, full tyres, and give a chance for McNish, because this for the next hour and a half. So the interesting thing is really, can they get here with just one more stop with an hour and 40? And you'd probably say no. So is Alan now going to run this whole 2.5 stints, or are they going to change again just before the end? That's the question, the tactics that you run with an hour and 40 minutes to go. We obviously expect to see the number 1 car in the next lap as we moved around, especially in the pit garage this time, moved around to avoid the various tyres being thrown in and thrown out. So it's an interesting situation about what will happen towards the back end of this race as the tyres number 1 car are delivered to my right. Alan disappears off. Any second now we'll expect to see Andre Lotterer coming in after another one of his heroic stints. He'll be replaced by Benoit Trollier, who is sporting something I've seen a bit of a trend here, John, is the matte painted helmets. It's the matte look on your helmet is now the big thing to have. In fact, I'm ahead of that curve, because the bike helmet I bought last year was a matte one as well.
Did you buy it from a bloke called Matt as well?
No, I bought it from a shop.
Oh. He might have been called
Matt.
Exactly.
I have no idea. Let's say he was.
Dope rule.
For comedic effect, I bought it from Matt.
Just a quick pointer to Tom Kimber-Smith, who's back in the Greaves Motorsport car, the 41 car. A personal best lap time not too long back for that car. Paul?
Yes, 22 laps only from Tom Christensen on that last stint, and Andre Lotterer coming in, also having only done 22 laps. Now, the cars earlier on...
timing, Paul, do you think?
Say that again, Nick?
Are they back timing now?
Well, that was... I don't think so, because they're going to need a splash. I mean, you asked the question, and you answered it correctly, as far as I'm concerned, is that they are going to need to come in for a splash, and Alan McNish will probably stay in the car through that splash, as it were, unless we suddenly get a rain shower and they're able to eke out some more laps. But if the pace continues as it is, they will need to come in for a further top-up. Need to come in for a full tank and then a further top-up after that. but I would expect both McNish and Benoit Treluet to stay in the cars through that, but they will need it. But so they're not back timing. My view is that they've actually just been running out of tyres, possibly with the fast pace that they've been running.
They have now got all 4 tyres. I'll see if I can make it with Andre Lotterer. Andre, fantastic double stint there. You came in a bit early at the end. Was it because the car was getting a bit rough on the tyres?
No, I think it was a scheduled pit stop. First stint went really well, but I think the second stint we broke our drive shaft on the front, so I had no hybrid, I think. So I lost a lot of time in the second stint. It's a shame because the car was going well, but yeah.
So effectively at the moment you're just driving, the ultra part's gone, you're just driving a 2-wheel drive car, yeah?
It seems so, we have to check.
Andre, well done, thank you. Well, that's an interesting piece of news. That could really throw the cat amongst the pigeons and throw the balance of power back towards number 2 car, guys.
It could indeed, but isn't it interesting that Andre wasn't sure? I mean, if you took away the hybrid from a Toyota, you'd notice it straight away. I mean, there was always this suggestion that at Le Mans last year, the hybrid system on the Audis wasn't working quite as well as it was, quite as well as it should have done. And certain people at Audi said, no, that's how it's supposed to work. But, you know, you should know straight away if you've suddenly lost that amount of power.
I think it's 2 points, Paul. I think with the Toyota, it's a 300 horsepower kick, you know, coming out from the rear wheels. I don't think the Audi system's ever been 300 horsepower. The figure I've had banded around is 180. But also, of course, it doesn't kick in until you're already doing 120 kilometres an hour and getting that thrust. So perhaps, you know, it may be harder to see, and if he has broken a drive shaft or he has got some issues, perhaps he's getting half of it, or will they have to turn it off? I don't know whether it comes with a differential built into the hybrid drive at the front.
John's just tuck it into another cheese ploughman's, but he said in my ear that the Toyota just simply cannot run without the electrical nature of the dynamo.
Yeah. In the hybrid engine, the hybrid motor, the electrical part of the Toyota's power is crucial to the whole package. And as I say, you would notice if it wasn't working.
And with the Audi, you just lose that extra bit of torque out of a corner that kicks in to power the front wheels.
That's right. Notification from race control that there's been a stop and go penalty awarded, if that's what you do with a penalty. Sent to car number 50, the Labre Competition Corvette, for overtaking under yellow flags. And that will have to be served within 3 laps.
Just like to point out, I am eating a Morgan Oak sandwich, which is a ploughman's baguette.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Heading down to the pits, Marcel Fesler is down with Louise in the Audi pit. Louise.
Marcel, you must be happy with the performance so far.
Yeah, for sure. We had quite a good race at the moment. We are leading with both cars at the moment, and it's still 1 hour and a half to go, so it looks quite good for us, yes.
And are you looking at the pit stops? Are you looking at what Toyota are doing in terms of theirs? In terms of Toyota pit stops, are you looking and keeping an eye on what they're doing?
Honestly, I was not looking too much. I was first busy with driving, and then I was having a massage. But we have people who look especially to that. And as long as we see the race at the moment, it looks really good, and we are at the moment pretty happy with our new car.
Thank you.
I don't think Toyota really are the nearest opponents, are they? It's the other Audi, the number 2, that they are mostly watching. Hello, Nick.
The number 2 Audi representative, it's Tom Christensen. Tom, talk us through that double stint.
Well, it was quite tough in many ways. In the beginning, I was very conservative, and with Andre, I caught bad traffic with Aston at Cobbs, and he got the momentum on me. I had closed him relatively back in again when we had the safety car, and it's right after the sort of the full course yellow. When they released it, it was a little confusion there, as there were still yellows on the track, and I had the opportunity to pass, but there were still yellows at the bridge. I had a lot of pickup. I locked up on the following lap into turn 3, and I had got huge vibration from then on. Pickup difficult to clean, but it got better and better. And of course, the traffic you always have to believe it's getting better, because I got very bad traffic at some laps. but in the end I was able to reel it right back in to have this, how was it, 3 or whatever seconds in the end. So it looks very good. The race is open, the car is brilliant, and now 4 new Michelins. Alan will do good.
Hey Tom, thank you very much.
Stop-go penalty being shown to car 50, which is the Labour competition Chevy Corvette for overtaking excuse me, under yellow flags, and a 45-second stop-go penalty. That's the time designated to it, and the signal being put out now from the start line, right in front of our commentary box. The yellow flags at the bridge, Paul, that Tom Christensen just referred to, was that during one of the full course cautions?
Yeah, it was at the completion of the full course caution. Is what he's referring to, because what happened is when that came out, the 2 Audis went nose to tail, and then it was a case of when the yellows were taken out, you then have to choose your moment, or as it were, as to whether you try and overtake or not. You know, when you're doing it across the start-finish line, it's easy because there's a line.
Exactly, yeah.
But it's much harder to do if you're doing it across when yellow flags are withdrawn.
That is for me the one big downside of a full course yellow compared to a safety car, because as soon as you go green, it's not a clean move.
Going strong between you and the Audi number 1. Can Alan continue it and better it?
Yes, he can. There's no doubt. The car is really good. I had a strong fight, particularly with Andre after the box stop. I was in the lead. He got me under traffic with an Aston. He did well, and he was able to pull a little bit away. I had him reeled back in more or less again, and then the safety car came. A lot of pickup, a bit of confusion when we released it was released. I had the chance to overtake, but there was yellow still, waving yellow. He was able to pull a gap as I made a brake lock up at turn 3. As I had huge vibration and pickup, I struggled through the whole stint. It got better and better, and at one stage I was able to do the fastest lap and come back with something 4 seconds. And I'm sure with 4 new Michelin and Alan on board, we have a very, very strong chance to win this one.
Great, thank you.
Just getting an overwhelming feeling of deja vu there. I'm sure I've heard that interview somewhere before.
At least he doesn't change his story.
True.
Just considering this, because of what Nick Damon was telling us, and we were just deciding that the Audis were going to need this extra splash of fuel. The Toyotas have been a little bit more economic, and they're not going to need that extra splash, are they? They're going to be able to come in for another fuel stop within the next 3 or 4 minutes.
And that's a complete turnaround from last year, Paul.
Exactly. Well, I think, was it McNish earlier on said, you know, the new car produces more downforce. More downforce means you need more power. The fact that you use more power means you use more fuel. So, you know, it's kind of all internally consistent. But as I say, it is a bit of a turnaround. What we want to know, of course, is whether the Toyota's new car is going to be, how much of a step forward it's going to be. New fastest lap from Alan McNish, 1:43.486, makes it a tiny bit quicker than last year. But it's a bit like Sebring, John and Johnny. The 2012 and the 2013 comparison of Audi, forget about Toyota, just compare this year's Audi with last year's Audi, not a huge and distinctive difference.
Good little scrap within P2. That's for fourth, fifth and sixth within class. Is that Tom Kimber-Smith with them as well? No, it's not, but it's cars 47 and 49, so the KCMG car right with the PCOM machine, now in the hands of Pierre Caffer, nose to tail heading past you and down Wellington Straight, Paul, with at the same time a Rebellion trying to nip through past this slower P2 traffic, and with them the 24 car of Alex Brundle. So in fact Alex Brundle has been passed by those 2 cars, or he's on another lap. I'm trying to work out the screen now, with the Morgan number 47 and the 49 car of Pierre Caffer a lap behind Alex Brundle. Yes, that's right. But
but many laps behind Alex Brundle.
4 laps behind. Yeah, thank you.
Whereas Alex, basically LMP2 could still go any way between either of the 2 Oak cars or the number 25 car of the Delta ADR team.
but it's still very intense between cars 47 and 49, which is for 4th and 5th positions within P2, and they are nose to tail, with the Pecom car having to go one side of a Porsche and Alex Brundle the other, and Brundle dives up the inside there to put another lap on the Pecom car. Has the CAFA seen Brundle? Yes, just about. I don't think there was any contact there. And the 24 car of Alex Brundle manages to dispatch those two P2 cars to go yet another lap on them.
Dramatic though that was, I think we're going to have drama at the front of the field as well, because Alan McNish is really fired up, and Tom Christensen's suggesting that they can still win the race, and he's closing in on Benoit Treluet, who is now at the wheel of the number 1 Audi. So there goes the number 1. They're going to the Beckett's S's at the moment, around the outside of an Aston Martin as they go through the left-handed middle bit. Alan McNish chases on through, and he'll get a faster exit onto the hangar straight. That'll help McNish's cause no end. It'll be interesting to look at this lap times when we get them through, but McNish is definitely closing in. He's halved the distance on this lap between himself and Benoit Treluet.
Speaking of closing in, Paul, I'm just looking skyward.
Yes.
And it's getting quite threatening again. There'll be a sting in the tail of this race. I just have a feeling.
Yes, I thought that before, and all the clouds passed by. This lot look... Yes, this lot are coming our way, but I'm not sure that they're actually carrying rain. I think they might just be heavy, dark clouds. I'll be optimistic. It's going to be dry, I'll say that.
Okay. Number 7, Toyota coming into pit lane with Alex Wirtz on board.
This should be a fuel-only stop for Wirtz.
Okay.
Wow, was that his stint already? It seems like 2 minutes since he got into the car. 90 minutes still to go. We'll be changing ends at 45. No, we won't. But we have just got under 90 minutes to go. It's still Treluet by a diminishing number of seconds. And the point I was going to make, Paul, about the two Audis, there were no orders of a team variety at Sebring, despite the fact there was a new car and an old car. It was actually the old car that was allowed to win. Or sorry, that's not true. That won on merit, and there was no orders to change that around, is the point I'm trying to make. I think these guys are racing.
Oh, absolutely.
And I said this in the WEC preview with Graham Goodwin on RadioLeMans.com last week, that it is so important at the early part of the season for, if you are in the works teams, to establish yourself as the lead team, because I do think that, notwithstanding what we've seen here this weekend, that as we get towards the end of the season and we're in Shanghai, Japan and Bahrain at the end of the year, that you won't be able to afford to mess about. These teams are so evenly matched that you will have to manage the point scoring, not necessarily for the manufacturer title, which I know will always be the first port of call for the teams, but certainly for the drivers' title. And I don't think you can afford to be messing about here.
I 100% agree with the bit. We'll get to a disagreement in a minute.
Excellent. We're back to normal.
With the bit you say about this being a fair fight. I mean, this is an absolutely clean fight. It's not constrained at all by team orders. And Alan McNish is closing in on Benoit Treluet, even though the gap has just gone up a little bit. The overall is that McNish is closing in. But I don't think that it will be necessary to manage it from the point of view of the team, because the team don't really care who is the Drivers' World Champion and who isn't. They care about winning the Manufacturers' Championship, but they can do that no matter who wins.
Yes, but my point is, if you don't manage it, you've got an opportunity to let a pairing or a driver's set of 3 from the other manufacturer to challenge if they do manage it. And we've seen this before with Peugeot. They could have won championships back down through the years, but they didn't take the opportunity to change the cars around at the Nürburgring, and though they were dominating for the whole of the year, they ended up not winning anything. They didn't win the Drivers' Championship or the Manufacturers' Championship.
Well, we'll see how it pans out, but as I say, on the screens, on the track at the moment, coming down into Stowe Corner and into the Vale, McNish and Benoit Treluet on their 150th lap, separated by, nothing at all after 4.5 hours of racing. Fantastic stuff from the two Audis.
Just want to toss something in there that Paul, you mentioned you thought that Alex Wirtz would come in for fuel only, but he did take on a new set of tyres, and in LMP2, car 25, Bertrand Baguette obviously in third place in class. Martin Plowman's got on board, the British driver, but unfortunately the car's sitting there with the engine cover off. They're working on the exhaust on the left-hand side of the car. So I'm afraid they'll be tumbling down the order because it's so close in LMP2. So Martin Plowman in car number 35, Oak Racing, going nowhere for now.
Shame that, because Martin Plowman was going very strongly in the first hour of this race in P2. And another hurdle for him and the team to try and leap over before the race is done. An hour and 23 minutes still to go. James Walker leads the P2 class in car 25 from Alex Brundle in 24. And the 35 car with the problems it being in pit lane. So from third position. So that will give Pierre Caffer in the 49 car some work to do actually there, because that car 2 laps behind the Baguette machine.
Sebastian Buemi in the third placed Toyota, third place car, the leading Toyota, is back onto the lead lap, but he's not going to be there for very long because he's going to run out of fuel on this lap. Or no, he's not going to run out of fuel on this lap. He's going to come into the pits at the end of this lap, or else he'll run out of fuel on the next lap, I suspect. So Sebastian Buemi in the number 8, the better of the 2 Toyotas. But the point that is useful to him is that when he makes his pit stop here and refuels, he'll then only have to make one further stop. Just to pick up on the point that Bruce was making there about Alexander Wirtz staying in the car but having the tyres replaced on the number 7 Toyota, I suspect that's as much as anything to do with the fact that they're just getting extra tyre wear, partly because of the porpoising that we're seeing going down the Hangar Straight. Clearly the handling of that car not what it needs to be at the moment, and so Alexander Wirtz getting through more tyres than the Audis, which are now nose to tail going down the Wellington Straight, and Alan McNish is close enough, I think, to pull out of the slipstream, but there's 2 Aston Martins ahead of him, and they're side by side with 3 abreast as they go past one of the Aston Martins. Alan McNish dives up the inside. Benoit Treluet makes no fuss about it at all, says, okay then, if that, oh no he doesn't, he says I'll try and get it back. Coming around the outside of Luffield, and Treluet then, he's not going to be able to do that going around the outside of Luffield because it's just too far, but it was a great move from the wee Scot, and Alan McNish retakes the lead of the race, and that is a lead which has been held by the number 1 car since lap 78, which is what, 73 laps, if you can still maintain that lead through to the end of the lap, of course.
A little more news about car 35. Yes, they were touching the exhaust, but that was to get to the starter motor. So I'm afraid Bertrand Baguette feeling long in the face because the clock's ticking, and car 35 had been so well placed in LMP2 is still sitting stationary in the pits. As the Toyota number 8,
Sebastian Buemi,
in for a pit stop behind at pit exit. We've got a driver changer. Anthony Davidson, who started the race, will be taking over from Sebastian Buemi. Buemi out, and the smaller figure of Anthony Davidson with the larger seat insert is lowering himself into the car as the refueler on the other side does his business. 4 new tyres laid out around the car. Obviously they cannot go on until the refueling of Toyota number 8 is complete, but it's all looking good. Anthony pulls the door shut. Now he's strapped in. Yep, the mechanic that's been doing his belts is pulling out from the other side, changing the drinks bottle, and the Audis are long gone in this race. It's surprising just the sheer scale of their advantage, but that's how it is, and only a handful of weeks until Spa-Francorchamps, so Toyota have got a lot to do, but Anthony Davidson going out for his 2nd bite at the cherry in this race here at Silverstone.
So Davidson back in. He started the number 8 car, of course, a good few hours ago, and Buemi, a good job that to keep the 8 car in 3rd position. Alexander Wirtz back on board the 7 machine is 4th, and the 2 Rebellion Lolas 5th and 6th in P1. But McNish actually tried that move that he finally got done at Brooklands at the end of Hangar Straight as well. Tried to go around the outside of the number 1 car at Stowe Corner, but thought better of it. But what is Alan McNish doing now as far as pulling away from Treluet is concerned? 1.2 seconds the gap last time at the end of Sector 2, so there is a gap emerging, certainly. And it really now there's a question as to whether the number 1 car can stick with the two. We've had this fascinating battle, as you say, Paul, now for over 4.5 hours, and the two Audis very evenly matched, but the gap is starting to open up once more. This is a pit stop for the 88 Porsche now from GTE AM, the Proton competition car. Tyres being changed on that machine, and it is Jean-Luc Roda who is on board at the moment, currently 4th within the AM cars. Christian Poulsen in 95 leads the class and is the interloper within the pro cars, currently between 5th and 6th place cars of the pro category, between Fisichella and Patrick Pilet. Pro remains the leader of that class, Darren Turner, by a minute from Tony Villander. So Aston Martin from Ferrari, cars 97 and 71. 2.5 seconds now. Alec McNish has made quick work to pull away from the number 1 Audi.
Can I just, Nick Damon, are you listening in?
Yes, I am.
Did you manage to grab a word with Lotterer when he got out of the car?
He said he said he thought the hybrid system was playing up and he thought he lost the drive shaft.
That's right, exactly. Okay, sorry, carry on. I knew there was something significant. Sorry, Johnny, carry on.
That's all right. So, Paul, will the number 1 Audi team have an answer to the gauntlet that's being thrown down by Alec McNish right now?
Sorry, when are they going to come in for their next pit stop, do you say?
No, I just wonder whether they could be able to, turn the screw themselves. And obviously McNish is making a bit of a statement here to pull away by 2.5 seconds from Treluet.
But, yeah, absolutely. I mean, McNish is a very quick driver, and we saw this in the first stint, did we, when it was McNish versus Treluet. I think what John was saying earlier on about establishing yourself as the top team, inevitably racing drivers like to establish themselves as the top driver as well, and Alan obviously very much feels that he is the top driver, and having got fastest lap of the race, he's also now wanting to eke that lead out, but not take any risks. Obviously with traffic and such like, he can't push without limits at all. But as they come through the loop and go out onto the Wellington Straight again, slightly less traffic around now to worry about, but McNish is closing in on one of the Oak LMP cars. Treluet just heading down the Wellington Straight at the moment. But both of these two cars, I calculate, will have to make 2 more fuel stops, or at least 1 more proper fuel stop, and then a second fuel stop just for a splash.
Paul, we're just about to hear from Sebastian Buemi with Luis Beckett down in the pit lane.
Sebastian, we spoke with Alex earlier and he was saying there was a bit of a struggle with tyres. Are you finding that as well?
Yeah, I mean, at the start of the race, with less rubber on the circuit, it was quite difficult, but now with more rubber on it, it becomes easier for us. For sure, I think comparing to the Audi, we were not strong enough at the beginning of the race, but now it seems to stabilize. So let's say I think it's due to the track conditions, which were very green, and now it's going a little bit more in our direction.
Thank you.
A lot of work to do for the two Toyotas, but they're slightly happier with their pace as Alex Wurz completes another lap, 1:44.9 his time, and that is respectable compared to the current Audi pace. McNish 1:45.9, so he's found an extra second as Wurz there, but they are circulating 2 laps behind the two Audis.
Only 1 lap behind the two Audis, but one and a bit laps.
Okay.
The screen shows us 2. But the cars, or at least, yes, it's that in fact the cars have already gone through. There goes Alan McNish. So I've had the 2 Toyotas through. It's going to get up towards 2 laps, and it will be 2 laps by the end of the race, I suspect. Notwithstanding the fact that the Audis have to make this extra stop for fuel. What I'm just pondering is whether the Audis, because they've got this big advantage, might do a precautionary tyre change at their next stop, or if the battle for the race win is so crucial, whether one of them will try and go through to the flag on the same set of tyres. As we heard from Alan McNish, didn't we, that he would hope that they'd be able to double stint the tyres because they were able to last year. So maybe 2 stints will be okay, and then that extra, what will it be? It'll be about 5 laps. It's only 5 laps, that extra bit of fuel that they need. And indeed, if we should have that downpour, then they probably won't need the extra fuel because the pace will be reduced by so much. But if it stays dry, fingers crossed it will, then they will need a bit of extra fuel for the last 5 laps.
Anthony Davidson said he hoped they would be able to double stint the tyres because they were able to do last year as well, though, and that's simply not the case this time around. An awful lot of graining, he was saying, on the tyres. Now, is it the case that as the track continues to get grippier because more and more rubber is going down, then maybe the graining isn't such a problem for the Toyotas?
Really don't know. I would
just with Buemi saying things are stabilising.
Yeah, I mean, they've obviously changed the setup of the car through the race, and they've now got to themselves into a position where they're a bit more comfortable with things. But you know, I mean, it was certainly a bit of a concern, and certainly from Wurtz's point of view, he was very unhappy, wasn't he, after the first stint?
P2 leader in the pits, that's James Walker, and Nick's there.
It was James Walker's. Now Antonio Pizzoni has got back in the car. Probably taking it to the end. Completely clean stop. That's the G-Drive. That's the partner of the G-Drive car. It's Delta ADR. That's the one that's not been battered around from 3 shades of Hades during the course of the race, and has run very, very clean, and now I think has probably the best part of a lap to lead in this class, isn't it?
We'll have to wait for other cars to come through and shake out the timing screen a little bit, but it was John Martin who had a sublime stint in car 26. And
car.
Well, you haven't let me finish yet, Nick.
I know.
John Martin had a sublime stint in car 26, but then the rain came down and the car spun out of club corner and at the nose then prodded into the concrete wall on the pit wall itself, and of course then that car lost its engine cover later on in the hands of Roman Rusinov. So the pace has been there with the 26 car, they just haven't had the rub of the green, sadly, and very similar car, in fact probably exactly the same for car 25, picking up the pieces to a certain extent, unless Alex Brundle and car 24, the Oak Racing machine, has a say in things. He now takes the lead, of course, because he owes us a pit stop. So Alex Brundle 7th overall and leading P2 in car 24 at the moment. Another car going impressively well is the 13 Rebellion Lola, a personal best time for Matthias Besch, and a Sector 2 absolute best for Benoit Treluet, not too far away.
So, yeah, one of the drivers within that car from 25, it's James Walker. James, you got out of the car leading the class. It's been quite a faultless display from the 25 so far.
Yeah, we managed to avoid all the chaos when it had that sprinkling of rain. Tor did a really good job actually then staying out. And then we went to a cut slick just at the right time and really pulled a really big gap then. It's a shame for the 26 car, but yeah, that was my first proper run of the weekend. Did a double. Had to look after that front left for that second stint, dropped off really quick. But yeah, very happy. It's just so we can keep it going.
A lot of different teams are reporting problems with the front tyres. Is this because you've just not had the dry running, or is the track not rubbering in properly?
Yeah, I think, well, a bit of both really. I think every time it rains, it just takes that edge off. And then with a green track, every car in the world's going to understeer, and it just kills that left front. And with the high-speed stuff like Turn 1 and Copse and Beckett's, it really destroys it. So you've got to really look after it.
Thank you very much.
So there's another example of the front left really taking a hammering when there's not a lot of rubber down, and when we have rain as well, of course. The track becomes very green, which means it's not rubbered up, basically. There's very little grip. As Benoit Treluet goes quicker again in Sector 2, he likes that part of the track. Purple time for him in the number 1 Audi. So, as I say, gauntlet laid down by Alec McNish, but there seems to be an answer in terms of the middle sector from the number 1 Audi. The gap is 2 seconds between 2 and 1, and this inter-Audi battle continues on, threatens to do so for the next hour and 10 minutes, Paul.
Very much so, and I mean, I'm just thinking back to that first pit stop we had. Do you remember when Benoit Treluet's fuel-only stop had about 6 seconds added to it as a result of the Michelin tyre technician having to just change the tyre pressures a little bit, or at least check the tyre pressures. We didn't find out whether they changed them or not, but that made that one pit stop a little bit longer for Treluet, and that's the difference between those two at the moment, separated, as you say, by less than 2 seconds as they head down towards Brooklands. They're on their 159th lap, and they'll be coming in on lap 164, 163, 164, depending on the fuel consumption, because last time, as I say, we had a denial from Lotterer that it was a short stint. He did only 22 laps on his second stint, and I suspect that was the tyres beginning to go away.
Alex Brundle's stint in car 24 is done for the moment. New set of Dunlop tyres about to be bolted on to the number 24 Oak Racing Morgan, and that car came in from the lead but needed it to give us a pit stop, so that will be stop number 6 to equal with the 25 car. And is the fight really on just between those two cars for the win in P2, cars 24 and 25?
It's just between those two, and I think really the Delta ADR car has the advantage. It's just going down the Wellington Straight at the moment, and so by the time that the Oak car gets out of the pits, then it's going to be a minute behind, isn't it? And that, I think, is going to be too much for them to claw back in the remaining hour and a bit of the race. Although that's assuming all other things remain equal. I mean, you've still got to keep the car pointing in the right direction. You've got to keep your lap times down. You've got to keep your speed up. You've got to keep it reliable. You've got to keep it out of the way of the traffic.
Nobody's got to reverse into you at a high rate of speed.
Yeah.
Paul, just pointing out when you did that little sort of synopsis there, all the advantage that number 2 got from that, the problems at the stop was wiped out at the full force first full course yellow, of course.
Yes, it was, and I mean that's the other thing. Safety cars scrunch things up. I said scrunch, but the full course yellow can occasionally mess things up for you as well. If you've got, I mean, just as a safety car coming out in a touring car race, it brings everybody together, and the same thing happens. A full course yellow, that'll bring everybody together as well. So there's all manner of things that can happen. You can get caught behind a rebellion car in the middle of the Beckett's S's, which is exactly what was just happening there to one of the Audis. I think it was the number 2 car. Oh no, it was the number 1, wasn't he? He's just got through them now, and he's going past the Rebellion as he comes down the Hangar Straight. Still porpoising, but not as noticeably as the Toyota was. I mean, it's the same, but not as bad.
Off the top of your head, Paul, what is Article 77.1.5.2?
Really?
Say it again. Is that from the sporting regulations or technical regulations?
I don't know. It's on the screen.
Oh, okay. Let me go look at it then.
Car 32 has breached.
How about this?
Stop and go due to having more than 2 people during the pit stop. Car 32, stop and go penalty due to have more than 2 people during the tire change.
I mean, I knew that, Paul. I'm disappointed it took you so long, I have to admit.
I'm
What you asked?
in the corner.
Yes. And Eduardo Freitas answered.
He did. Eduardo, thank you.
That's what you call full dynamic broadcasting.
I just love the fact that Eduardo Freitas has, constantly tapped in to Radio Le Mans. He is tuned in and he can answer perhaps any question I can put to him. There's also a 30-second stop-go penalty for car 45. So the issue with having too many people changing tyres, I think Freitas said, was with the 32 car, that's the Lotus, and the 45 car also in hot water, Oak Racing Morgan, with a problem and a 30-second stop-go. The 32 car already coming in to serve its penalty. Yes, right by the team. And the signal has been given to the driver to get out there, but for whatever reason the 32 car hadn't stalled. It just couldn't find the first gear almost.
Sorry, we got the nod there and the little noise that we were going to get a pit interview, and then it didn't come up. Bruce, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Bruce?
No, I was just going to say he didn't quite stop in the right place. It's sort of stop, go, stop, go, stop, go, and off he went.
That's what it was.
It's ironic that they had too many people changing the tyres. They had lots of people changing the steering earlier because that was obviously still not good after that impact very early in the race. So for 32, it's just been an absolute nightmare of an event, I'm afraid. But they're still going. Hey, so it's very, very important mileage.
Another stop-and-go penalty for car number 45, the Oak Racing car of Jacques Nicolet and Jean-Marc Merlin, and that one's 76.1.2.1, and I've got myself ahead of myself now, because the car did not remain on its wheels whilst it was being refueled. They jacked it up, and it has to be on its wheels whilst the refueling is taking place, and that is a 30-second stop-and-go penalty, whereas the 32 car should have been, theoretically, a straight stop-and-go.
Alan McNish has gone even faster on lap 160. A 1:43.381 is now the fastest lap of the race. So Benoit Treluet, despite his rapid section through the middle sector of the lap, he cannot sort of string it together to get an absolute best time. And Alan McNish has pulled the gap out to 8.1 seconds now from the number 1 Audi. Yes, Nick?
I have a question. If we assume that what Andre told us was correct, that the car doesn't have hybrid power, is the middle section of the track when you don't get any benefit from hybrid oomph, and it's the other two sections where they kick in?
I've lost my track map, but Paul will be able to answer that.
The middle section of the track runs from halfway down the Wellington Straight up to just after Chapel Curve, so the beginning of Hanger Straight. Now, I suppose you get some hybrid power down the National Pit Straight, but probably less than elsewhere. Yeah, so it's a sensible call from Nick yet again. And no, it does make a great deal of sense. So it is entirely consistent with the fact that Lotterer maybe doesn't have hybrid power. He also used a tad more fuel than Tom Christensen in that last stint, although they refueled them both in exactly the same time during that stop. A bit more fuel went into the number 1 Audi than went into the number 2 Audi. Tom Christensen, notorious? No, the other way around. Famous for his economy as well as speed at the same time. So he's always been able to get a bit more miles per gallon out of whatever he drives.
Unless you're in a hire car with him, it's just interesting. I don't know what that is about racing drivers. I never know whether it's worse to be driven by a racing driver or to have a racing driver in the car with you, because they are inveterate pullers on of handbrakes and knocking out of gears and pulling of steering wheels when you're driving them around anywhere.
It's because they're all young, I think.
Really?
Yeah,
Do you think?
probably not. No, I think
frankly, I don't think it's anything to do with age,
No.
if I'm honest. Okay, we're coming down to the last 60 minutes. The spectators have stayed on for the denouement of the first round, the opener for the FIA World Endurance Championship for 2013 here at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit. And it is the number 2 of Alan McNish with another fastest lap. Last time around, a 1:43.159. Faster than qualifying here last year. 1:43.2 is also faster than qualifying here last year. And that's Ben Treluet in second place, and he's just done the fastest overall second sector. The 2 Audis turning up the wick on the turbo diesels with the big flywheel hybrid. Even it was suggested, of course, by Marcel Fessler. Was it Fessler? No, it was Lotterer, wasn't it, who suggested that there might be an issue with his car's hybrid, maybe lost a drive shaft or something like that. 7 seconds the gap between Audi's 2 and 1, with Anthony Davidson now restored behind the wheel of the number 8 Toyota in pursuit, but somewhat of a vain pursuit at the moment. He's 36 seconds ahead of, well, I think on the way home tonight might be a slightly grumpy Alex Wurz. If I'm honest, he has not been in good spirits today because the car just simply hasn't worked as they expected, I think. Bit of head scratching to go on back at Cologne. One thing I'm absolutely sure of, that head scratching will be done in a very concise manner. It wouldn't surprise me if there's some issue, particularly with the 7 car. They'll get home and find that it was a damper problem, or something was broken, Paul.
Or it's just a matter of learning how to tune the balance of the aerodynamics,
Could
or something
be.
like that. But
Of
you're
course,
right.
Did the race here with the
With the ringlets on last year, yes, they did. This was the first race where those were on. But I think what you'll find from Toyota is, because they'll have a list of things that the new car does, and one of those things that it does will have been to, we won't have to worry about that with the new car. It's a bit like when you're making use of something that you don't really want to use anymore. As soon as a new one comes along, it's a whole different set of problems.
Paul, we're inside the final hour, live from Silverstone, and as Nick Damon rightly predicted, there's going to be 2 more pit stops for the leader. He's making one of those right now.
And he's being fueled, and they have, for once, they've got tyres brought out, and they brought them about past me, so they are actually quite warm, they've been cooking somewhere. Whether they actually put them on is questionable. They have the chance to, of course. No, they're just offered and gone. It'll be more interesting to see where they put them on after Splash and Dash, you'll need, because you'll need about another 20 minutes of fuel. They're running about 42 minutes of stop. So one more run to see, but we don't think we'll see a driver change. It's whether they cause a run with tyres at this point.
It's going to be down to what their nearest competitor, the number 1 car, does. I think, Nick, if I'm truthful.
I think about it. The number 1 car hasn't got money, and therefore they've turned it off. He's going to have a much easier job braking, won't he?
Well, possibly. We've been at this now for 5 hours at Silverstone. For the most part, the weather's played ball today. Big crowds, fantastic race thus far. That started off at midday. 12 noon, high noon it was here at Silverstone when the red lights went off and the green light did come on, and the 2 Toyotas from the front row that they had locked out with superb tactics in the new qualifying, the 4-lap 2-driver average qualifying that we had on Saturday, which was interrupted by rain or affected by rain. Alan McNish started off the number 2 Audi, and very quickly you could see McNish was in the zone. Made his way up through to second place, passing Anthony Davidson, set off after Alex Wurz, whose car, in truth, has not looked good since the start of the race. And in fact, when battling with Alan McNish to try and hold on to the lead, Alex went wide at the final corner, car looking very squirrely. McNish pulled the car to the right and was through almost before the start-finish line. Alex lost more ground, I'm afraid, after that. First to his teammate, had problems with the brake balance, with the rears locking up down into the heavy braking areas at Farm. First set of pit stops all seemed to go well, and there's been no major dramas in the pits for the leading runners. The slight difference from what we saw here last year was that the Audi didn't go as far as the Toyota on fuel, but had better tyre wear. Nick Leventis pushed off onto the grass by an errant Ferrari and then sliding backwards into Jack Gerber's car. Splash of rain caught out John Martin from memory at the wheel of the 26 G-Drive car. Fortunately, he was exactly where the pit lane entry was, and pit lane cut-through was, and was able to get back on his way. No safety car, just a full course caution. Make that distinction. And people playing around with tyres, but the Audi's managing to go through on the slicks. And then the internecine battle for a moment at least in the middle of the race, quite some time in the middle of the race, going the way of the number 1 car, which in the hands of Ben Treluer was setting fastest laps. Tom Christensen fought back and broke the lap record himself here at Silverstone before Alan McNish was restored to the car and retook the lead, having chased down his teammate. And that's how he is at the moment, with 6.3 seconds of a lead over the number 2. Treluer was just coming out of the pits, so McNish will be restored to the lead. Will he, Paul? Yes, he should be.
Yes, he has retained. Alan McNish has retained the lead, get it right.
Correct.
But Benoit Treluer, I'm a bit confused because his pit stop time has been given as 51 seconds.
Okay.
Which makes me think that they short-fueled him in order, knowing... Okay. Oh, we've got an interview with Dr. Ulrich coming up. Let's talk to Dr. Ulrich.
Dr. Ulrich, it's a great start to the season. The Audis have been dominant.
Yeah, until now the cars are really running well, both of them. Unfortunately, we had a technical issue on the car number 1. Because one of the front drive shafts broke, and so the car number 1 can't use the hybrid power anymore, and yeah, it's now tough for them. They had a small advantage, now then they have been falling back, but they still keep on fighting.
Thank you.
Yeah, what's interesting about this is, and the reason I paused at the end of the highlights package was because Ben Treluer has actually managed to get back out in the lead, courtesy of that short fuel stop.
Yeah.
And what it must mean, Paul, is they've short fueled the 1 car now and done the shorter fuel stop now, whereas McNish will do the shorter fuel stop next time around.
Well, yes and no.
He can't go to the end from here, Treluer, though, can he?
No, he can't get to the end, and nor can McNish. But what I'm thinking is that the short pit stop that has to be made, I mean, you know, if you've got to put 75 litres in and you've got a 55 litre fuel tank, you can either put the 55 litres or 58 litres in once and then a tiny bit in as a splash, or you can do 2 mediums.
Yeah.
Now, we were talking last night, weren't we, about the value of track position.
Yes.
Now, by getting Trelliway out,
absolutely
he
right.
now has track position. He leads the race.
This is a call, a tactical call from Lena Gade for that number 1 car. And the news from Audi is that Lena made the call to do the short fuel stop, a timed fuel stop, to keep the track position. Is off, has gone the leader, Ben Trelliway. Oh, he doesn't want to be doing things like that. That's exactly the sort of thing that drives your race engineer bonkers when you've just played the strategy card and then the driver flings it off onto driver's right, coming onto the Hanger Straight. He's done well to hang on to that. It's super slippy out there with all the water that we've had here recently.
The problem with Hanger Straight is you've got a bridge part way down it, so it gets very, very narrow all of a sudden, and the arm code closes in. He managed to wrestle the car back to the black stuff just before
the temptation
the bridge.
is to jump on the anchors and haul the wheel to the left, which of course is never the right thing to do, is it?
No.
Push without risk, Benoit. Push without risk.
Do you think that's what Lena is saying on the?
It's the catchphrase for the team because H has never quite understood what it means, but Lena says it all the time. Push without risk.
She might have said something else before pushing the button to talk to Benoit, but yes, I'm sure it was a very composed message by the time it reached him. Well, you can tell how hard he is pushing. He's not going to be happy if the number 2 Audi wins this race.
No,
and nor is the other. The rest
it's
of his
down
team.
to 4.5 seconds, chaps. With that little off by Ben Trelliway's cost him 5 seconds over his teammate, and that, to coin a phrase, could well be crucial because that could be the difference in terms of how long he's taking fuel on when they come down to the next stop, which is, well, Paul, I'm not even sure we can say now. Mentioned for Antonio Pizzonia, who's just put in his fastest middle sector in the number 25 Delta ADR. The Orica Nissan still leading the P2 class from Olivier Pla. Hasn't really ignited the P2 category as I thought it might do. Tom Kimber-Smith, though, doing his best to keep us involved. Bruce?
John, talking about the LMP2 battle, I've just grabbed Alex Brundle and I just asked him, do you think you can do it? Car 24 from Oak Racing, can it catch Pizzonia in 25? Can it?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. That's non-committal, isn't it? Yes, we can. I trust in Ollie to get the job done. As we make it, we've got a dead weight gap, basically, both having to pit again. So it's going to be interesting what's done with tyres for the final stint, but we'll have to see how it goes.
Now, the wind's really coming up, might just be blowing all race. Do you reckon it'll stay dry for the next less than an hour?
If I knew that, flogging the information to everyone down the pit lane. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. It'll definitely spice it up. If it rains, I think we're in good shape if it rains. In the dry, it's harder to make a bigger gap up.
Well, let's see. Very good drive. Great to see you. Alex Brundle there, car 24.
Now, I heard the jingly sound that normally means we're about to get an interview. What we haven't got is a note of who that might be. Somebody from in fact, it's Tor Graves from the leading P2 car, and down with Louise in the pits.
So the 25 car has been in the lead throughout, but you're just saying there's a, 30-second gap now and you're getting a bit worried?
Yes, I would like to see it a bit more. I think we still need to come in for splash and dash. I think another 6 laps of fuel. So yeah, anything can still happen. So I would like to see the lead going back up to around 50 seconds.
Thank you.
Turn my mic on. That's Louise Beckett down in the pit lane doing great work for us again this year on the FIA WEC TV kind of thing. I know that a lot of you are tuning in on the streaming video, many of you not in Europe. Thank you for making the commitment to get up early or stay up late to watch that. Last I looked, there was over 12,000 people on that video stream, so proving that endurance racing is perhaps not so niche as people think. And thank you to Motors TV in Europe for having full live coverage through here. Eurosport with dropping in and out for the Eurosport Germany guys are next door, and Eurosport International as well. Hello to Martin Haven, who I think will be doing the English language commentary for the international feed. I'm sure he's listening in at Motorsport HQ. As we are now 10 minutes inside the last hour and looking down at the Ferrari circulating. It's still an Aston Martin benefit, isn't it, in the GT categories, Johnny, with the Pro cars first and second, 97 and 99. Darren Turner and Fred Makovici in the cars. And Fred just getting a little bit of pressure now from Mark Lieb. You remember I said he was about 12 or 13 seconds behind Kobayashi. Well, now he's 12 seconds behind Fred Mako, but he does, I think, also pit stop in that 92 Porsche. Or has Kobayashi done one more than them? Yeah, that's the situation in the 71 car. But good pace shown by that new 991, and there is the car we were talking about, as Mark Lieb is pushing on. I hadn't had a chance to see very many pictures even of this car before. I was down on the grids today and doing the autograph session, and it is a massive step forward for the 911 body shape. Yes, it's clearly still a Porsche, but when you get close to it, it's much different in size and shape. I've driven the street car, Carrera S, at Road Atlanta last year, and it was a beautiful road car package. But at the moment, they're trailing home behind Fred Makovici in second place in GTE Pro, and Darren Turner in the lead. I think what we can certainly say, Johnny, is that the hard work over the winter, as we go on board with Darren Turner at Banbury and Aston Martin Racing, just up the road here, has paid off, because this 2013 version car is superb. Let's hear the V8 if we can for a moment from on board with Darren. And of course, as I say that, it becomes a helicopter in a Wacky Races moment.
That's not what it sounds like.
Professor Pat Pending. Oh, here we go. And we get the opportunity to go down the pits and speak to Darren's teammate Bruno Senna, leading the race in GTE Pro at the moment.
Doing a sterling job out there, as you all have. This is a good welcome to WEC, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, starting from pole position was already a great achievement. We had lots of trouble on Friday, so I didn't really get to run much. Before my stint in the race, I've done 8 laps in the wet conditions so far, so I didn't have any experience in the drive. Fortunately for me, it rained exactly when I got in the car, so it was a bit of an experience, but you know, we are leading the race, the car is running strong, and I think it's a great way to start the season for us. We're obviously looking at the championship, and hopefully we're going to get a nice job done.
Thank you.
Great pace being shown by Anthony Davidson now in third position. He has the fastest Sector 3 time of any car in the field, and a 1:43.6. Doesn't quite match his personal best lap time on lap 169, but 170 comes close to it, and lapping about 2 seconds quicker than the Audis ahead, but the margin is over a lap between him and the two Audis. As we get a glimpse of, is this the Benoit Treluet moment? No, that's another time where he's come out of Chapel Curve and got 2 wheels on the grass this time.
Well, it's improved.
That's slightly better than 4.
Yeah. He's learning. You see, that's good.
Less risk when you have 2 wheels on the grass.
It is. So he's listening to Lena.
Yeah, quite. About 2 laps to go before Alexander Wurz is in for fuel for sure, and for tyres again. It will be the end of his double stint, so it may well be Wurz handing over to Nicolas Lapierre as well. And then Lapierre will be able to take it to the flag, because by the time Wurz gets there, then we'll be within the Toyota's fuel range to get to the checkered flag. Then we'll get Anthony Davidson coming in with the number 8, will we? 176. We may well get Treluet coming in before that, because Benoit Treluet, of course, having put less fuel in the car, part of the reason he's able to lap more quickly is that the car isn't as heavy either. So he'll have to come in sooner, but the car not as heavy as it comes out of the loop. So my prediction is we'll get Wurz in on the lap after this, and then it'll be a dash to see whether it's Davidson or Treluet coming in for their stop next.
Rui Aguas getting very close to the back of a Gulf Aston Martin. There are 4 to pick from.
The 95.
Is it the 95 car? Is he that close? He's trying to get a lap back, is he?
I think so.
Okay, so this is first and second in GTE Arm, but separated by a lap. And he is trying to get one of those back at the moment.
The top 3 GT Pro cars, Paul, have only stopped 4 times. Is that because they are so much better with their fuel consumption and tyre wear?
And bigger tanks as well for the Astons.
Okay.
Yeah. No, the GTE Pro cars can go for about an hour and 10 minutes, which means they've had 4 stops. They'll get through the whole race on 5 stops.
What's interesting for me, Paul, is that Kobayashi's had 5 stops in what was the most frugal of cars, and having found a great engineering solution within the rules, direct injection, which the road car has, and therefore you're allowed to use it, Ferrari have been penalised, which can't be right, and in fact find themselves in a worse position than the cars that aren't as frugal as they are. And I'm not sure that's quite how balance of performance is meant to work, if I'm honest.
Yeah, yes and no. That's,
particularly given that the 458 is the only car running without any waivers whatsoever.
Yeah. No, you're right, but it's what racing is about. You know, I mean, you could argue that the Porsche 911's 50 years old, so they should be given lots of lots of help. Leeway. Lots of help. Yeah.
See, can I argue that at Donington when I do the 6 hours at the weekend? I'm 50 years old. I need lots of help. Let's go down to Nick Damon in the powered by Nissan.
He's got a counter argument.
Don't forget that Porsche were complaining that Ferrari's pit stops were 7 or 8 seconds faster because, of course, they're putting less fuel in. So
you can't have it both ways.
They are gaining on the pit stops. Also, I think that Kobayashi's taken an extra stop, but they came in very early. Their first stop was about 7 laps before the main cars. I think they decided to do that. I think the Ferraris can still do it on 4 stops. Obviously, the 51 has cocked up by going onto wets and off again, so it's got 6.
Yeah.
But yeah, they have been penalised, but there is a slight advantage, and they're probably 7 to 8 seconds faster on the stop because of fill rates.
Good comment from Jag, though, says, how far Aston Martin Racing have come. We no longer look at them as plucky underdogs, despite the might of factory opposition, which is a fair point. Alex Wirtz is in the pit lane, Bruce.
Yeah, very, very standard pit stop there for Alex Wirtz. He'll take it through to the end of the race. Just refueling going on, no sign of any tyres going to be put on that car. I noticed that Anthony Davidson is flying in number 8 now, just set his fastest lap of the race last time around. So clearly the speed is coming to the cars, but it was the damage done in the first hour and a half or so, really, that scuppered their chances.
Yeah, that's true. And all of a sudden everybody's got a green box next to them on the timing screen, which has kind of thrown me out for a moment. Just a quick reset there, I think, with 40 minutes to go. Going to have to try and pick out some races here, guys, aren't we, as we move into the final run now. It's still a battle for second in GTE Arm. No wonder Rui Aguas was pushing on a bit. Fernando Reis is only 10 seconds behind and lapping quicker than the Ferrari, 81 and 50. Keep a lookout for those two on the circuit. The big Corvette, always easy to spot. Other than that, Mark Lieb for the moment, and in fact Mark Lieb has come into the pits, which is why the gap between himself and Fred Mekavicki has dropped away. More problems for the Lotus off circuit. That's the 32 car still running with Holzer on board at the moment. The 32 car, Thomas Holzer, the German, and there is the Porsche in the pits. Presently, I can't think of another P. It will depart. Down at Toyota. Do you know, it would be easy to say down at Toyota there'll be consternation this weekend, and there will be, as off has gone the number 2 Audi. And that's Alan McNish with an off-course excursion. He'd got down to just 3 seconds, and that was coming out of the Beckett's S's. Yeah.
No, I think the trouble with the Beckett's S's is that it's so tippy-toey. When you come across other cars, you inevitably take a bit of a risk.
Trelliway in the pits, race leader in the pits.
This is he's now got 18 seconds and a half rounds misdemeanor, so this actually now is a real race, because I think that they are going to be something like 13 seconds longer in the pits, but they've got an 18-second lead.
Well, they're inside the time that can go to the end from, Nick, and what they're doing is they're bringing it in immediately. This is smart work by Lena Gate, calling the tactics.
One minor thing, when they did the short fill last time, it wasn't a clean getaway. He wasted a second or two with a hesitant start-stop. But that means he's got away, and now this is thrown right back in their chance again because of Alan's off-course excursion.
And Alan has gone through into the lead and is down the Wellington Straight.
Absolutely right. Going underneath the bridge now down to Brooklands as Ben Treluet comes out of the tunnel, which is the pit lane, up the slope and pops up onto the circuit.
That's quite steep there.
It is quite a steep slope, isn't it?
When I walk down the pit lane, everybody thinks, oh, well, what's the point of having a pit lane that goes down? It doesn't. It's the start-finish straight that's going up.
Yep.
The regs for Formula 1 says your pit lane's got to be flat, and when the Spirit levels came out, they realised that the track was going to be at a much greater height. I walked down there today. I hadn't realised, Paul, just how far below ground level you are.
I tell you what, if you would take your roller skates, go to the top of that hill, you'd get enough momentum to get all the way to the end of the pit lane.
I think you might be right. Should I bring me inline skates the next time I come?
But tell Nick not to do it just at the moment.
All right. Probably not, no. Yes. So it'll be one more pit stop for Alan McNish as well. And Nick, did you say they were setting up for it now?
They're setting up for it now, which makes no sense to me.
No, you've got to push him as far as his fuel will go. Well, that might be as far as his fuel will go because
he full fueled. He got at least now 5 or 6 laps. They're coming in and they're not taking advantage. The car's going to be lighter for a few laps. So
well, hang on, Paul. When did he have his last stop, McNish?
He didn't have enough fuel because they light fueled him. They only gave him enough fuel to get through to that point. So
no, the light fueled the one car, Paul. We think.
So the 2 car hits now. There'll be a short fuel, obviously, to get to the end. Now the question is, will it be short enough to get him out in front after that mistake? He would have been without the mistake, obviously, this is long away. And they're doing tyres as well.
No, they're not, surely.
They are. The man with the gun, they are. Yep, tyres. He's got a problem with the front right. Single tyre change, front right. This is why they brought him in. No, they did a whole lot now. A complete tyre change.
This is very disorganised for an Audi pit stop, I think.
They have planned this, but I think what's happened is he's had this off. He's decided we probably can't make it up, so let's give me some fresh boots and give me a chance to go for 40 minutes.
Would you like
to make up the gap?
Would you like to know what actually is happening?
I would.
Or should I just let you dig the hole, Nick? It's okay. You were kind of right. When he came back on after going off the track, he's reported a vibration, so all the tyres will be changed as a precaution, and that's why he's been sent out again with a new set of boots. It's cost him time, but he will have considerably newer tyres on the number 2 car to try and chase down the number 1. He has now lost the lead, however, Paul, and Treluet is a long way round the lap.
But did Alan have an empty tank when he came in just then?
No.
Right. Okay.
So he wasn't stationary for fuel as long as he might have been, but he's had the absolute extra time.
I thought Paul had said that the previous stop was a short fill. So
yes, for the one car.
The one car.
For the one car.
Exactly right. And so the stop times, it was a 1:03 for Benoit Treluet. That was for fuel only, and a 1:15 for Alan McNish, which was full set of tyres but a short fuel because. If it had been a full fuel, that would have been a 1:33 because you can predict Audis because they're like that. So it was a shorter stop, but it was giving McNish a new set of tyres. But McNish is going to need to use those new tyres in the remaining half an hour of the race as the other Toyota comes in to make its final stop, and that's Anthony Davidson in the 3rd place car.
And that's Bruce Jones.
Yeah, that's just going to be a standard refuelling and clean the screen sort of stop, no tyres being proffered. Anthony should take it all the way to the finish now. But as I said, with number 7, the damage was done early on. They didn't have the erroneous change to the squeegee tyre that Nicolas Lapierre suggested, and then it failed. But Anthony being held, of course, it's so frustrating when all you're having is fuel put on. You have to sit for so long, but he does need enough to get to the end. And off he goes. Silent, then boom. Off goes number 8.
That should be his last stop as well, with just 35 minutes still to go. Paul?
Spinner at the loop as Porsche gets it wrong and points in the wrong direction, points in the right direction again. It was the IMSA Performance car, number 76, which was currently in the hands of John Vernet. Jean-Carl Vernet then gets going again, fortunately just before the Toyota arrived on the scene.
Do we expect it to get very interesting at the top of P2? Because Olivier Pla has found 5 seconds on Pitsonia. We've got 35 minutes left, and he needs to find 35 seconds. That's a second every minute.
Yes, that's going to be hard work.
It is.
Sort of beyond, I mean, it's not impossible, but he could use a spin or some kind of problem in the remaining part of the race from the Delta ADR car, couldn't he, from Pitsonia, who will still have to make a pit stop, won't he? Yeah.
Yes, this is where we see how fast the 2013 Audi can go, isn't it? If you're standing by the track, you might want to take just a step back if you've nervous disposition.
McNish, new
He's taken 3 seconds out of Treluer in the first sector, another second out of Treluer in the second sector. This is brutal. Set phasers to stun, release the McNish. Good heavens.
It's the number 1 car with the fastest lap at the moment, set on 163. We had a fastest lap earlier on for, I think it was McNish at the time, on lap 160 and 162, and then Treluer went even faster on lap 163, but the fastest lap time, under the risk of getting beaten again, although, what's the time? 144.0, so you need to go a little bit quicker than that for McNish, but he has found 3.5 seconds on Treluer's lead, so the gap is down to 26 seconds now between 1 and 2 Audis. The gap in P2 for the lead of the race gone back out to 37 seconds, so Antonio Pitsonia just needs to keep things neat and tidy, although he's still going very quickly because that car has just gone through sector 1 quicker than it has done at any other time in the race. A personal best through sector 1. What else can Pitsonia do with the 25 car in the remainder of this lap? As Mark Lieb is also pushing hard in 4th place in GT Pro, car 92, trying to catch Fred Makovici in car 99, the Aston, and Kobayashi in 71 is second, so splitting those 2 Astons because there's been an extra stop for 99. Haven't spotted that. So we have seen other stops. Are we expecting Darren Turner in again then before the end of the race? Yes, we are, for a 5th stop, of course.
Yes, in fact, all the GTE cars should make one further stop, and we've got the same cycle to go through on the P2s as well, Johnny.
Sorry, go ahead, Nick.
Are you sure about GTE? They can run an hour each stint. They need 4 stops.
They'll need 5 to go 6 hours.
Really? None of them stopped in the first. None of those stopped
Oh, yeah.
in the first hour. They need 4.
No, not within the first hour. They may need a splash to get to the full 6, though. We'll see how they go.
There's only one car in GT that has only stopped 4 times, and that's the 97 Aston Martin. But I wasn't expecting Kobayashi to pop up there in second
When
position.
did the 97 car last pit?
97, that would just take me...
The reason Kobayashi is back up to second, which is where he was before, is because he took an early 5th pit stop, which shook things up a little bit, allowed Lieb and Makovici to gain some ground before they had to take their 5th pit stop.
Yeah,
the fact that Darren Turner hasn't taken his 5th pit stop yet is very interesting. When did he last stop, Paul?
At 16:36.
So he's due in 6 minutes' time, or 10 minutes' time, maybe.
Yeah, so he won't make it all the way to the flag, because that would mean he would have driven for an hour and a half.
Olivier Pla back into the pits, and this is an unscheduled stop, I think.
No,
Yeah, this should be the final stop
Okay.
for Olivier Pla,
It is a
car number
scheduled stop.
24.
And he's dropped to 43 seconds now behind Pitsonia, but he should be coming in the not-too-distant future as well. But Pitsonia really pushing on in the 25 Delta ADR car. Yeah, that car now going faster than it has done all day with a 150.668. So further cementing the P2 lead is Antonio Pitsonia.
But Pitsonia has to stop again. I think the 25 car has to stop again. Bruce Jones will confirm.
Yeah, according to what Alex Brundle told me about 15 minutes ago, the 2 of them had to stop. Car 24, that's just stopped, and Pitsonia, he's
But the gap
has to come in.
The gap was 37 seconds, so once it all shakes out, it'll still be about half a minute.
Yeah, okay, I'll buy that for $1. In GT Arm, it's still the 95 Aston, as it has been for the entire race, I think. Now crewed by Christian Poulsen, who leads. And although that car has dropped gently down the running order, it was running as high as 17th at one stage and 4th of the GT cars. It's now down to 19th, but still has laps on its nearest contender. And the real battle on the circuits, gentlemen, it's not quite there yet, but it's getting there. As I suggested, Fernando Reis is in full attack mode as well and is chasing down Rui Aguas. So the 81 Ferrari is being caught at a reasonable rate of knots, although not on the last lap, by the number 50 Chevrolet Corvette. And Fernando Reis has got that gap down to 6 seconds, when I think we said it was about 10 or 11 not so very long ago. Into the pit lane has come Marco Ciocci in the 61 AM version of the AF Corsa Ferrari, as Jimmy Bruni continues to circulate. Fred Makovic 16 seconds away from second placed 71 Kamui Kobayashi. So 97, 71 and 99 are your top three in GTE Pro. And Treluar's lead is down to 20 seconds. And McNish, after a stunning outlap, has settled into merely taking a second from his teammate that time around. Just wait to see the middle sector as he goes through. Oh, he's taken a full second out of him in the middle sector. He's lost a bit of time in the middle sector, my apologies.
Yeah, I think he's going to, quick calculation suggests that he's going to need a bit more than a second a lap.
It's going to come down to traffic, Paul.
Well, exactly.
And he's got better tyres, so he should be
well, indeed. And not only are his tyres better, but Treluar's are worse, if you see what I mean.
No, I see exactly what you mean.
He's actually on the third stint for this set of tyres, albeit one of the stints in between was a rather short one. The one in between was just 10 laps. But it's 24, so it's done 34 laps already on that set of tyres. Plus the 6 that he's done since the stop, so he's up to 40 laps on that set of tyres.
Yeah.
By the time he gets to the end, they're going to be getting worse and worse and worse.
Well, another second or thereabouts. He's down to 19 seconds now. 27 minutes to go. It's going to be tight. He's got, as Paul says, it's getting closer to 2 seconds a lap. It's a bit like when you're doing a chase in cricket and all of a sudden it gets more than a run of ball. You start to think at that point it's starting to get difficult. It's getting up towards a couple of seconds a lap now with 26 minutes to go, Paul. That means we're going to have somewhere in the region of 18 or 19 laps, aren't we? So, if that, in fact.
Yeah, I'm looking at 196 laps, between 196 and 198. I mean, Johnny asked earlier on whether we were going to get to 200, and I assertively said no. But it's very, very close to hitting 200, but it's just not quite in range, I don't think.
Live coverage of the last half an hour then of the opening round of the FIA WEC from Silverstone, Spa, 3 weeks' time. The battle continues. And new car for Toyota next time around, at least for the number 7 car. They look like they're going to have one step on the podium, Audi having 2, as the P2 leader comes into Nick Damon.
Yeah, and it's fuel only. Obviously, they now are matching with Olivier Plada, Antonio Pizzoni, and the Brazilian XF1, XGP, X-everything driver, really. He's doing stock cars and everything. Antonio is going to take it to the end. Quite a lot of fuel going in for not a lot of time. And they are doing a tyre, at least. The front left tyre only is being replaced as well. That tyre's been taking a lot of wear here due to the greening of the greenness of the circuit. They're also getting a quick top up of what I assume is oil going into the engine vent. It fires up eventually, off they go. So they've used some of their advantage to put a new boot on, John.
Olivier Plas just put in his fastest first sector of the race, but he hasn't come round as yet, so they're going to have the majority of their lead intact here, Nick, as we wait to see the 24 car complete its lap. And where's Pla gone? He seems to be a long time in that centre section, as the black number 25 of Antonio Pizzoni is back on the track. And Pla, fastest second sector for him as well. So he's laying it all out there as he comes to Stowe Corner, but he's half a lap back on the leader in class, Paul.
It's going to be a very tall order, isn't it? And I don't know. Yeah, it's.
Would you have put a new set of boots on Pitsonia that had the time?
No. They did have the time, but I don't know. I think if the guy's happy with it, you just carry on, don't you?
Plar's just done a 49.6. The car's fastest lap of the race. That might be the fastest P2 lap of the race, is it, Paul?
Oh dear, I'll need notification of that question.
I may ask you in a moment if that is the fastest P2 lap of the race. 49.603 for Olivier Plat. It'll be close to it, I would have thought. Pitsonia on his outlap at the moment, waiting for the second sector time. 1 minute and 19 seconds spent in the pits by the leader, the 25 car. And Pla with another fastest first sector for that car. Meantime, Darren Turner continues to lead GTE Pro. Darren doing fantastic work again. That's been a really, really good team effort. When we were down at the autograph session, I walked into the 4 Aston Martin garages, and I did say it was like Aston Martin World. I have seen play parks and facilities that aren't as big as that and didn't have as much excitement in it, to be honest. That had been a theme park, it would have done well. 49.603 for Pla last time around. Still waiting for Pitsonia to complete his outlap.
Yeah, the leading gap between the two Audis is down to less than 15 seconds. In fact, it's climbed very slightly now, but it's crept down. I'm writing the times down as we go. It's gone from 20 to 15 seconds.
This is the two Audis.
Yeah, between the two Audis, correct. Within the last, 4 laps?
Meantime, the battle for second place in GTE AM has Fernando Reis within 3 seconds, or around about 3 seconds now, off the back of the 81 Ferrari of Rui Aguas. And that one's not over yet, because Fernando Reis is just like the sort of long-distance runner who is gradually just getting his way back to the leader. He's done a very, very good job indeed. Now, is this an issue for Treluer as he comes to lap one of the Oak Racing cars into the loop? He did a 46.9 last time around, rather got chopped going into the loop, but no harm, no foul.
Front left lock-up, so a bit of a flat spot for the tyre there.
Lost a couple of seconds there to Alan McNish. So in P2 now, Pitsonia has gone through with 43 seconds advantage on Olivier Plat. That's 24 and 25, the Oregon Nissan and the Morgan Nissan.
Fernando Reis is 2 seconds away from Rui Aguas now for second position in GT AM. So he is reeling him in at a fair rate of knots. That one could get very interesting towards the end of the next 21 minutes.
Now we do have the ability to eavesdrop on the radios, because you're not allowed radios to be scrambled here. So will we hear an Audi multi 1-2, multi 12, multi 12? I think not. 14 seconds the gap at the head of the field, 14 and a half.
It was 12.9, so
yeah.
Up a little bit.
And again, Treluer, the trouble about not having the new tyres is it limits your options, doesn't it? When you come to the traffic, you have to kind of wait your turn, whereas when the tyres are new, the Audis seem just able to turn the steering wheel in the middle of a corner and the car will change direction, which is of course exactly what you want to do when you come across a slower car.
Now the battle for second place in GT AM is going through. Beckett's right beside Paul, and it's closed right up now. It's down to a second and a half. Rui Aguas in the 81 Ferrari is just heading out of the complex, and there is the black and yellow Corvette. This has been a beautifully judged run from Fernando Reis. He hasn't tried to do anything silly, but he has just been chipping away at that lead, which was over 12 seconds at one stage. He's now got it down to under 2. Time running out though for the front-engined American sports car. Fred Makiavicki might be worth watching as well, Paul. The 99 Aston is chasing down Kamui Kobayashi in the 71 Ferrari, and that's down to 11.5 seconds, and Fred took
For
second and a bit out of him last time.
For third place in GTE Pro.
Second place in GTE Pro.
Second place in GTE Pro. Yes, you're right, aren't you? The Aston leading in GTE Pro, and the AF Corsa Ferrari 71 in second place, with Makovici just over 10 seconds behind. There goes the Corvette on the screen as Fernando Reis, just noticing incidentally that Lava Competition team, entirely silver drivers. They are allowed to have a gold stroke platinum driver in there, or a gold driver in there, but they chose not to have one, and they just have a team of 3 silvers. Beauty of it is that you get well-matched drivers who like the car, all set up the same probably. Both
in the same camera shot now as Fernando Reis is chasing down that 8-star bright orange machine, Rui Aguas. It's been a good debut for the 8-star team. Just under 2 seconds, I reckon, and Reis is getting a little bit of hassle himself from one of the AF Corsa cars. I think that might be Jimmy Bruni, actually, that's in his mirrors as he goes through clearways onto, is it Matt Griffin, in fact, the 61 car. Thank you, Graham. So he goes through Cops. I might be as wise to let Matt Griffin go and just let him drag him closer. He's done a great job. In fact, it's just nipped out to over 2 seconds now between the 81 and the 50, the Ferrari. And 8-star just having to go offline there as Treluer went through.
Yeah. And I was just going to say that Reis had exactly the same problem, because Reis was not exactly held up by the car that was overtaking him, but he had to compromise because he was being overtaken, certainly.
The fastest P2 lap, by the way, was done by G-Drive Racing, a 1:49.087. So we got close to that from Olivier Plat, but not quite beating it. And Phil Kinch, I know multi-21 was the Red Bull order, but that was 2 from 1, whereas this would be 1 from 2. That's why it's multi-12. And I was being terribly facetious saying that. I'm not suggesting that would happen at all from Audi.
You shouldn't have to explain, John.
I know, but
it's like Marshall's not. Anyway, for the moment at least, Treluer's got a nice clear track ahead of him, whereas McNish is having to battle with the Corvette.
10 seconds now, Paul.
8-star Ferrari battle. Now he's got past the Corvette and he's coming down the Wellington Straight, and he's going to go past the Ferrari, I suspect, before he gets to Brooklands, the left-hander. No, he doesn't actually.
Paul, just to say that Pierre Caffer's pitted from 3rd place in P2, and I think that will give the place back to the 35 Morgan.
Now, John, we had the 97, the car that's led the entirety, effectively.
Oh, he has?
GTE Pro. Doesn't look like boost, doesn't look like driver, just looks like a splash of fuel to get to the end.
15 minutes of fuel.
So in he goes.
Actually, 16 minutes and 25 seconds. Sorry, I may have put them off there.
Oh, no. They're now doing a little bit of work at the rear.
They've got some tape out, Nick.
Rear, yeah, they must have had a dig, so they obviously decided they want to make sure there's no problems, and they are now working on the rear, just fueling. There's still no tyres and steering down in the car, but they are doing a bit of patching up. They do have a reasonable cushion, but we are getting some well, it's not really actually colour-coded tank tape in fairness. It's not quite the right shade of Gulf blue, so it's quite disappointing, really, isn't it, John?
They could have come and mashed it from my old dining room at Wellingborough. So Darren Turner is back on his way, and Kamui Kobayashi, being the better part of a lap down, has not yet come through and got back even onto the lead lap, as we are still watching this phenomenal battle going on between Fernando Reis and Rui Aguas, and Reis is now having cleared the traffic and Matt Griffin has cleared out of there. It's down to 1.3 seconds. Kamui Kobayashi comes through past the national pits, and Kobayashi in 2nd place in the 71 car. But Fernando Reis has got it down to just about a second now. Rui Aguas in the 81 Ferrari and Fernando Reis in the Corvette for 2nd in the battle. And there is the bright orange Ferrari coming into the loop behind you, Paul. And again, traffic just for the moment, meaning a cessation of hostilities. But I've got to say, Fernando Reis is really impressing me the way he's gone about his task here.
Yeah.
He's just gently got up to the back of that 2nd place 8-star Ferrari.
Yeah, he's just a second behind. In fact, less than a second by my hand timing. Meanwhile, I've just tied myself in a knot around my ankles because I was just turning around again to see Treluet heading into the Beckett's S's. McNish now has no cars at all between himself and Treluet. Nice bit of empty track for them both then on that side of the circuit. Turn back again as the Ferrari Corvette battle will be coming into my view any moment now, coming out of Copse Corner. There's the Ferrari white, yellow lights on the orange background, and then the lemon of the Corvette. He's closing very fast out of the corner there and overtaken by a P2 car. That's the 35 Oak car who's going to go past the Ferrari. No, he's not. He's going to wait behind the Ferrari for a little while, and it's so difficult when you're driving a GT car in a flat-out race like this to then keep your wits about you.
Must be so frustrating as well, Paul. I mean, it would have been easy for Fernando Reis to have made mistakes.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you can see the back of the car, then I've just lost half a second again.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm there. No, I'm going to... And that must be so annoying. Now Rui Aguas has got the same issue. He comes out of Stowe Corner and through goes the prototype. And Fernando Reis, so with 3 wide there, and the leader's down the inside. That is quite remarkable. That was very decisive indeed by Treluet. He knows he's got a battle on his hands with just over 13 minutes to go. McNish 7.5 seconds behind, so he's just about done this 1 second a lap that Paul set him earlier. Oh, and a Ferrari in the pit lane with a right rear puncture, I think, and it's Matt Griffin in the AF Corsa. What's happened there? Yes, it's a right rear issue, certainly. Yes, that looks like a puncture or perhaps even a suspension failure on that car, but Matt has brought it into the pit lane. What a horrible weekend for Matt Griffin. Oh, he got his 3rd place in the ELMS for Ram Racing yesterday. Nick?
Yeah, a complete tyre failure there. The car has come across. It's delaminated after a puncture. Off he goes. It's not going to affect their day, as you say, which is poor anyway, and now it's just going to be a bit slower.
Thank you very much indeed. Which one of you two are doing the podium?
It's young me.
Right, okay. Need you there about 5 minutes before the end of the race, I'm afraid. So
really, I'm going to miss all the good bits.
Well,
I may well get this.
Unless you run.
Yeah.
All right.
Bruce better come up this end then.
And then don't forget there's a wired mic there for you as well. You don't need to use your radio mic. 6.8 seconds for McNish on Treluet. Alex Wirtz in 4th, Anthony Davidson in 3rd. 1-2-8-7, top of your field. And McNish, again, another 1.5 seconds out of the leader that time around.
Yeah, Treluet having to run very wide on the exit of the loop as he came out of it that time, waiting for McNish to go through. And I missed him on the stopwatch. The screen tells me it's still at 5.8 seconds, but it's down to 5.8 seconds as they go into Woodcote Corner.
Which I called clearways earlier on. I apologise.
I didn't miss that.
I got very excited about something happening. It's the last jelly baby. I can't possibly eat it.
Oh, okay. Leave it for me then.
I got very excited and called Woodcote clearways earlier.
Just a shout again for Tom Kimber-Smith, because he is hunting down Martin Plowman.
And that is a battle for a podium spot.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, Pierre Caffer was there only a few laps ago. He came into the pits, and that gifted the battle, the 3rd place battle, to Plowman and Kimber-Smith.
That's the 35 Morgan and the 41 Greaves
Motorsport Zytek, the Z11 SN. And
so we've got battles in 3 out of the 4 classes still.
Down to 4/10 of a second now. Here they are on the screen as they head through Luffield.
They're all together. That was going through the loop, but they're absolutely together. The Ferrari and Corvette going through with Olivier Pla right in the middle as well. Meanwhile...
Yeah, and we've got Kimber-Smith having a look. He dives to the outside, puts 2 wheels on the red and white curb, but Plowman, is sensible enough to just take a slightly defensive line through Copse as he heads down through Maggots into the Beckett's S's, and these 2 cars are almost tied together with a very short bungee rope. For me, it would look like Kimber-Smith has slightly the better car underneath him. It's not moving around quite as much. Alex Brundle wondering if his teammate is going to hang on to the position. Down the Hanger Straight they come, and already Plowman just looking in his right-hand rear-view mirror He's got 2 or 3 cars lengths, but Kimber Smith takes a huge amount of momentum through the apex of Stone down into the Vale. And there's more traffic here, Johnny, for them to deal with, and I think they're being caught by the leader as well.
It's the KCMG 47 car right behind, but how far away is Trelliway, is it, or McNish, or neither?
Both of them, they're coming down into the Beckett's S's at the moment. Trelliway still ahead of McNish by
4.5 seconds is the gap. Well, last time through the Sector 1 time for the two Audis.
I've got a 4.3 on my watch as they came through there.
Sounds about right.
I'm looking at 195 laps for the race, so 4 laps to go at the end of this one.
Tom Kimber Smith getting very, very close again to the Oak Racing Morgan down towards Brooklands, and they're both trying to lap the GT Pro car. Still haven't changed order, the two P2 machines, but they're getting past Darren Turner in that leading GT car, and they are nose to tail coming out of Luffield.
And who says that a step on a podium doesn't mean something? As McNish has done a 42.7, fastest lap of the race, and a new lap record for Alan McNish in the number 2 Audi, as the gap at the head of the field comes down to under 3 seconds. Petsonia still leads, but by 44 seconds now. Between himself and Olivier Plat in P2, 25 and 24. The interest there between the 35 and the 41 car, the Morgan and the Zytek, down to 1/4 of a second, half a second between second and third in GTE AM, the 81 Ferrari and the 50 Corvette. This is where Paul has the advantage, isn't it? Because he can see all around him and keep picking up all these battles, whereas we're just watching the splits on the screen.
The trouble is you never know quite which way to look, because when you want to look to the right, you have to then look to the left.
The 2 Audis, Paul, are in the same camera shot as they come round Copse and head down towards Maggott and Beckett's, and you get the feeling that Alan McNish has got the tractor beam on, and he's dragging very much closer to the back of Ben Trelliway's car. There's traffic in between, and they're both having to deal with it. Remember, McNish on better tyres.
Yes, but McNish got held up a lot more than Trelliway did. Trelliway had less traffic to deal with going through there.
Still 2 seconds.
Otherwise, McNish would have been a lot closer as they came out of Chapel Curve and onto Hanger Straight for the 193rd time this time. The pair of them closing in on that GTE AM battle as well, between the orange 8-star Ferrari and the Labra Competition Corvette.
And there's a pass for P2, and the last step on the podium as Greaves Motorsports number 41, Tom Kimber Smith, goes round the outside of Ploughman. That is wonderful stuff. He made a big lunge at Brooklands and managed to get it done. Somehow kept the car on the circuit more. And here's that battle that Paul was talking about from the leader as it comes round into the loop. I think
that's the Fernando Reis.
He's got the Fernando Reis and Aguas battle on the Wellington Straight right ahead of him. He cuts to driver's left and tries to get the foot down. McNish must be right up his tailpipes.
McNish is right behind him. In fact, you can't actually see him on the telly because the Audi R18 is so low down.
Oh, and the 8-star's pulled right in front of Alan McNish, who rides the curb on the left-hand side and the entrance to Brooklands. And now they go through the 2 parts of Luffield. This is magnificent stuff. I will remind you, we have been racing for merely 5 hours and 54 minutes, Johnny.
Phenomenal stuff. It really is amazing to have 0.7 of a second between the 2 leading cars. Yes, they're from the same team, but they each team very much separate, and they both want this victory, the first round of the 2013 World Endurance Championship, and it's come down to this, the last 6 minutes between Audi number 1 and Audi number 2.
I can't see how Trelliway is going to be able to hold him at bay, to be honest. And
I think the tyre thing has actually worked in Alan's favour, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. We saw a wry smile from the face of Marcel Fessler there on the sitting in the Audi pit garage, but the one thing that Alan has to do, although he's got his gander up and he's driving as hard as he can, is to remember that there are still 5 minutes of this race to do, and he doesn't have to do it straight away. What he doesn't have to do is to get mesmerised. But here comes the Corvette, back the Ferrari. I thought he was going to go through there, but
he might still, Paul.
He's going to, isn't he? It's going to happen.
Oh, there's a little lock up. Oh, the touch. There was a touch. Fernando Reis just hits the very, very back left-hand side of the rear of the Rui Aguas 8-star Ferrari. He's folded the valance under onto the left rear tyre. There's a huge plume of tyre smoke as they go across the line. The pass has still not been made by the Corvette, and Aguas pulls across aggressively into the first corner to try and make this even harder for the Corvette. Fernando Reis, in fairness, was in traffic and being passed himself, as Alan McNish is right up the inside and goes through and takes the lead. And Alan McNish leads the motor race. And that, I think, Paul, was...
I think it was at Brooklands or Luffield.
It was at Luffield. It was Brooklands into Luffield. Absolutely right, McNish. And still this GTE battle for second place. And both of these guys have just got to take a bit of a deep breath here. I don't think the Aguas car... they put the tyres gone. The tyres, left rear tyre has finally given up after the rub. And Labour competition goes through. This is even worse for Rui Aguas, because he may yet lose a podium position here, with Jamie Campbell-Walter coming through hard. And Alan McNish then goes through into the lead, but has not been able to pull away. Trellier is not finished yet. So in the last 6 minutes of the race, the last 3 minutes that we've been talking, we've had a new leader overall, we've had a new third place in P2, and a new second place in GTE. And might I just say that Fred Makovicky is still trying to get on terms with Kamui Kobayashi for second place in GTE Pro. That battle has about equalised at just under 11 seconds.
I can smell the tyre from Rui Aguas's Ferrari here in the box, and
the gap has gone out to 1.6 seconds between the number 2 Audi and the number 1 car in second. It's still, by the way, Anthony Davidson at the wheel of the number 8 car in third place, and Alex Wirtz in fourth position. Laps separating those two cars.
The orange Rui Aguas Ferrari is into pit lane, and this will possibly mean a chance for Jamie Campbell-Walter to get all 4 Astons on the podium.
That would be remarkable. There was a lap between Aguas and Campbell-Walter, but a lot of that time, because of where the incident happened and the tyre went down, a lot of that cushion has gone, I'm afraid. So Rui Aguas in the lane. I think possibly one more lap after this, Paul.
It'll be very close. This could actually be the last lap. I think it is the last lap. In fact, it will be the last lap, no question. Finally decided. So Alan McNish then, it's going to be 197 laps. How about that? So not quite up to the 200, but it is going to be something like over 1,150 kilometres in the 6 hours. And all a bit breathless, really.
I'm pleased to see that quite a lot of the spectators here at Silverstone have made the trek down to opposite the wing, where the podium ceremonies will be. I hope you agree, ladies and gentlemen, that this has been a fine investment of your time for 6 or 7 hours of your Sunday here for the first round of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Thank you for supporting it, and thank you for coming down to show your appreciation to the gladiators that we have enjoyed over the last 6 hours, and something over 1,100 kilometres, Paul. These used to be 1,000-kilometre races. We put them down to 6 hours to be time certain, mainly for television, but actually it's made it even more of an endurance than it used to be.
That's right.
Certainly at a track like this.
That's right. The leader's going down the Hangar Straight for what I think is going to be the last time. Ben Trellier we're on board with. He has Alan McNish disappearing off into the distance as he turns into Stowe Corner. McNish heading up towards the Vale, and by the time he gets to the start-finish line, the clock will have elapsed. It's 6 hours.
And Rui Aguas has got out ahead of Jamie Campbell-Walter as the checkered flag is out. The clock has elapsed, and Alan McNish comes across the line to take full points in the first round of the FIA World Endurance Championship for 2013 in the number 2 Audi Sport Team Yost Audi R18 e-tron Quattro shares with Loic Duval and Tom Christensen. It's the number 1 car in second. Through goes Anthony Davidson, a lap back in third place for Toyota. Toyota will be on the podium. In P2, we're waiting for Pizzonia. Olivier Pla's gone through. Pizzonia is still on his last lap. And I think Alan McNish was the first car to see the checkered flag after the
it was the first car across the line after 6 hours.
It was almost spot on 6 hours, was what I was trying to say. Yeah,
it was certainly less than 3 seconds.
Darren Turner has gone through to claim the pro top step of the podium in the 97 Aston Martin. Kamui Kobayashi is through in second, and Fred Makiavicki through in third, 97, 71 and 99. And Jamie Campbell-Walter is just going to fail to get on the podium. It will be Christian Poulsen who brings the 95 Aston Martin through to win GTE arm ahead of Fernando Reis in that Corvette. All results provisional, of course. Still waiting for the odd one or two. Alex Vert still has to come through. There he is going in front of me now. Matthias Besch in 6 still to come around as well. And Tom Kimber-Smith still to come around in 3rd place. And what happened to Martin Plough?
Yeah, he had to pit the very late stages with Ploughman, and Pierre Caffer got back through again.
Yeah, so Kimber-Smith, that great fight, has netted Greaves 3rd place, 25, 24 and 41. I'm not sure if Nick is still down by Audi or if he's gone up to the podium by now, but fortunately we can count on Louise Beckett, who's down in the Audi pit with teammate of Alan McNish, Tom Christensen.
Tom, congratulations. You said Alan could do it. I thought he may do it a bit quicker than that, but you got it in the end.
Yeah, I mean, we had it. We knew we had to stop shorter, but I've not seen what happened on track. But Alan have reported he had to avoid a car and had a spin and lost 20 seconds. Had to take new tires, which of course gave him the edge in the end. But he had a 30-second gap to catch. So I think at the press conference, I will let Alan speak and I will listen. It was a good recovery ride from another big kickback, but let's just show how strong Alan was today to go back and catch that back. And to
not just Alan, all of you.
Yeah, I mean, Loic has done a sterling job coming here, but I mean, this was, in the end, it was Alan.
Thank you.
John, I'm going to have a quick word with Dr. Ulrich as he's running to the podium. So that was an exciting end to the race, Dr. Ulrich.
It was really exciting because the cars have been on 2 different strategies. Ellen was on fresh tires. The other car, unfortunately, had a broken drive shaft, so he couldn't use the hybrid. So it was really thrilling to the very end. But we let the guys race because I can trust them, and they did it perfect.
They certainly did. Enjoy the podium ceremony. That's Dr. Ulrich sprinting down there.
Ploughy did indeed have a fuel issue towards the end, which necessitated an extra stop. And Alan McNish becomes the 5th Scotsman to win the Tourist Trophy. And he's out of the car. He punches the air with delight and congratulates Ben Treluer. That was a great fight out there on the circuit. McNish just about to take his hands device off and his helmet as he pats the front of the car. Bruce Jones is down there.
I've got 2 drivers who easily won GTE Pro. Bruno Senna.
I would disagree with you. It's not easy, definitely not easy, but it's been a great win today for us. The team did a great job, the drivers, and I think we deserved it. So there you go, great start.
Big smile. Stefan Muka and Bruno Senna heading down to the podium.
Alan McNish takes his helmet and his radio gear off. He's handed a cooling towel. There's some words of consolation for the crew of the number 1 car. McNish taking a quick drink as through comes the 91 car, a long time behind everybody else. Was there an issue for Jörg Bergmeister at the end of the race, but he has just gone across the start-finish line. In fact, there's a few cars just coming through now. They must be getting pushed up to the paddock around the circuit.
John, I've got another class winner. James Walker, you weren't long into that drive, and here you are, you've just won LMP2.
I didn't even know a week ago I was doing it, so it's amazing. The team have done amazing. We managed to avoid that little rain shower in the middle with a set of cut slicks. Tor did a mega job in the car, and Antonio as well. It's been an awesome weekend.
Where to from here?
Hopefully Spa.
Very good. Great debut there for James Walker for the G-Drive Delta ADR team, winning LMP2.
Eva Maria Veith, one of the very efficient Audi PR team, just congratulating Alan McNish there as the podium ceremonies are about to get underway. And there's Alan's dad, Bert there, and Dindo Capello, his longtime teammate. Dindo looking really happy. Kelly and the children are there, Alan's wife and children as well, Charlotte and Finlay. So confirmation of 3.5 seconds at the line after 6 hours of excitement here at the first round of the FIA World Endurance Championship. The 2 Audi Sport Team Yost e-tron Quattros just 3.5 seconds, a lap ahead of the 8 Toyota in the classes. It was the 25 Delta ADR that took it from the 24 Morgan, both Nissan powered of course, as is the number 41. In third place, Greaves Motorsport, the Zytec Nissan, coming back from an awful day yesterday. Next, we're off to Spa in the Ardennes countryside.
Championship is in Spa. Au rouge, Rallion. No fear. Emotions. Speed. Blanchiment. Be there. See you in Spa. La Source. Spa was fantastic for us last year, with 3 Audis on the podium. But Toyota wasn't there. And this year we'll be in Spa. To know who will win, be there. See you in Spa.
It's the 4th of May for the second round of the FIA WEC Championship. If you can't be there, tune in to radiolemans.com. We'll have it all live. Full coverage of qualifying, the practice sessions, qualifying, and of course the whole race. It will be seconds out round 2 for that. And just waiting for the podium ceremonies and Nick Damon to take over. We are faded up to him, so as soon as we get that, I can see things going. Oh, not some nice trophies there. Quick word from Bruce Jones in the Powered by Nissan pit lane at the end of what was a fantastic race. Not sure that Bruce can hear us down there. Reinhold Joost looking on with, I think that was Ulrich Beretsky, the engine genius.
Hello, John.
Hello, Nick.
And we are now ready to begin the presentation of what was a quite fantastic 6 hours of Silverstone action right up to the last 25 seconds, I think. And the overall result, and many of the class podium results, really not decided to the last quarter of an hour. So first of all, I'd like to call the third finishing driver, that's the number 8 Toyota Racing Team. In second place, the number 1 Audi Sport Team Yost. And the winners after a titanic struggle is the number 2 car of Audi Team Sport Yost. And representing Audi is Ralph Hitler. And now for the national anthem of the winning entrant. Trophies to the third finishers, number 8 Toyota Racing, Graham Stocker, Deputy President Sport of the FIA, and emptying the trophies to Andy Davidson, Sebastian Buemi, and Stefan Sarazan. And present the trophies to the second finishing team, number 1 Audi Sport Team of Oliver, Benoit Tollet, and Marcel Fassler. It's Sir Lindsay Owen Jones, President of the FIA Endurance Commission. And present the trophies to the winning team, that's Tom Christensen, Logan Val, Adam Manish, it's Pierre Fillon, the President of the ACO. And of course, this is a very special event here at Silverstone because this year the 6 hours silver is race for the historic Tourist Trophy. And to present the Tourist Trophy to our winning team of Tom Christensen, Logan Powell, and Alan McNish, and of course the team manager Ralph Hookner. It is Sir Lindsay Owen Jones, President of the FIA Endurance Commission, Pierre Fillon, President of ACO, and Mr. Ben Cousins, Chairman of the Royal Automobile Motor Club Committee. I'd imagine after that fantastic last week, some of the drivers will do the drink, so now, the champagne!
Alan McNish adding the Tourist Trophy to the Seagrove Trophy he won after his 2 Le Mans wins, and becoming the 5th Scotsman to have his name on that famous old trophy, first awarded for a 6-hour race many years ago. 1906 I think we said it was earlier on.
I think it was 1905, John.
Thank you, Paul. 1905. I bow to your better knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, your LMP1 and overall podium.
Okay, gentlemen, congratulations to all of you. We're going to clear the podium before we begin the next of our podiums. There's a constant stream. There's 5 of them to get through with all the class winners. Congratulations to all of you. There'll be a few more trophies coming out. I think whilst they reset this, I'm probably going to break several protocols here by trying to grab a quick word with Louis Scott and myself. Alan, that was a remarkable last stint. Obviously, you had to go that fast because you made a mistake.
No, exactly. The 99 car stopped in the middle of the left-hander of Beckett's, and I was expecting to go round outside of him. Certainly wasn't expecting the deceleration. It's one of these things of this modern sports car racing. We knew we had to run flat out to actually keep ahead of the sister car, and so therefore the last stint was just a banzai attack right from the beginning to the end, because there was nothing to lose at that point. Thankfully there was 2 laps in the bag to be able to do it, and so I've got to say this is one of my most special trophies and races here at Silverstone. There's been many of them, but this one certainly is a very special one.
And of course you are now a Tourist Trophy winner.
Yes, I know. And the 5th Scot, I have to say. The first one was Innes Ireland, who was born, I think, in the same hospital as I was, and lived just down the road, so therefore it's quite a historic event. The trophy is extremely historic, and I'm very proud that myself, Tom and Loic are going to be on that as well.
Fantastic. We've just got 3 weeks to recover before we do this all again in Spa.
Yeah, you might have. We've got a lot of work to beat these Japanese Toyotas before then.
And the German ones as well. Thank you very much, Alan. So now it's time to present the Privateer P1 trophy, and just second and first here, and in second place the car 13 of Rebellion Racing. And the winners, car 12 of Rebellion Racing.
So onto the podium, Andrea Bellici, Matthias Pesch and Kung Fu Chung.
Alex Pesci.
Nico Prost, Neil Yarni and Nick Heidfeld coming
And
to
now
the
national
podium.
anthem of the winning entrant. So to present the trophy to the second finishing car 13 Rebellion Racing, that's Andrea Beliki, Matthias Besch and Kong Fu Cheng, it's Sir Lindsay Owen Jones, the President of the FIA Endurance Commission. And to present the trophy to the winning car 12 Rebellion Racing and their team manager, it's which is Nicolas Prost, Neil Yarney and Nick Highfield, and Alex Pesci, the team manager. It is Pierre Fillon, the President of the ACO. Congratulations, gentlemen. And now, time to celebrate and get all your teammates very wet. It's the champagne! Thank you, gentlemen. Congratulations, well done.
The next round of the World Endurance Championship is in Spa.
Au rouge. Ralliant.
Pour fuel trip 4.
No fear. Emotions. Speed. Blanchiment. Be there. See you in Spa. La Source. Spa was fantastic for us last year.
With 3 Audis on the podium.
But Toyota wasn't there.
And this year we'll be in Spa.
To know who will win, be there. See you in Spa.
So now at the podium for a fantastically close for LMP2 battle. And in third place is car 41 of Breeze Motorsport. In second place, it was car 24 of Oak Racing. And the winners were car 25 of Delta ADR, including their manager Simon Dawson. And now the next anthem of the winning entrant. And to present the trophy to the third finishing 41 Grease Motorsport car of Chris Dyson, Michael Marcel and Tom Kimbersmith, it's Patrick Griot, the Vice President of the ACO. And to present the trophies, the second place finishing 24 car Oak Racing, that's Olivier Pla, David Hannemeyer Hansen and Alex Brundle. It's Richard Phillips, the Managing Director of Silverstone Circuits Limited. And to present the trophies to our LMP2 winners, once again it's Richard Phillips, And the winners, of course, were 25 Delta ADR of Tor Graves, Antonio Pizzonia and James Walker. And their team manager, of course, Simon Dawson. And now, gentlemen, a chance for you to enjoy the champagne. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, gentlemen. If you could clear the podium, please. What a fantastic race you gave us. Thank you very much. So the podium just about ready for the presentation for the LMGTE Pro class. And in third place, it was the number 99 team of Aston Martin Racing. In second place, it was the number 71 team of AF Corsa. But your winners, and very fitting in their 100th year, it was Aston Martin Racing in the number 97 car. And their team representative, Woody. And now the national anthem of the winning entrant. So to present the trophy to the third finishing 99 Aston Martin Racing team of Paul Della, Frederick Makowitzi and Pedro Lamy, it is Graham Stocker, the Deputy President of Sport of the FIA. And Graham is also doing the honours to present to the second place finishing car 71 AF course of Kamui Kobayashi and Tony Villander. And we're getting our money out of Graham today. He's also presenting to the winning team and their team representative, which is, of course, the 97 Aston Martin racing team. It's Darren Turner, Stefan Mucker, Bruno Senna, and Woody. And now a chance for the champagne. Fantastic result for Aston Martin. Okay, so we're going to clear the podium, please, so we can prepare for our last presentation. I'd like to thank all of you for helping applauding everyone so well. Thank you for the crowd who stayed on to celebrate our winners and our podium finishers. What has been a quite fantastic 6-hour race where we didn't know the outcome until, well, the last 3 minutes. We have our very speedy team of champagne and trophy placers scuttling forward and back. We come to the final presentation, which calls for the LMGTE AM trophies. And in third place, it's car 81 of 8 stars